Good morning. This is New Hampshire Track and Field, powered by Runners Alley, coming at you from the 2024 New England Championships at UNH's Wildcat Stadium in Durham, New Hampshire. Today's Meet Hub brought to you by Hoka, Tim's Truck Capital, and Adventure Camper Rentals. We can see that field events have started already. They started up at 10 o'clock. If you're looking for results on them, well, they don't exist just yet, but when they do, you can check out Lancer Timing, lancertiming.com. They'll have live results for all events today, so as soon as they get results, they will populate there. They also have some live splits, so definitely have that open as well if you want to take a look at some of these things. You can see we are just moments away from the track starting up. We will have a slew of guys coming in and out of the booth today, doing some commentary, guys and gals, I should say. First one to join me will be Jim McKenzie, of course. Jim, welcome.
Thank you. This is going to be a great day today.
Oh, absolutely. I know you've been studying some of the races and some of the runners here, and obviously you know some of them pretty well as well. What are you looking for today? What are kind of some of those key events?
Well, I think, for me, I think the boys 800 is going to be really good. That's one of, I think it's a really competitive event. Jacob Redmond from New Hampshire and Andrew Thornton Sherman of Vermont, Jamie Lano, New Hampshire. That should, I mean, you got a 151, 152, 153 guy mixed in. So I think that'll be an exciting race. Catherine Bokey of Connecticut in the mile, she's run a 447. She's going to be really, right there trying to get maybe a New England record. So those two, in the distance events, I'm pretty excited about to see those. Again, the javelin today, you got Nick Reynolds, who's thrown 205 feet. He could be challenging for a New England record. So that looks good. The 400's loaded with runners. We got Ty Doro here. He could probably speak about that one.
Oh, yeah, I've checked out all of the entries so far. I'm really excited to see Kevin Brooks from New Hampshire represent. He's the only sub-49 runner since Noah Woodman from Pinkerton a few years ago. So we have some 47s in there, too, so 400 is always really exciting.
So we got the 4x8 starting right up right here. They're all lined up. And I'm not sure. Let's see how many heats we're going to have of that. But anyways, this is the first heat coming up. And they're off.
Okay, let me know when I can send someone to get you.
So they're doing 3 heats of 4x8s. We have Champlain Valley Union from Vermont, East Greenwich, Rhode Island, U32 Vermont, Prout, Rhode Island, Bangor, Maine, Essex, Vermont, Yarmouth, Maine, St. Johnsbury, Vermont, South Burlington, Vermont, and Orono, Maine. 10 in this first heat, 11 in the second, 11 in the third heat.
So Champlain Valley comes in as our top seed at 10:04. A lot of these seeds don't mean a lot when you're going for state championships and who you've used for bodies and everything else. So expect today a lot of the wins can come from the lower seeded heats. Don't be surprised if that happens a few times. So U32 from Vermont is leading the way right now. They got a pretty decent lead. It's pretty evenly spread back to 4th place. And then you got a little bit of a chase pack. Boy, she looks good. U32's had some good teams over the past. They had a boys cross-country team who won New England's a few years ago. Well, this is going to be a pretty decent split right here for U32.
Yeah, looking at maybe a 2:15, so that's quite the first leg.
Good way to start off. Marty, glad you could make it. Just giving Marty Ogden a hard time. He's basically the voice of Connecticut track and field and cross country.
Right now, the voice has got heavy breath right now, so.
He's got more knowledge than anybody. All right. So U32 is just opening up this lead extensively. South Burlington in second place. Champlain Valley in third, East Greenwich fourth. Tell this U32 team's making some noise right here. A big lead.
Yeah, they came in as the third seed here, but with a 3-second difference between them and the first seed. So this is pretty exciting. Maybe we can see something from East Greenwich and Champlain Valley in their last two legs.
It's basically a battle of Vermont schools right here. So 446. Coming through.
And Orono, Maine, has made a really big push there. Last lap, there was a pretty big pack, but they've got themselves up to fourth now.
And Orono just handed off to Ruth White. Ruth White's coming to UNH
Yeah,
next
she's
year.
going to be running on this track next year. That's pretty
Yeah.
exciting.
I mean, she was all set to go to Boise
Yep.
State.
Yeah, I think the coaching change at Boise State has really dispersed their program across the country now.
So I wonder if she's actually planning on cross-country skiing here, too. If that's what attracted her also, you know, that she could do both
Is she
sports.
she known for that as well?
Yep. Boy, they're really ripping it, huh? U32.
Yeah, they have about 115, 120 meter lead.
St. Johnsbury's in second. Tell you what, that's one of the bigger leads I've seen in one of the slower heats.
Yeah, you don't usually see this type of disparity in anything except maybe the fast heat sometimes. Even that's rare. But let's see it.
Is that a lot of times teams have a different lineup. They ran a certain time in the state meet and they throw together their full lineup for here.
Yeah, they're putting all their eggs in one basket right here. No doubt about that.
Interesting thing is Vermont does not run their state meet as a qualifier for New England. They have a separate meet that qualifies for New England's before their state meet, which, you know, a lot of teams, they try to go for points in a state meet, and then they come to New England's and they juggle lineups around. But yeah, it's kind of interesting how they're doing so well in this heat.
I mean, they got a half a track lap lead right now.
Yeah, and they're continuing to open it up.
Looks like we're on the anchors, if I'm correct.
Yep.
Yep. So 2 to go in this fantastic opening heat here at the New England Championships. I got to tell you something. Coming up here, the weather's perfect. We should have some fantastic times. This whole past 2 weeks, we've been so lucky through all the states. I'm not sure what it was like up in New Hampshire on your days, but it's been gorgeous these past couple weeks. We've been lucky to get in some good running, good racing weather, very little wind, no rain.
Last week was hot here.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't have known it. I mean, there was some great performances all the way around.
I always say the heat is beneficiary to fast times. It might be uncomfortable to run in,
Yeah.
but it's beneficial to fast times.
Yeah, you bet. I mean, as a sprinter myself who's ran at New England's the past 2 years, like it's been sometimes blistering hot, and today it's definitely cooled down from then. So I know a lot of the premier sprint faces of New Hampshire have kind of said like the heat's been getting to them, even though they should like the heat. You know, they're sprinters, but today it's cooled down.
Why all the fast times are coming from Florida
exactly.
and Texas and California.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that.
Yesterday, last week, that flag did not move at all.
Oh,
So today we've got a little bit, but, I mean, it's not bad at all. But look at this finish here. I mean, they're putting up a decent time.
I mean, their seat time was a 10:07. They're going to find themselves probably a half a minute or more faster.
This team right here has a good shot at placing.
I mean, just checking the next heat, they just ran at like a 9:30. That's 14 seconds faster than the first seed in the next heat.
That was a well done effort.
That would have put them 7th in the overall seeds.
Well, good things happen in New England. This is why we bring the best of the best together to give kids an extra opportunity to put those big marks up. I mean, I don't know if that's a school record or anything. I'm always amazed how kids that we don't even talk about on air, but they're 8th, 9th, and there's the fastest time in school history. And that's fantastic. That's what we're here for.
Here's one of the most decorated schools in New England, Champlain Valley. Cross country wise, I mean, they're the best of the best usually every year. They're finishing 2nd. And they've just been producing distance runners over the years. Great teams. Champlain Valley takes that in 2nd place. St. Johnsbury 3rd place. Hopefully we can get the correct times to come up.
Just slightly looking ahead at some of the sprints, would they flip the track for New England's based off of wind?
They can in the college. I don't know if they do it in high school. I've seen them do it in college meets, but not in high school meets. They could.
We actually did that back when we had New England's the last time here.
2000, I think it was 17 or 18,
Yep.
I think it was.
I was going to say, I'm looking at plus 1.8 right here.
Right. So, no, we had the option of doing that. I don't know if we did it, but it was definitely talked about.
I guess that's up to the timing service whether
Yep.
they can.
Yep.
They can.
Oh, they definitely
Lancer
can
can do it. I mean, they do all the college meets.
So U32 took that in 9:29.74. Champlain Valley was 2nd. St. Johnsbury 3rd. Orono 4th. East Greenwich 5th. Yarmouth 6th. Essex 7th. Next heat, we got Bedford, Mass., Moses Brown, Rhode Island, Hanover, New Hampshire, Portsmouth, Rhode Island, Falmouth, Maine, Oyster River, New Hampshire, Burlington, Vermont, Plymouth, New Hampshire, Hamden Academy, Maine, Sanborn Regional, New Hampshire, and Freeport, Maine. Top seed in here comes in as a 9:44.73. Bedford and Moses Brown, Rhode Island, 9:44.75. So we'll see what they use up some of their really good runners and get under that 9:29.
You guys will have a lot to talk about. A lot of New Hampshire teams in there. A lot of New Hampshire teams. sure you know them all quite well.
We're seeing a pretty big gap already. Looks like we have a couple packs formed, but
Sanborn going out to the lead.
I was going to say
Sanborn's
that
come
looks
along.
familiar.
Yeah.
At the D3 championships, Sanborn gave us a really good show. Some of their athletes quadrupled running in their 4x8s and 4x4s, the first and last events of the day. So they have some really impressive runners. They were in D2 in New Hampshire a few years ago, so they're used to some high competition.
She went through in 66. She's gapped him. Good 25-meter lead. But you know how that 4x8 can be. You can stack it in the front or stack it in the end.
Oh, Tedford. Is that do you think that's her right there? It doesn't look like her.
Is that Stalker?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's Caitlin Stalker. Tedford will be finishing for Sanborn.
Yeah, and Tedford's just extremely strong runner. Having her as your anchor is definitely good with this lead, even though it's
Hanover led off with
dwindled
Leah
a little
Perrott,
bit.
who was our cross-country state champion, Division II.
Just for some future events, I know that Oyster River has a 4x8 out there, and they have two really solid runners, Haley Cavan on the 16 and Mackenzie Cook in the 3200. They were a part of the 4x8 at the state championship. We'll have to look to see if they're going to be in it today with their big performances coming up later.
Yeah, Hanover taking the lead. Looks like Falmouth's starting to get in there. They've moved up into second. Look, they're going to be challenging for first here. She's making a pretty good move. But this race has tightened up quite a bit. So we got Falmouth, Hanover, Sanborn, Burlington, Freeport. So Marty, is this Glastonbury team coming up in the next tee? Do they locked and ready to go for the meet record?
They are bringing their A game, from what I understand.
Yeah, so
They ran for points in the class meet, and they made the Open. They did really well at the Open. Without their A team, they are locked and ready to go, as you like to say.
So we could see a sub-9 maybe?
That's the goal.
Yeah.
I mean, would they run 9:05 indoors? They set the meet record indoors.
Yeah, it looks like they have a 90.29.
Yeah, I think that was at
Indoors,
Nationals
yeah.
when they made All-American there.
Yeah, that's a New England. They're the New England meet record holders.
Yeah,
too.
the meet record holders. But as my friend Steve McChesney like to say, the Newton South girls still hold the New England indoor records, like 8:56, something like that. So we're gonna see, but we'll see a go at it. We'll see on the go on the outdoor record. I'm not really
So
sure.
the outdoor record, 9:05 by LaSalle, 2014. So they should be able to give that a good run at it.
Yeah, I'd love to see a meet record go down in the first event.
Yeah, they came without their best runners. Ran 9:19. They can definitely. It's that 9:0 something is definitely within range. It's gonna be, that fast heat is gonna, it's gonna be impressive. Because like we've been saying, the good days later in the season is when you have the good performances. Like we're seeing here on this heat right now.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of changes over the past lap, but that looks like Hanover is still taking a pretty decisive lead now. Oyster River is making a really big move. They've been in the back of the pack, but they look like they might try to take second on this stretch.
So Hanover, Oyster River, Falmouth, Burlington, Moses Brown right now. Hanover's got a decent lead. But you never know who front loads and who back loads.
Yeah,
these events.
exactly.
These relays are often like an accordion. They stretch out and they come back together. So, because you never know who's, it's personalities.
Yep.
Who likes to run from the front? Who likes to come from behind?
You can see the gaps closing up a little bit right here.
Yeah, and there's going to be a big move for second. That is
Yeah.
quite the kick if she can maintain that going into the home
Falmouth's
stretch.
definitely closing it up a little bit.
They're going to hand off at 7:20.
Not exactly the best handoff, but got the job done.
Yeah.
People always say, like, 4x8 handoffs, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. You need to work on those because a lot of times 4x8s come down to tenths of a second. And, you're digging in and somebody's coming up on you. You want that extra tenth of a second, 2/10 of a second that a good handoff will afford you. I've seen too many races won and lost by that amount. Leaders coming through the 200 in about 34 seconds. Solid opening for 200.
Looks like Falmouth's going to take this lead here.
So you got to figure Falmouth must be coming through in like 33 then.
And you
And she's going to make the move going into lane 2.
Yeah, and in this event, you can't just sit and ride.
Yeah.
I mean, you really got
I
to work
like
it
that a
because
lot,
that
actually.
929 is sitting out there. And if you have any chance of placing in the top 6, you got to make it happen. Oyster River's strong, huh?
Yeah, they
She's
got
working
the
back up.
baton in 3rd or 4th, so they're holding it together. This pack has really became a top 4 one other than Hanover, who was just dominating the past 3 laps.
So it's Falmouth, Hanover, Oyster River, Burlington, Moses Brown.
She's opening up a gap, looking really strong. Like that's the thing about relay runners. You really have to know your body and your effort because it's so easy to go out too fast in the 800 or too slow. So you really have to click those 33 and then come through in 70 seconds or whatever you're trying to do. You have to be able to know that because you don't have like a race where everybody can kind of judge of each other. You know your competitors.
The girl in 4th is looking like she's gaining pretty good.
Yeah, and on that point, I mean, an open 400, an open or a 4x4, an open 800, and a 4x8 are just completely different races in the way you have to attack it.
I always love watching the back straightaway when 2 runners go banging heads on a 4x4. You know they're going to pay for it at the end, but which one's going to pay more?
Wow, look
And
at
this is a really good push.
Does she have enough
She's
yet?
going to get it.
Nice.
Well done.
9:51 approximately unofficially there on the clock.
Burlington
Still,
pulled
Heat
that one
1
out. Yeah,
is still leading the way right now.
by a lot, actually.
Yeah,
Burlington took
U32
that
really gave us a
950.
show.
Falmouth 950, Hanover 953, Moses Brown 954. But yeah, that was a good close by Burlington. But that first heat 929. Looks like they might have a really good shot at placing with a 929. But we'll see. This is a real tough heat coming up.
Yeah, up next will be the heat we should be handing out the medals to. But remember, we said this before. It can come from any section, any heat. And that often happens a lot of times. I've seen New England champions come from the previous heats. Indoor, first and second, 1,000 came from the
Right.
second heat.
Yep. It happens a lot in the 800 and the 1,000.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yep. Well, that happened in Connecticut just last week. Two boys went 1-2 in the fast heat, and they got nipped by two people in the previous heat. So you can't call the previous heat the slow heat anymore because they were the
Right.
faster ones.
We had that happen last week in the Meet of Champions with the 4x400.
Oh, that's awful. Like you cross the line at the
Yeah.
end of the meet, and you're all excited, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. All right, in this Heat 3, we got Glastonbury coming in with a 9:17, Greenwich with a 9:19, Hall with a 9:21, E.O. Smith 9:22, and then it goes Summers, Connecticut, Pinkerton, Oliver Ames, Mass, LaSalle, Rhode Island, Mercy, Connecticut, Lowell, Mass, and North Kingstown, Rhode Island. So the top 5 are all Connecticut schools, and so this should be a really good battle.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe we had the wind on our back, both in the front and back straightaway. I don't know what it was. The weather was perfect. Connecticut, I was updating that we had 10 state open records set on Monday.
Oh, wow.
10. 6 on the girls' side, 4 on the boys. 3 all-time state records on Monday alone. I was updating my record list like all week long. I don't think I'm still 100% caught up with it, but man, it's been incredible what's been going on throughout New England this spring.
So what was the status on Hergenrother? Did he run
He ran the 4x8.
4x8, but did he do anything else?
Nope, that was it.
That was it?
Yep. We'll talk about them when we get to
Yep.
when we get to the boys. But right now, we want to focus on the ladies because this is their time to shine right now. I'm excited to see.
It's going to be a
what
good
all these
one.
Teams, yeah. They're all staying on the line. Everybody's equal right now. I believe they're going to run their A team of Anna Paluska, Brooke Strauss. This is Glastonbury, Ava Gattinella, and Jackie Dudas.
Yep.
You add up their times, they're right around 9:01, 9:02.
Wow.
Their goal for today is try to break the Connecticut. That's one of their goals is try to break the Connecticut state record of 9:05.
Which happens to be the meet record as well.
Yeah.
So they can really kill two birds with one stone today.
Well, it was held by Talland. Some girls I knew very well at my previous cross country camp. They all came, and it was great. You know, it was incredible. Talland had like a 3 or 4 year string. One year they scored 15 points in the class meet, and then they won 3 straight opens in a row, and they set all kinds of records. Right off the bat, 33 seconds.
And that's North Kingstown, Rhode Island, leading the way.
Yep, Glastonbury's in second right now.
Lowell's in third. Somerset fourth. LaSalle fifth. Hall sixth. Pinkerton seventh.
Glastonbury is also All-American indoors in the 4x800, so they are very much an experienced program. Here come the Guardians through the quarter in about 1:08. Team in red in there is Summers. They are what we call a Class S school in Connecticut, which means their smallest division. They always seem to compete. Like they're always trying to make New England's. In cross country, they finished top 10 in Connecticut a couple of times from Class S, which is very rare. And they finally made New England's as a team, the 4x8 here. So we got some mixture up top.
Yeah, Lauren Moskall just from Hall just
yep.
pulled herself right up into the front.
Yeah, Hall's got a real chance too. Lauren's a solid runner. She's also on their 4x4. She came out from soccer, and she came out from cross country the first time. Had a great transition, and she's been loving life since cross country. Very good soccer player, but it looks like she's a better runner.
Well, Dara Salker from Summers, she held her own. So this is going to be a good one right here. So about 2:18.
Glastonbury, watch them. That was 2:22 approximately.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a look at it.
You have to remember, Glastonbury has the #1 ranked half miler that should be going on later on today, and she's in this relay along with Brooke Strauss, another 212 girl. So while they're behind right now, they kind of got, it looks like Jackie Dudas, who's like a 220 girl. So they're just going faster from now on.
Yeah, you can see that gap starting to close up now.
But Hall's still looking great. One of Hall's coaches, she's the daughter of two-time Olympic champion Lindy Remigino. Here comes Glastonbury going through in about 106, so you can see that gap is shrinking. Lindy Remigino is the one that started our state records in Connecticut. Very well connected in the sport, and his daughter, his daughter is doing a great job at Hall right now.
His son had the state record for quite a while.
Yeah, Mike. Yep.
Mike Remigino. He's
Yep.
from my era.
Oh, really? Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Mike graduated my year. Not that we ever competed against each other. I don't know. Maybe we're on the same starting line at a race somewhere, but Hall is looking fantastic right now. My buddy on My Sports Results is their other coach. He coaches throwers. But he was Ron Knapp was the coach of Gavin and Callum Sherry. So I'm sure he's probably lending his experience a little bit to this group.
So this is Abigail Sanderson. She held him off great. Because I thought Glastonbury was really closing it up, and then it just maintained. So they got some work to do. And this will probably make it go faster, too. When you got a duck out in front of you, you gotta get. So 436, 437. So basically 912.
That was a 219 split, and here comes Brooke Strauss. She's run 212 already this year. She's indoors a couple times. She's had this kind of a lead on her, and she's just eaten the lead up.
I mean, she looks like she's already going after it right now.
Yep.
Yeah, she's making up a lot of ground. Who's the runner from Hall in that one? Do you know? It's like they list 5 names, and I'm not sure.
What was the other 2 names?
Um,
Because I know the.
so on this one, it could be Julia
Nope, the other one.
Ryland Priest.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah, Riley Priest.
I think
Ryland
so.
Priest.
Yep. Ryland. Yep. Look at just now. The same thing happened indoors. Brooke took it out really hard like this. I think that might have cost them the breaking 9 minutes because she didn't. She was a couple seconds slow when she could have run, but she immediately ate it up in this first half. Let's see if she's a little bit stronger now. It's a few months later. She's been healthy this whole time, from what I understand. That's a 65 right there.
Yeah, she's zipping
Yeah,
along.
she looks really smooth right now. Of course,
Yeah.
it's only through 400, but
But we've definitely
I wouldn't
separated the
doubt her
group.
right now.
I always like to say it's coming around this turn. A lot of people can go through in whatever pace through, 65, 70, whatever it is, but holding that rhythm around the turn, because when you get to 200 meters to go, everybody, feels their oats. But coming around the turn, that's when pain starts setting in. You can see she slowed up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you can see quite a bit right there. Leaning forward.
That's a 140 through 600 meters.
So you got Glastonbury, Hall, Summers, Greenwich, North Kingstown, E.O. Smith, Oliver Ames, and Pinkerton right now are your top 8. Yes.
Because now I think they're going to be handing off to the state open champion, Annika Paluska. So as long as they give her a little comfortable lead, that should be enough.
Is it Alexandra Paluska or Golder?
No, that's Paluska.
Paluska.
Yep. That's a 216. Do you have the order there?
Well, yeah, it comes up. It didn't. There might have been a typo or something. If you look, it says Alexander Golder.
No, I don't recognize that name. No, it was Jackie Dudas, Ava Gattinella, Brooke Strauss, and now Annika Paluska.
Okay.
And they handed off at about 7 minutes.
Yeah, Paluska won the Open in 2:10.87. She's number one seed here today. We'll see if that holds up, especially after this. She's going to have one lap to go. She looks so smooth. She's so strong. Remember interviewing her. She's just taller than all the other girls. 105, that's 803. So it's looking like they're not going under 9, probably under 9:10. But look at that gap that's opening up between even second and third. Is that Greenwich is in? They're both red. They
Right. Summers is in third. Greenwich is in
Summers
fourth.
is in third. Wow.
Yeah, they're holding their own today.
I'm very impressed by how they're doing.
Third and on might not beat the first section.
But for Summers to get all New England, if they're able to hold on to this and finish third, fourth or so, that is that's going to have a banner on the wall. They'll remember this for the rest of their lives. Here we go, just over 9:10 now for the Guardians.
So Glastonbury takes that. They're New England champions. Followed by Hall. But now here comes the run for third. I don't think it's going to happen. I think third's coming. It's going to be St. Johnsbury.
Yeah. Like
Summers, this is like Hoosiers here, just trying to hold on for the last second. 9:36. What a fantastic effort for these ladies.
Yeah, so U32 is going to take third place.
From the first heat, taking third place. So they're going to see themselves on the podium.
So Glastonbury takes that 9:14.36. Hall second, 9:21.52. And then you go to U32 from Vermont. Then Summers will be fourth. North Kingstown, Greenwich, E.O. Smith, Oliver Ames, and Mercy. Nothing wrong with that.
I still think Glastonbury has more in the tank. Their coach, Brian Collins, announced he's retiring from track this year. So these girls now have new motivation for what they're trying to accomplish.
Okay, we got 3 heats here. We got Champlain Valley, Vermont, Portland, Maine, Bishop Hendricken, Rhode Island, St. Johnsbury, Vermont, John Baptist Memorial of Maine, Bellow Free Academy of St. Albans in Vermont, Mount Manfield Union of Vermont, U32 Vermont, Cherry Hill Regional of Rhode Island, East Greenwich, Rhode Island, Summer Memorial, Maine, and Portsmouth, Rhode Island. So one of the interesting things here, let's see if St. Johnsbury is using, well, they got a whole list of guys, if they're going to lose Andrew Thornton Sherman. So we'll just have to wait and see. Because he comes in with a 151 and a half.
He's the number one seed in the 8, so yeah, it is kind of cool how teams have the strategy. Like some will just decide to put him in there because that's going to give them the 4 kids a chance in the medal. You know, which is great.
Right.
Some decide, nope, we're going to try to run a fast time, and that's just another strategy, another way to go.
Well, he doesn't shy away from racing. I'll tell you what. And they're well coached.
You think?
I'll tell you, done good. Chip Langmay's done a great job up there.
No, I've been impressed. I've been very impressed from down in Connecticut watching.
And it's not just distance. I mean, they had a sprint relay team. Remember that team back a couple of years ago? That was unbelievable. I think they finished 5th in the country. You're not thinking Vermont boys being fast like that. You know, you're thinking more distance. But
Well, you can get it done anywhere, I guess.
that should be a good battle there, the 800 there between Redmond and the Sherman, because that's the battle of the 1,000 that won it from the slower heat.
Well, it's just going to be interesting what happens when you throw a couple of Connecticut boys in there because they ran, like I said before, they ran a very tactical race in the Open.
And you don't see that on paper.
Yeah, you don't see that on paper. They've run faster. They won 152 early in the season. A couple of boys have. So it'll be interesting to see what happens because I think the boys that took third and fourth, they're a little ticked off. They should be.
Right. I learned my biggest lesson last year from a kid from Maine, Miles Burr. He was ranked 20th in 3 events. In all 3 events, he came
they
in second.
won. Yeah, that's right.
He didn't win anything. But to me,
Yeah.
that's the athlete of the meet. You get 3 second places at New England, and you weren't ranked in the top 20 in any of them?
Well, that's a great thing about New England. Is sometimes some of these other states, the competition's not as deep. So, these kids will win their state meet, but all of a sudden they go against better people and they step up another level. That's the beautiful thing about track and field.
So right now, as it's going, Portland's leading the way, Summer Memorial second, U32 third, Cherry Hill Regional fourth, East Greenwich is in fifth. Portland's had their share of great distance runners and some great athletes over the year.
Now, which Portland is that? There's a few Portlands.
Portland, Maine.
Portland, Maine, yeah. I think there's Rhode Island one. Yeah, we do not come up with original names here in New England sometimes. We're all named after some town in England someplace. But yeah, opening that gap up. I'm always interested to see, like, talking to coaches, why did you put that guy in that order? Not to criticize or question, but just to understand what their thinking was, why they put a guy in that looks like he's going to just open it up and then their other kids run by themselves. It could be because some kids like to run by themselves. They don't like the pressure of somebody on them. I mean, who knows why they do it. But it's a chess match, your strategy used to put relay runners together.
Yes, knowing what you got, too, and how the kid's going to react, like
Exactly.
you say.
Yeah, one year I took a team down to nationals, and they made the slow heat of the 4x-mile. And so I put my slowest runner first, figuring, okay, wherever he's going to run. He was still like a mid-420 guy. So he handed off on third or fourth, and then my next slowest guy ran a 425, and he broke it open. At least those 2 guys in the slow heat had somebody to race with.
Right.
I like to do that too. So at least 2 guys have somebody to race with, and then if you put your best guy first, nobody would have anybody to race with. Just all different strategies.
So Portland came through it just about 4 minutes, so 8-minute pace. That's U32 in second, Bishop Hendrick in third. That's a pretty good gap right there.
Let's see the yo-yo, though. If anything comes back, that's one of the things that often happens in the second and third heat of these relays, is that they might have 2 very, very good runners, and then they have one that might be a 208 boy or something like that, and then all of a sudden the pack kind of comes together. These things.
He just went through in 55.
Okay, so this is obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still looks tall. He's still got the knee lift. You could just see it just there. It's dropped.
Yep.
Just right about the 20-yard line, his knee lift dropped a little bit. And now the
Yeah, you can
bear's
see-
on his back.
You can see it's coming now.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Now you're counting your steps. Get me through. Because that can be the loneliest spot right there
Yeah.
till you see the finish.
Well, at least now you can start thinking sprint mechanics. Go to your arms. But on the back straightaway, it's tough to think that way.
In a track like this, you don't think of it, but when you have those changes of color there, a lot of that can get into your head positively. When you get to that point, okay, this is where I can really go.
Yeah, having checkpoints on the track is always your best friend.
Yep.
That's a decent split, 158. So that was a good one.
Yeah, but he did that the hard way. He did it the hard way. We've got our meet director, Tim Cox, here, running the whole show, coming up to visit us on the broadcast. Woo!
I just show Steve where to go.
So U32 in second right now, Bishop Hendrick in. Second. St. Johnsbury. Then you had Bellows Free, followed by Portsmouth, Rhode Island.
Again, Portland in first, U32 in second, Eschbishock-Hebendricken in third, St. Johnsbury fourth, Bellows Free fifth. Portsmouth, Rhode Island is in sixth currently, although those back half are starting to mix it up a little bit.
Another 55.
Yeah, I don't see any notes on this Portland team, but they might see themselves under 8 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like that. They're flirting with about 7:56 right now.
Let's see if that bear is waiting on that back straightaway or not yet. He made it a little bit farther than his teammates. He's still lifting tall, but right there, his knees dropped. But he's still, I'm impressed going through in 55. They must have been told, I don't care what you do, take it out hard and then just survive. You have to train to do this. You can't just do this on your own.
Yeah, sometimes you get that big gap, and that really messes with your opponent also.
Well, right now,
Yeah,
he has no
they're
opponent.
definitely seeing themselves
He's
under
a time-
8.
Yeah,
This is a time trial for him right now.
Yeah, and they've increased that lead substantially. They probably just gained another 15 yards.
Fantastic effort.
7:58.
That was a 1:59.6 split.
So Portland takes that in 7:58.
Yeah, and we had your U32 for the girls find themselves in third after their first heat finish. And looks like Portland might be our team that might replicate that for the boys.
Good shot at it. Well, there was something we saw, though. Champlain Valley did not use the Shermanator. So he's going to be fresh for the 800.
Yeah, everybody's got their own unique strategy where they're going to put their people, why they put him where they, and it's great he's getting a chance because didn't he set the Vermont state record?
Yep.
Earlier this year? So maybe he's trying to lower it a little bit before nationals.
I mean, last year it was a battle between him and another kid. They both were like 151, 152. And he's only 11th grader, so got another year left.
Last year he was a 300 hurdler, right? Didn't he score it?
2 years ago, when he was a freshman.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that's kind of interesting. Just the way you have the ability, that athletic ability to change events.
Well, that's like Eric Nadeau.
Oh, that's the
Remember
name
him?
from the past.
He
Yep.
went from 300-meter hurdle.
All the way up to a sub 4-minute miler.
Yep.
Back when sub 4-minute miler, that was rare. I met him. This goes way back. I met him when he was leading the nation. It was like a 3:58 or something. It was
Right.
January, I think
Yep.
it was, something like that. But that, the story of him. 300 hurdles.
He was an even better half mile.
Yeah, 400, 800. And what I appreciate about him is he kept running well into his 30s. Not like world-class times, but he was still out there running 420s, 430s, still running for a while. I mean, it kind of shows, like a lot of times you see these kids, they run their, 405 mile in college, and then they're done. They don't ever step foot on a road race or track or anything else. Like, I mean, yeah, maybe you can't get back down to 405 again, but you can still have a lot of fun running 415s,
Oh, he did well.
Yeah, that's a blast from the past.
Okay, Heat 2, we got Amherst Pelham of Massachusetts. We got Milford, New Hampshire. Wakefield Memorial of Massachusetts. Ludlow of Mass. Nashua South, New Hampshire. Scarborough, Maine. Hanover, New Hampshire. Pinkerton, New Hampshire. Bonnie Eagle, Maine. Goffstown, New Hampshire. Cheverus, Maine. And Burlington, Vermont. So 801 comes in as the top seed in Heat 2 with Amherst Pelham. So right now, the time to beat is 7:58.
I'd be interesting to see if the first heat beats the second heat. I'd be surprised if 758 scores, but it would be interesting to see if they beat the second heat.
Yeah, I mean, 7:58 is good, but
Yeah, it
there's
won't
there-
last in the last heat.
I'm not thinking it's gonna.
Yeah, I don't
think
so
it's
either.
gonna place.
Yeah. Those kind of times haven't placed in a while.
Unless it gets strategic and people start thinking, you know what I mean? You're thinking win, be a New England titleist, but you can't fall asleep on a 7:58.
Well, look at this heat alone. The seeds, the top couple are 801, 803, 804. Figured, if they feel a little better, they can drop under 8. But then you get to the hot heat, you have all but one under 8. So 11 are under 8 minutes already. And I know there are a couple that are adding people in, so. Too flat. So starting off right on that 8-minute pace.
That's Wakefield leading the way. You got Wakefield, Milford, Amherst, Pelham, Goffstown, Hanover, Bonnie Eagle. Bonnie Eagles had some good teams, good cross-country teams and good relay teams, and they've had some pretty good athletes over the last few years.
Isn't it interesting though? We always see the same schools up in New England. There's certain schools from each state that they're always making the journey.
They have the ball rolling.
Yep. Like in cross country, U32. I don't think I've ever been to New England in cross country without U32 there.
Right.
Or Thetford Academy. They always seem to make it too. Going through about 58, so possibly another 2 flat. Looking like about an 8-minute performance here, which is great.
Battle of Wakefield and Milford right now. Bonnie Eagle kind of stuck in between the two packs.
I'm looking at the New England meet record was 7:40. I remember I coached a team that was third in that race, and we were like, yeah, we're not catching those guys. That was quite a ways away. That record from Hamden, that record is standing the test of time. I think they still have the New England record of 7:35 for the overall New England record.
What year was that one?
2010.
2010.
The great Chris Fitzsimons was the anchor on those teams. He was a 403, I think it was 403 or 404 anchor guy on the DMR. Won that 148 and a half mile, 4x8. Just incredible. I actually learned a lot from him as a coach. You see so many athletes. Every single meet they go out and they just run like in the half mile. They go out in 54, 53. They trying to break a record, and they run like 152, 53, 54, whatever, and they always run short of the record. He would always say, "I'm just running to win. As the competition gets better, I just want to win." And so he never went out like on regular invitationals in 53 or 54. He just went out to win, and he always had a faster kick at the end. And when competition get better, he was used to winning. I was always amazed at that comment he said, and that kind of framed my coaching philosophy for a while too. Just run to win, and then as the competition gets better, your times will drop.
So your record's still Ryan Farrell still has your
The state open record.
state open record.
Yeah, that was from a couple years ago. Yeah, he really popped one out that day. I mean, he was a very good runner, but it was like a 2-second PR or something like that. He was he was a good runner, but he popped one out that day.
Yeah, he's my son's teammate at Louisville.
Oh, is he really?
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
from Cheshire. Yeah,
Yep.
Cheshire.
He's still popping some pretty good ones out, but
Yeah, I just because I want to say either Chris Fitzsimons or Parker Boudreau had the half-mile record, or Cass Loxam, one of those three guys who went on to these fantastic things. So it was a solid record, and this kid was a good runner. Like, I figured he'd be second or third or fourth, but I didn't expect him to get a record.
right. Okay, we're handing off. Still about just a hair over 2 minutes, so we're at 6:03 at this point. So we're gonna need some fast times for these guys to get going to beat that first heat. He's taking it out like he's going to.
Well, that's, you gotta place your people where you need to. It's like some people will put their best two runners at the anchor. I know whenever I put my best guy in the anchor, a guy that likes to win. When I've had a kid like that, when I've been fortunate enough to have a kid like that, no matter what it is, he's gonna win. You put that guy last.
So you got Wakefield followed by Pinkerton. And then you got Milford, Scarborough, Amherst, Pelham, and then Goffstown. That that lead's starting to shrink a
yeah,
little bit.
the Pinkerton anchor came out the first 200 like it was a 400.
It's there for the taking right now. If Pinkerton can just close up. Now he's looking down.
He's
at
looking
his,
down
He
already.
looked down at his legs.
He was looking down
for a second
he was
there.
looking
I'm like,
down 300
okay.
meters in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that back straight
They,
away.
they,
Oh,
they
man.
they both are sucking wind right now. Oh, don't be surprised if fourth place doesn't pull up here and grab one of these guys. Now he's in third.
It's going to be tough to beat that 7:58 time as we look at the clock right now.
think
With
it's
a little
happening.
over 100 to go. They have
No
to run
way.
8
Yeah,
seconds
that's not
here.
gonna-
That's
yep.
not going to
It's not
happen.
happening.
Well, history's repeating itself. The first heat is setting up times faster
I think
than
the
the second
Pinkerton
heat.
I mean,
kid's about to get swallowed up by the vulture right there. See if he's got any fight in him. A little.
oh, I think he might
I
have
think he
got
might
him.
have got it back.
Yeah, Pinkerton
He
did
did.
get 8:12.
So 8:08 for Wakefield, Pinkerton 8:12, Scarborough 8:12, Goffstown 8:15, Milford 8:16, Amherst 8:16, Nashville South 8:19, Bonnie Eagle 8:22. Yeah, he showed a little fight there in the end, which was good, nice.
Now, here comes the hot heat. This is heat that could go under 750. We've got Bedford, New Hampshire will be in 1. They come with a seat of 747. Brookline, Mass in 2, 749. Then we have Lowell, Mass in 3, 750. So look at that. 3 teams could go under 750 right there. Hall at 751.03. Then we have Greenwich, East Lyme, 752. Classical, Rhode Island, 753. Listen to these times. Bristol Central seated 8th, 755. Then we have Xavier, who's dropping some new runners in here. They're seated 9th, followed by Xavier and Brothers of Massachusetts, 756. Then we got the Spartans from Amity, 758. And we got Barrington, Rhode Island in here, just at 8 flat.
So last year, Hall finished second, I believe, right, to Cole Brown.
Yeah, that was Cole Brown
that's a-
really
that's a good
popping
battle.
off. They just ran fantastic. It was a beautiful race to watch.
And-
Bedford, they set the New Hampshire state record, and they're going to try to make it the second consecutive year that New Hampshire wins the 4x800. That'd be a great accomplishment for the Granite State.
Yeah, and they're going to try to improve upon that state
Yep.
record that they just set a week ago.
I'll tell you what, they got one heck of a closer. If he's in the fight, I don't
They
see too
they
many
have
people
one heck
beating
of a
him.
1-2 of a third and fourth leg. Well, Beckering ran. Well, he ran like a 154 last week, didn't
Right.
he?
Yep.
Brookline knows how to win. They're the Massachusetts Meet a Champions winner. Lowell was second in the MOC. Then we have Hall. They were second at Connecticut State Open. Richfield set the State Open record, 739, but they're bypassing this meet to get ready for Nationals, where they were second in the 4x8 last year, and they won the DMR last spring and again this winter. So they're kind of gearing up for the national meet. So they're not here. But after Hall, we've got Greenwich was third at the Connecticut State Open. East Lyme, they could improve their team a lot. They have a couple guys that ran the mile, 2 mile. They could be put in here. Classical Rhode Island was the Rhode Island state champ. Bristol Central is in there. They were 5th in Connecticut. And Xavier's a team we want to keep an eye on. I believe they're all in black. Sometimes they're in white, but I think they're all in black. They definitely loaded their team up.
That might be them making a crazy push right now to try to get into second.
Here comes Hall.
Hall ain't messing around. Bedford's in dead last right now. I don't know what's going on here, but probably just running within himself right now because it's not a bad split. So 155 split. .203 split for Bedford.
Yeah, I don't recognize the second leg for Bedford.
That was Jacob Salowitz for Hall, handing off to Connor Mayer. Connor's more of a true flat guy.
I can tell you right now, this is not the same team. Graduation day. In
Oh, yeah.
Bedford. So I think this is the second stringers.
Is that number 11? Is that Amity?
$11 is Amity. Yes.
Wow, the Spartans looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, so it looks like Bedford's just they put their younger guys in. They earned the way. They just switched it out for the relay.
Is that third place, that Xavier in black? Can't quite see. I'm looking for the X. Seated third. Nope. Yep, that's Xavier in third, about to be overtaken.
Yep. So you had Hall, Amity, Xavier, Lowell, Greenwich, East Lyme. Well, I wouldn't have
Going
talked
through in
Bedford
one
up that much. If I'd known, I should have looked at it before.
Yeah, it makes sense. I forget that probably a lot of schools' graduation days were last night.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you right now, if Redmond's fresh and Sherman's fresh, you might see a sub 150 today. You could. It's definitely possible.
That's what I was thinking.
Because Shermanator is going to fight you to the end, and Redmond is just too good to let him go.
Now, here's a big mystery for Hall. That was a 2:01.8 split approximately. Hall's got John York. Interesting story. He won the state open from the slow heat in the 300 his sophomore year. Did the same thing in the 600 his junior year. And then his senior year, almost made the story book ending, moved up to the sprint medley anchor, came within hundredths of a second of winning the state open in the sprint medley, running the 800 leg. He's been on and off this year with injuries. His coach just said to me, like, his projected split was a big question mark. Like, he's run a 154 before. But, you know, we'll see. But John is probably one of the more competitive athletes I've seen. And look at him, he's so strong. He's going to Princeton next year.
It's a good battle between Xavier and Hall.
That's Keith. I'm sorry, that's John Olette. He was a state open champ at the half mile. They went through in 57. Yeah, these two are friends. Their coaches are friends. I'm sure they probably interact with each other quite a bit. Look at this battle in the back straightaway.
Third place is going to get himself back into this.
You can see now John York is overstriding a little bit right now, but he's such a strong runner. Went through at about 127 approximately. Yeah, Xavier's definitely up in their game today. They're going to steal the win. They've got a lot of pride. Xavier's always a great distance team. They've got a lot of pride in this one event. But Hall has been dominating the past few years. They've really done well in the relays, getting an All-American a few times. But here comes Xavier, and here comes Hall. That was a 159.5 for John York. Not bad for a guy his training's been spotty this year, but he just sucked it up for his team.
Tell you what, that first heat's going to pull off the top four.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe they have a good shot at top six for sure.
Okay,
They ran a 58, right? So
that's Owen Martin in the lead for Xavier. He's another 4'11", 4'12", 1,600-meter runner. And second is Gabe Sisk. He ran 155. He's run 154 before. Martin's like a 156 guy, I think, somewhere around there. So now we got all the marbles. We got a top three. We got a race.
So we got Xavier, Hall, Greenwich.
Xavier was All-American
Lyme,
last
I
year in the
believe.
distance medley relay at New Balance Nationals Outdoors. and Owen Martin. They're both juniors, so they're coming back. Xavier's got a good young program coming back. Sisk is narrowing the gap just a little bit.
I think he's going
I
to
think
get
he's
him.
going to get him. Depends on when he decides to make the
126.
move.
Just narrowing a little bit. Now it's going to come down to does Xavier have another gear? Can they get on the finish line and find another gear?
Now, this might have just been timed too perfectly for Hall. They were able to sit through that last curve, and now they're just kicking it here on the home stretch.
That's Gabe Sisk. Wow, what an incredible race. That was a 157.
They are going to get fourth. They're going to get third.
They're going to get third. So
They get third.
that's just like the girls with U32 then.
So in this heat, Hall takes it 753.88. Xavier 755.07. Greenwich came in third in this heat, but will finish fourth overall. 759.77. East Lyme 804.59. Lowell 806.10. Amity 806.26. Barrington 808.34. And Brookline 814.69. So Portland pulled one out.
Yeah, just like with the girls, we see the winner of the first heat find themselves on the podium.
It just proves to you you can do it from anywhere.
Yeah, you can only run the race that you're in. That was great.
Look at the hurdle crew getting the hurdles on the track already. As we get the hurdles on, I just want to remind everybody this broadcast is being brought to you by the State Running Network, made up of Bay State Running, Ocean State Running, New Hampshire Track and Field, and My Sports Results, powered by Marathon Sports / Hoka, with stores in 22 retail locations covering the Boston metro area, North and South Shores, Central and Western Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. So those of you that appreciate our coverage that we give you all year on those websites, make sure you support Marathon Sports. It allows it to be free, and it's not behind a paywall. We definitely appreciate all the support they give us throughout the years. Got to give them a shout out. I always like looking at all the equipment we have between the cameras and the computers and all the other wires and stuff. And, Marathon Sports allows us all to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of technical abilities that go into this. Greg Hall and Davio DeLuca do a lot. And I couldn't tell you where any of these wires go.
Oh, yeah.
And it's crazy. But, no, it's come a long way. They put a lot of their heart and soul in it. And it's a great production.
Yeah, you'd think.
To pick it up and to go from meet to meet to meet and realize how much it really goes into it, just the whole camera settings. And this isn't the easiest place either, because you'll see here that I don't know if you can see from where we're looking at, but we can't really see lanes 6, 7, and 8. So we've got to have cameras down there that match us all up.
And that's the great thing about it is they do that. We try to provide the best coverage possible. And here we go. Wow, we've already moved on to Heat 1.
Okay, we got LaFontaine from Pontegasset, Fisher from Summer, Pelletier from Wyndham, Crossell of Lyme, Cardy of Oyster River, Brueck of North Country, Vermont, Burlett of Mount Mansfield, and Chutelli of Cranston. So it looks like Brueck took that in a 14.8, Cardy 14.93 from Oyster River. So those two probably stand a good chance of moving on.
And here we go, Heat 2. They're going to start moving this around. Deslin Robles from Rogers. Robin Tazarin from Burr and Burton. 3 is Emily Brown from Cheraho. Squirrel Lance is in 4 from Cheshire. 5 is Tamara Green from Plainville. 6 is Reese Vital from Cranston West. Sonia Bredding Brown from Deering is next.
All of this is based on time, just not on place going into the finals.
Oh, so no. Even if you win your heat, you might not
Nope.
qualify
Nope,
for
it's all
finals.
top
So
8 times.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's the only fair way of doing it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Squirrel Lance from Cheshire, they going to Yale. They were 4th at the Open, and third in the Open at 300. And Tamara Green from Plainville. Sorry about that, guys. She was fifth at the Open. And this is her first time at New England. Plainville is a team that's really stepping up and trying to make their way onto the elite in the state now.
Squirrel Lands is definitely first in my book as far as the best name. I love that name, Squirrel.
They're a very good writer, I understand. Award-winning writer. It's great to see all these kids out there. They excel in other areas. But she's a fantastic hurler. She's been developing so nicely each year. There they are in red.
Well, she's got some
Yeah, and
challenge.
her hips don't even. She stays very steady over the hurdles.
There's Plainville, the two Connecticut runners.
She might have gotten beat on that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Green. That just kind of nipped her at the end. Tamara Green from Plainville. They were very close last week at the Open, so this is, hopefully those times will kind of carry on through.
You know, 1473 for Green and 1479 for Lon. So those two are in right now.
Moving on to Heat 3. Lauren Lowe from Brewer, Maine. Molly Riley from Walpole, Mass. Morgan Doherty from Concord is in 3. We're going to look about Annika Scott from Bedford, New Hampshire. Nira Joseph from Billerica Memorial is in 5. Regina O'Leary from South Burlington's in 6. And Sydney Lagasse from John the Baptist Memorial in Maine is in 7.
Annika Scott comes in. She's our state record holder, 417.
Newly set.
She's broke the record twice now.
Yeah, she's seated second overall among everybody. Also won the long jump. Indoors, she was second in the 55 hurdles at New England's. So
I'm hoping today maybe we can get a sub. Well, that flag is definitely going the right way. We might get a sub.
Sub 14, maybe?
Yeah, sub 14 is
Yeah.
in the making. You got a 14:15 and a 14:17 here today.
Yeah.
well,
Could happen.
Bubble time is 15:52.
look at that. She just opens up. That lead leg is snapping down so quickly. Look at her arms. Her arms moved so well.
She dinged one hurdle. That's it. That's going to be a low 14.
Ooh, she ties her PR right there.
14:17 again. Joseph Billerica, 14:99. Doherty, 15:43. Riley of Walpole, 15:61. O'Leary, South Burlington, 15:63. Lagasse, 15:91. Yeah, so another state record.
And that's really impressive. We look at the wind on the other heats, and those are all plus 3.1, plus 2.9. That heat was plus 0.8.
Right.
Moving on to Heat 4. Catherine Tran from Westwood. Then we have Isabel Mostukas from U32. Sydney Schoenbach from Riverdale, Vermont. Riverdale, Vermont. Then we have our top seed, Dage Duncan from Bloomfield. Maddox Lovely from Newport is in 5. Tiana Brown from Nashua North is in 6. And Jalen Huffman from West Warwick is in 7. Duncan's the top seed overall today. She was second in Connecticut State Open. Leona Knox is choosing not to run. She set the Connecticut State record of 13.70. She's getting ready for nationals.
Unbelievable.
I
huh?
mean, yeah.
Holy moly.
She not only the fact that she ran so fast at the State Open, she also got, I think, third in the 100, and she got second with a 19.5 in the long jump, all within like an hour and a half of each other. Like, boom, trials, finals. But Deja Duncan right now is
A 13.7. That's unbelievable.
Deja's only a sophomore right now, and she grew up in Bloomfield, but then she left for Florida for a few years. She did great in Florida as a freshman, scoring their classmates. Now she's back up here. She doesn't mind the cold weather. She's doing great.
What's that 13.70 get you in top in the country?
Oh, I have that someplace. But look at Duncan in orange with the orange headband, blue top. Look at that.
Yeah, this is going to be a good battle between her and Annika.
She's even a better 300 and 400 hurdler, too. I mean, if you can believe that.
14:20.
So 14:20. Lovely 15:17. Wow, she popped one. Schoenbach, Riverdale, 15:42. Masakas, U32, 15:77. Brown, Nashua North, 15:79. Tron, Westwood, 15:99. So how about Lovely stepping up? That's a big improvement for her.
Yeah, and I think she might have just found herself in the final with that time right there.
What was the bubble time?
Our bubble time before that was 15:42.
Oh, so she's in. So not a huge improvement for her, but definitely got her in there. That's what you want.
Yeah, and it's only the prelim. You don't want to
Put it all
exert
in.
yourself too much.
What goes as a sprinter? What goes through your mind? Like the hurdles, you really can't back off, really. But
Yeah.
what goes through your mind as you're running the sprints in the prelim and final? Like how do you handle the double duty there?
Well, it depends. If you're really on top of it and you're checking like the heats, maybe you kind of know where you're at, but you really can't get complacent either. You got to take out that first 50, 60 meters really, really hard. And if you're not feeling any pressure, then maybe you'll ease up. But in a day where anyone can qualify, you know, you can't. You're not safe if you win your heat. You kind of got to go out there. So New England's makes it very tough on you. But I mean, it's just 100 meters. If you have some strength, like you're gonna come back and you're gonna run well, especially in conditions like this. So if I'm out there running a PR in the prelim, I'm not too worried about my efforts.
All right, this first boys heat, we got Jalen Mosley of LaSalle Academy, Joseph Cook of Southeastern Regional Mass, Delonte Senior of Bloomfield, Connecticut, Kai Yin of Lowell, Mass, Stephen Pierre, Levitt area, Maine, and Tucker Hall from South Burlington, Vermont. 1440 Senior comes in with, and Yin comes in with a 1446. This is another one. We'll have a decent challenge of the New England record. We have a 1380 coming in here. The record, I believe, is 1370.
Yeah, Sam Fort he's found another level this spring. He was very good last year in the shadows of Josh Mooney last year, who went
Mooney was a stud, huh?
Yeah, he just got second in the Big East in the decathlon as a true freshman. You know.
So
And
where do you end up going, Mooney?
UConn.
UConn.
Where they specialize in decathletes there at
Yep.
UConn.
You're right. Just last night in the NCAAs, a kid from Nebraska wins it. No one was talking about him, and he went out and basically stole the race. Flag looks like it's moving pretty good right now in the right direction. I mean, do you like that or do you like it? You know what I mean? It's going to give you a fast time, but is it?
Well, for these hurdlers,
Yeah.
that
Oh, you don't want it
you
for the
don't
hurdles.
want. I mean, we were looking at over 3
Yeah.
meters per second tailwind on the last heat. Sometimes as a hurdler, that can really throw you off.
You don't want it pushing up on you.
Oh yeah, I've seen hurdlers go down because they just come up too fast in a hurdle.
Yeah, we'll have to check their steps here.
So lane 1 is empty.
Yeah, this is a rhythm race as much as it is a speed race. Senior looks pretty good in orange.
Wow.
He
And
really
talk
hit
about
it.
a snap on the way down.
It's like yen.
That was Yen.
Yep.
Ooh,
Comes in with a
yeah,
14:19
improves on his
PR.
seat time.
Yep. 1425 for Yen Senior. Bloomfield 1453. Cook of Southeastern 1466. Pierre of Levitt 1477. Mosley. So we don't know. No Chong this week from New Hampshire. So I don't know.
Moving on to Heat 2. Shakari Medina from Rogers, Rhode Island's in 1. Jamison Isaac from Pinkerton Academy is in 2. Ethan Palmer from Mount Arrett is in 3. Dante Roman from Kennedy of Waterbury is in 4. This one, I love the name. Talk about names. Bobby Wind, appropriate name for a runner. From Barrington, Rhode Island is in 5. Ryan Demers from Central Catholic Mass is in 6. And on the outside is Cole Henderson from Sohegan, New Hampshire. One of your boys there. He's out in lane 7. Dante Roman comes in with 14:39 seed time. He was 3rd at the Connecticut State Open This was his first time that he made the state open, and first time that he's obviously made New England's. So he's really coming on nicely as a senior.
Where's he going next year? Do you have any idea?
I do not have that information. I do have a list of where kids are going. I have over 100 names up in Connecticut
Wow.
of where kids are going. I start collecting in the fall. We post it, and then people send it to us, and I look for some kids. And they always announce on Instagram, and it's great to kind of celebrate where they're going. But I don't think I have him yet.
You got any kids staying back?
Yeah, redshirting.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be next.
Ooh, this has come right. Oh, yeah, I think he might have sneaked it in. So Wynn takes that.
1470.
I'm not going to say it, but you know what's out there. He ran like the wind, huh?
Yeah.
Heat 3, Jared Lesk from Barrington's in 1. Devin Skiba from Ludlow, Mass. is in 2. Harry Miller from Hopkinton is in 3. Then we have Ethan Knight. He is in 4 with a seed time of 14:31. Joe Nam is the next best seed in this heat from Hall, 14:58. John Child from Pinkerton, New Hampshire is in 6. Then we have Hasten Hobby from Winslow, Maine. He's in 7.
So what's the bubble time right now?
Both time is 1517.
17.
Knight is the second fastest seed. He was 3rd of the Massachusetts Meet of Champions. Of course, my buddy Joe Nam, he ran a 7:45 at the Yale Invitational in indoor, and the next day he breaks his wrist. And he was supposed to get surgery. It was going to take him out the whole year. Healed super fast. And he was Class L champ this spring. Did well at the Open. Now he's back here trying to get all New England. One of the nicest, most positive guys out there.
So no lane 3, Harry Miller.
Yeah, they are settling with rocks. That's the most nerve-wracking thing of all. Yeah, that's the worst when they tell you to stand up. Because you're all supremely focused, and then you have to stand back up.
Yeah, that's what happened last night in the hurdles and the NCAAs. The kid from Nebraska, the first time they went through and they got a green card, he had an awful start. And his second start, he blew it right out and won it. And it was just like he was glad there was a false start.
New England officials have to make sure everything's done just exactly right. Perhaps somebody maybe had their hands on the line or something, or
Lane 2 got the yellow?
so he probably had his hand or something, or it wasn't set. Sometimes you sprinters, you don't set fast enough. You got to follow the instructor's commands, the starter's commands.
And they're finally off.
Ooh, tight race.
Looks like Nam has got a slight advantage. Another thing about Nam that's interesting is he ran 7:45 indoors in 4:55, which is a great time. But the same weekend, he ran a 7:10 is his PR in the 55 dash. That's very unusual. His hurdle form is just immaculate to be able to run that fast in the hurdles. To run 3/10 within his PR of the 55 is incredible. Okay, moving on to Heat 4. We still have Heat 5, so we've got 2 more heats to go. We've got Wilder Thomas from St. Johnsbury, Vermont. Aiden Lee from Gorham, Maine. Sanjay Hezek from Essex is in 3. Byron McLean from Derby's in 4. Marvin Escalera from Windsor, Connecticut is in 5. Josh Wright from Gorham, Maine is in 6. And Carter Foss from Colchester is in 7. Top 2 seeds will be McLean coming in 14:31 and Escalera 14:58. McLean was second at the State Open. He was 10th indoors in the 55 hurdles at New England's. And last year at New England's, he was 7th in the 110 hurdles last spring. And Escalera, a junior, is just making a name for himself. Set his PR at the State Open. He was 6th in the Connecticut State Open. Those are the top 2 seeds in his heat.
Bowl time has changed to 14:77.
Now we're working down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll probably take about a 14:05 or so.
No, it's the only fair way to do it is the 8 fastest times. You can't mess around with heats and say, well, you won this heat.
Especially when there's 5 heats. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one thing if it was like 2 heats.
Right.
You know, or something like that. Yeah. Here we go. We're
Boy,
looking
he's
at
a wood
McLean.
chopper special right there. He's hit 3. Boy, that hurt. He's killing the hurdles. I don't know.
That was 3.
Ooh.
Hedsick from Essex, Vermont. He was the 3rd seed in the heat and ended up taking the heat.
Yeah.
While it's not a guarantee you're going to make
No, McLean was
but-
just ripping. He was just breaking hurdles.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and Hadzik going to find himself in the final, the only one from that heat to make it.
Possibly. Yep.
You can't. I mean, way he drilled those hurdles. There's no. That isn't helping matter.
Moving on to the final section here, Heat 5. Tristan Jordan from Bishop Hendricken, Rhode Island, is in 1. Landon Rodriguez from Portsmouth is in 2. Arnaud Siobo from South Portland, Maine, is in 3. Sam Fort from Xavier is in 4. Comes in with a seed time of 13.80. Just to his right will be Avery Gilbert from Mount Mansfield Union in 5. Gavin Lombera from Moonstock.
No, Monadnock.
Oh, boy. That's one I haven't heard. We said
Yep.
there were usually teams we hear a lot. That's one I haven't heard before. Monadnock, okay, from New Hampshire. Max Lesney from Essex, Vermont, is in 7.
I don't know how you got Moonstock out of that one.
I
though.
can't see. My eyes are
I'm-
terrible.
I'm-
I
thought
the sun's
that's a
right in
good
my
one.
eyes and everything. And
Yeah.
yeah, no, my
Just blame the
syntax
school
isn't the
system.
best.
Blame the school system
Oh
in
yeah,
Connecticut.
I'm not going to blame. No, I'm not going to blame Danbury School or St. Joseph's School or anything. Sam Fort was a state open champ. He's 3rd in Connecticut all time, and he's U.S. number 43. That 1380.
What year is he?
He's a senior,
Senior. So
and yes, I do have where he's going.
wherever he
He's
wants.
going to Samford University. I believe that's down south someplace.
Ooh, he's getting challenged though.
But yeah, look how he just pulls
Yeah,
away.
he's
How
a-
just gradually
he's
he's moving
strong.
through.
He's a bull in the china shop right there. I mean, he is strong. 14-12. That ain't right, is it?
Okay, now we got to get the hurdles off the track for a few minutes. They have the finalists for the girls' 100 prelims posted yet?
Let's check.
They're pretty good. about
Forte
this.
takes that in 14:32. Gilbert, Mount Mansfield, 14:52. Zio of South Pole,
Yep.
14:76.
They still have to get their hurdles off the track. Boy, this hurdle crew is pretty good. I always tell my hurdle crew whenever I'm a meet director, you're the most important part because you're the one that determines how long this meet lasts. It's the hurdles that if they're on the track, on and off quickly, we can move real fast. Speaking of move fast, we're moving to the fastest runners in the meet. This is going to be heat 1 of the girls 100 meters. Madeline Chapeau from Brunswick, Maine, it will be in 2. Sophia Guzman from Chicopee is in 3. Lauren Coram from Methuen, Mass. is in 4. Erica Austin from Kennedy of Waterbury is in 5. Miriam Nada from Portsmouth, New Hampshire is in 6. And Isabel Mustakis from U32, Vermont is in 7.
So I know Lisa Ray isn't here, but that was an incredible time that she ran.
Lisa is running today.
Oh, she is running.
She wasn't on the original list, but then she got.
Oh, okay. There she is.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's good.
I was talking to
No
Steve Mazzone.
way.
I guess, yeah.
Oh, we'll have a treat today.
So she's also running the 4x1. We'll talk about that. That should revolutionize their 4x1. They definitely have a lot going on there.
Is her sister running
Yes, yeah. So I think they're in the 3rd heat, like the 3rd fastest heat, I think it is.
today? But is her sister running in the 400 today? Do you know?
No, I think she's run. I haven't figured all that out. I sure have my notes someplace. When people say I know everything, it's not that I know everything's written down. I have to check it out.
Yeah, but that was the big change right there
Yeah.
that she was.
Yeah,
right,
there were a
originally
few
looked at.
changes. There were a few changes when the seeds first came out on Wednesday.
Yeah, I guess I didn't
They
get
made
that
a few
email.
changes. 2 kids from Milford were entered in the wheelchair 1600.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I know we have it, but the 2 athletes are not in the wheelchair. Is that Austin there? It's Erica Austin. She was 2nd in Connecticut at the State Open. Came in with her PR of 11:93, breaking 12 seconds. I mean, that used to be so rare to break 12 seconds. Now it's becoming more and more common. It's not just the distance events that are getting better, it's the sprints as well. Moving on to Heat 2. Mallory Ciccone from Mount Mansfield Union is in 2. Lavender Kozeka from Oliver Ames is in 3. Lauren Croppo from Naugatuck is in 4 with a seed of 11:89. Aaliyah Cook from Danbury is right next to her with a time of 12:06. Grace Saysaw from Concord, New Hampshire, 12:38. And on the outside, Maya Austin from Buckfield Senior, Maine is in 7. Croppo is the Connecticut State Open champion. She ran the 10th fastest time all time in Connecticut history. Leah Cook is a newcomer. She's a sophomore. She's the 2nd seed in this. She was 5th at a Connecticut State Open. She ran fast in a prelims. She ran her PR of 12:06. Let's see if she can run faster in prelims. But nope, Croppo's got the whole thing. Now it can just kind of relax a little bit. She's only a sophomore, but man, she's been dominating. She won the State Open indoors in the 300. She was all New England last year as a freshman in the 300. Now she's got a little wheels.
Croppo takes that in 12:10. Kozaka of Oliver Lames, 12:49. Cook of Danbury, 12:50. Chicoine, Mount Mansfield, 12:62.
Moving on to Heat 3, we've got Maya Courier from Rivendell, Vermont is in 1. Haley Rose from Bucksport, Maine is in 2. Talia Graham is in 3 from Bethel. Nina Kai Abogi from Sharon, Mass. is in 4. Sienna Lloyd from Bloomfield is in 5. Brinley Gilfillan from Colchester is in 6. And Lauren Vandenstein from Brewer, Maine. We got a couple Maine girls in here in 7. Bogey from Sharon. My cousins grew up in Sharon. Knew it well. She was the Mass Meet of Champions And this winter, she was 6th in New England in the 300. She was the MIA Meet of Champs in the 100 and 200. Only a sophomore. Let's see if this 10th grader, what she's got.
She's smooth, huh? She's running casually.
Yeah, she gets
That
a
looks
shut down.
very easy.
In the striped uniform was Taylor Graham. She's jumped 13 feet in the pole vault. So
Got 12:06.
what's the wind? Do we see the wind on that?
Plus 1.2.
Okay, so these are all
Yeah.
legal. Okay, that was Heat 3.
So we got Xena Ray in this one.
Moving on to Heat 4. Sarah Sinkowitz from Essex is in 1. Kendra Daniel from East Providence is in 2. McKenna Druin from Lewiston, Maine is in 3. Xena Ray, we'll talk about her, from West Warwick is in 4. She comes in with 1167 seed. Sharina Ross is in 5 from Nashua South, New Hampshire. Eva Roberts from Pinkerton is in 6. Lillian Racine from Pongasset, Rhode Island, is in 7. I understand Xena and her sister Lisa are going to run the 4x1. I believe they went 1-2 in the Rhode Island State meet. They are just at another level. I'm kind of surprised they're running today, just because a lot of times these kids that are so dominant just bypass to go to nationals. But C was second in the Rhode Island behind her sister. She was second in the 55 and fourth in the 300 indoors. I mean, just an incredibly talented athlete. Look at her. She already gets out into the lead, looking nice and tall. Getting challenged on her inside, but she's got enough. Xena Ray crosses the line. That should advance her to the finals.
11:98. That's our first sub-12 of the day.
Yeah, that'll advance you to the finals.
Yeah, our bubble time before that was 12:49. I imagine this heat brings that down a lot.
Well, because obviously in this heat we do have our top seed, Robin Tashizin from Burr in Burton, Vermont. She'll be in lane 1. Then we have Nazri Phillip from East Providence will be in 2. Chloe Guthrie from Mansfield, Mass. is in 3. Our top seed in the entire meet, Lisa Ray from West Warwick, will be in 4. She comes in with this New England record time of 11:37. That's not a meet record. That's New England record. Then we have Naya Musa from Nashua South is in 5. Cameron Canaro from Reading Memorial is in 6. And Jenny Flynn from Lewiston, Maine is in 7.
Lisa Ray, to me, is the most heralded athlete in this meet today.
Yeah. I mean,
no doubt about it.
there's a lot of great athletes to meet, but I don't know if there's anybody like
Higher.
Yeah, I think
Solid.
she's 6th nationally. The New England record of 11:47 could go down, set by Kate Hall.
Kate Hall was unbelievable.
Wasn't she the long jumper too?
Yes.
like a
yeah.
20.
She's the only
plus
one who
20.
holds two New England records.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
New England meet records.
Yeah, I mean, I was there for that. I think that was up in Maine. But look at that, just another level. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
11 mid probably. And
Okay.
Just the 11:41 and just the prelim.
I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on this, but what's the woman who had like 4 Olympic gold medals, just retired last year, and had a child? The sprinter, the 100 meter, 200, she went the 4x4.
Allison Felix?
Yeah, Allison Felix. Wasn't she the one that had a youth race against her, or all the parents at her kid's school, and she just blew them all away by 100 yards?
Yeah, I've seen that video.
So she just tied the New
Hey, a
England.
competitor's always going to compete.
So she just tied the New England meet record, 11:41. I just want to ask one important question right now. If you walk down, I'm asking Ty Doro, you walk down there right now without stretching or anything else, how much would Lisa beat you by?
Oh, jeez.
Right now, honestly, I mean, 11:41. She's
Pretty
got,
good,
she's
huh?
got, I mean, she's got. That's a fair question today. I mean, if you're gonna bring no stretching involved,
Yeah.
she's got more in the tank. I'll say.
Yeah.
You got to give her due.
I'll give her the lean on me right now.
No, she's pretty good.
Yeah,
You got to
yeah.
admit.
She's the spotlight today, not me. So let's give her all the credit.
Great answer. Okay, moving on to the gentlemen. Terrell O'Connell from Charles Shea is in 2. Ulysses Junker Boyce from Thedford Academy is in 3. Lucas Andrade from Brockton, Mass. is in 4. Marquis Ward from Maloney's in 5. Our top seed, 1067. Kendrick Edwards from Conval's in 6. And Anjani Musadala from North Andover. He's in 7.
Look at this heat. You kidding me? One guy over 11.
I mean, yeah, Kendrick Edwards is part of this slew of sub-11 runners we have from New Hampshire this year. It might be a historic amount for us.
Wow, it's a tight one. And there's no settling for first. It's fastest times,
Yep.
like we said before. You can't settle. Hey, I won.
1083, there we go.
That was Lucas Andrade, right?
Yep.
Yep. He was the Massachusetts champ, 1066. He was 4th in the Meet of Champs high jump. And he's also a good hurdler, too. He was 4th in New England in 55 hurdles. Getting ready for heat number 2. Avery Rogers from Champlain Valley is in 1. Miles Burr from Mount Desert Islands in 2. Mackay White from Randolph's in 3. Luke Richardson from Bethel is in 4. Elijah Gardia from Central Providence, Rhode Island is in 5. Chris Stevens from Keene, New Hampshire is in 6. And Ryder Kinsler from Mount St. Charles is in 7. Our top seed is Luke Richardson in lane 5. He should have the maroon and white stripes on. Comes in with 1065. He had his conference record for less than 24 hours. He had his conference record, and then Brendan McCabe in the 200. Then Brendan McCabe broke it the next day at our class meets. I mean,
So Burr last year took second in this event.
oh, he's the one that took second in
Yeah.
3 events, right?
Yeah, this is head shaker.
So,
Oh, my. I remember watching that
Remember
from
that?
the stands. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, three events, he wasn't even close to ranked, and he gets second in 3 events.
well, Luke Richardson is 3rd at the Connecticut Open. He was New England runner-up on the 55 hurdles, the 55 dash. Sorry. So he's definitely somebody to look at. Second seed in this particular heat is Marquis Ward from Maloney, 1067. The Spartan was 4th at the Connecticut State
See
Open.
the kid flinch? Was it lane 4? Yep. So I still got a pretty good eye.
Giving somebody a red card?
Nope.
Nope.
Just a green card. I tell you what, this 100 is going to be a real competitive event.
Oh, yeah. It's going to probably be the score. It's going to take under 10-7. I mean, we're not in Florida. We're in New England. We're not supposed to be running these times, but we certainly are. There's Richardson out well. Looking nice and tall in the white uniform. That should earn a spot in the
Yeah,
finals.
there's a 1077.
Moving on to Heat 3. There's going to be 5 heats. Heat 3. Maycall Renasso from Hope, Rhode Island is in 1. Austin Feener from Walpole, Mass. is in 2. Kevin Brooks from Windham, New Hampshire is in 3. The sophomore Mackay Henry from Danbury is in 4. Josh Ganachos from Bishop Brady, New Hampshire is in 5. Kyle Barron from Kennebunk, Maine is in 6. Max Shapiro is in 7 from Falmouth, Maine.
So Genchos last week ran a 10:77. Our state record is 10:73 by Bayless. We actually said he was tied the state record, but evidently some numbers
Yeah.
got a little crisscrossed.
And he might be the state record holder if it wasn't for just an insane amount of wind in the D3 championships. You're in a 10:65 there.
Oh, with a lot of
It was
headwind?
it was a lot. No, it was a lot of tailwind, so it didn't count as a record.
No.
But I think he was going to break that record either way that day. We'll see what he can do right here.
Kai Henry, the sophomore, his PR is 10:64.
Ooh,
He was
sophomore?
second. Yeah, second at the Open.
So what are we missing? We missing Brooks and Thiener, does it look like? No 2 and 3?
Yep. In the white uniform is Mackay from Danbury. He always gets that well. Runs a strong
Getchell's
second
just
half.
holding
Yeah,
his own right
Getchell
here.
is really holding his own.
Look at the knee lift.
Wow, this is going to be a good time, looks like.
Is there a scratch rule on New England's?
I don't think so.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Kevin Brooks is one of the top seeds in the 400, so I imagine he's trying to save some energy for that.
So Henry takes that in 10:84.
Moving on to Heat 4 of 5. Anderson McCaney from Champlain Valleys in 1.
Same time.
In 2, Nathan Looney from Marshfield, Mass. is there. Samuel Bernot from Hollis Brookline, New Hampshire is in 3. Andre Clark is our top seed with a time of 10:59 from Marshwood, Maine in this heat. Octavius Richard from Manchester, Connecticut is in 5. Josiah Catroli from Lewiston, Maine is in 6. And Sean Van Ranson from Brattleboro Union is in 7.
So I think Clark might have been ranked number 1 in New England indoors. He was the one that pulled his hamstring. Remember indoors?
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he can do today. He's quite talented. He's only 11th grader. So he's the heir apparent no matter what.
Yeah, our bubble time is 10:98 going into this
98,
heat.
huh?
Yeah, held by Chris Stevens.
Yeah, so he's
Right now,
in
New
the electric chair right
yeah,
now.
but
Volkart has our New England lead right now. He's be in the next heat.
getting a lot of overcast right now. Is it raining?
Not where we are. Not up here in the press box.
And
It's
I think
gorgeous here.
There's a lot of scattering going on. I see the umbrellas. It is raining.
I just hope we don't hear a rumble of thunder.
We've been talking about how slick this new track can get, so hopefully that doesn't come into play.
Yeah, this Marshall kid's got some wheels.
Yeah, and he looks really smooth.
He just put up a good time. Holy moly.
I just don't want to hear a rumble of thunder. That's all.
That
10:64.
10:64 in illegal time.
Sometimes
Pointless.
sprinters like to just throw it down and say, "Look at this! Look, everybody! Look at this!"
Yeah, it becomes pretty scary, especially with, I know a lot of these superstars from New Hampshire that just came out this year. They're running sub 11, and now they got to see this 10:64. Show them how it's done in the prelim.
Here we go. The last section of prelims.
Nothing wrong with a 10:64.
Ethan Gorey from Wakefield Memorials in 1. Joel Felix from Bishop Hendricken is in 2. Ahmed Diarwa from Burlington is in 3. The New England leader for the season, Connecticut State record holder Jacob Volkerts from Lyme O Lyme is in 4. Comes in with time of 10:45. Right to his right is Brian McLean from Derby, 10:82. Nehemiah Oyenby from Trinity, New Hampshire is in 6. And Kenique Josephs from People's Academy, Vermont is in 7. So after this, we will have our finalists. Top 8 go to finals.
New bubble time is a 10:91.
Volkerts was the defending State Open champion. He did not come in the State Open seated first. I think he was 3rd going in. But man, I knew he was a good runner. I think he came in with a 10.7 low or something, 10.6 high. I forget exactly what it was. But he just found a whole other gear at the Connecticut State Open. That record was 25 years old, held by Sheldon Simpson, who's now coaching at Manchester High School, and his son is running for the State Open champion team, Windsor. So there's a Sheldon Simpson, the second. He'll be out running today, I think. But yeah, Sheldon's record He was New England champ in the 100 and the 55 dash. Finally got broken.
That Windsor team is just loaded with.
I can't wait to see the
Holy
4x1s, the 4x4s. Those are going to be the on the guys' side. Those are going to be two meets I'm looking forward to the most. But looking forward to this.
Oh boy.
Were they set yet?
I don't know.
Let's see if they
take
bring
it.
out the red flag.
That's the #1 runner in the heat.
They got to confer. Oh, please bring out the green or yellow, or don't bring out the red.
Red.
Oh, it's red.
Done.
Oh,
How about that? That's too bad.
there goes the Connecticut State Open champion. He's going to try to improve upon his state record. Wow.
That's the biggest news
Yeah,
story
that-
of the day
oh
right
my
there.
God,
That's a huge disappointment.
It looked to me like 2 when
Second guy
reacted to him. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you can. It's
Did
who
they
they
get it right?
see.
I mean, there was no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Is he in the 200 at all?
Yeah, I think he is. I thought he could run faster than 200, but he was still like third or fourth. But let's see what we got here now.
Run like you just got a
That
gift because you
looks
just
like
did.
McLean there from Derby.
McLean takes it in 1088. Romby takes 1104. So only one guy makes it out of that.
Yep. And that'll make the bubble time 10:88. McLean gets the last spot.
Oh, good for him. The Red Raider from Derby, another small school.
Too bad because that would have been a good battle from the kid from Maine and him. That would have been.
Definitely would have.
But
So we got to get the hurdles on the track for the boys. Finalists in lane 1 will be Joe Nam, the Titan from Hall. Sanjin Hadzik from Essex, Vermont is in 2. Avery Gilbert from Mount Mansfield Union is in 3. The top seed is Sam Fort from Xavier. Came in with a time of 14:13 for the prelims. Ka Ying from Lowell, Mass. will be in 5. Delante Sr. from the junior from Bloomfield will be in 6. Then we have Joseph Cook from Southeastern Regional Votech in Mass. will be in 7. And Bobby Wind from Barrington, Rhode Island will be in lane 8. Remember we talked about the record. Josh Mooney set it last year, 13:72. There's an outside chance of that. Nobody's run that fast this season, but Fort did come in with a 13:80. He kept finishing second last year to Mooney all the time, and all eyes were on Mooney, even though Fort was running these fantastic times. But obviously, all eyes are on the guy setting the state record and doing all these great things. So now this is Sam's chance to shine this year.
he's going to have to get by Yin. Yin looked really good. In that,
Yeah,
put him in a heat, and I don't know.
and he held that top spot in the prelim for a while before Fort ran.
Oh, it's nothing worse than jumping the gun, though.
Yeah, we saw it. I saw it at a previous meet this year, and it was a girl, and she was crying. And then he saw her teammates come over to her, hug her, and but there's nothing you can say.
Especially when you're the top seed, and you don't even need to jump the gun to win that heat probably, or even get a finals time.
It's just jacked up.
Yeah, how many times do you see that at nationals, like in the Olympic trials
Yeah.
or the world, the Olympics? You see that. It happens at all levels of the sport. At least in elementary school, you could say, "Okay, stop. Let's just calm down a little bit." I was an announcer at a middle school meet, and the official was very kind. But we'll be looking. Remember, in the inside lanes are what we're going to be looking at the most. It's going to be a battle between Fort came in with the prelims 14-13, Yin 14-25. Then in lanes 3 and 6, Gilbert 14-52 and Senior 14-53. So we're looking at these middle lanes here. Couple Connecticut kids. Got a Mass kid right in the middle there. There's a couple Vermont kids making it in. Nobody from New Hampshire. You guys didn't.
No,
represent?
we did, but I don't know. It was kid named Chong.
Just
And,
didn't.
Yeah, it didn't.
Didn't make it through today, huh?
Make it through. We had another kid,
Oh,
Colby.
here we go.
Colby Career didn't make it through.
Looking for it, just cruising the hurdles. But on the outside, that's Cook from Southeastern. And now Fort makes another move.
Yeah.
I've never seen so many lead changes in the 100-meter hurdle race.
Wow, 1390.
1396.
What a very respectable time to win the New England Outdoor Track and Field Championships. We're here at beautiful University of New Hampshire in Durham. This is a great little town. I drove to the main street. What a quaint little New Hampshire town we have here.
I can tell you, when I competed here, we didn't have this track. We had a cinder track. Believe it or not, not a cinder track, but it might as well. It was an all-purpose track, but it was basically falling
the granule
apart.
stuff, yeah.
It was falling apart. Ran the very last race on this. On the other side, we had a cinder track.
What did they do? Time with a sundial back then?
What's that?
They time you a sundial?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty
None
much
of this
sundial.
was here.
Yeah.
That building was here. That's about it.
One of those old-fashioned stopwatches.
Yeah, and this track surface is new as of about the end of last summer, too.
Yeah, it is smart that they do switch around the tracks, every 10 years. I was coaching at school. It was like 10 years past it was due. We actually had to go in and paint the lines ourselves for the start-finish, the relay exchange zones. We had to go out and spend a Saturday paint those lines ourselves because it was just so in disrepair. Okay, moving on to the girls' 100-meter hurdles.
It's going to be a good one.
We're scheduled to have Naira Joseph from Billerica in 1. Sabine Bruick from North County Union, Vermont will be in 2. From Plainville, Connecticut, Tamara Green will be in 3. Annika Scott from Bedford, New Hampshire will be in 4. Our top seed is Deja Duncan, the Warhawk from Bloomfield, Connecticut will be in 5. Squirrel Lands from Cheshire will be in 6. Aaron Carty from Oyster River, New Hampshire is in 7. Maddox Lovely from Newport, New Hampshire is in 8. Another great name, Lovely.
Yeah, they got some good names.
Yep. Deja Duncan, I finally got to meet her. All of a sudden I saw her name in the first meet of the results. I'm like, who the heck is this? Bloomfield is already this incredible team. They're defending state open champs, and they just came out of nowhere. They had a girl I'd never heard before ran 14 high or something, the first meet of the season under very bad conditions. And she is such a magnetic personality, big smile, very encouraging, and very gregarious. So we're rooting for her.
Well, you might be rooting for her. I'm rooting for Annika Scott.
Yeah.
Annika Scott she's our state record holder, and she's state record holder in the long jump indoors. She didn't even run. She didn't even jump 19. She went from 18 to 20.
Deja actually broke our meet record of the state open, but she finished second to Knox. And she's a sophomore. So
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
gonna be a
ask me
good
where
one.
she's going to school yet. Even she doesn't know where she's going to school yet.
It's going to be a good battle.
But just the talent of Annika Scott, though. High jump, long jump, hurdles. I mean, what an incredible... And she's a junior.
Do you think we see them go under 14?
I think it's
Yes.
going to be.
I don't know about 14. Maybe low.
We've seen legal wind, but definitely like encouraging tailwind. So if that doesn't disrupt them over the hurdles, I could
think you-
definitely see this going under
I
14.
think you get the right ingredients because they're so close. You know what I mean? It's not like one of them's going to get away from the other one. I think it's
I'm
going
gonna say 14-1-1. I'm gonna be the outlier.
Okay, I'm gonna say.
Everybody's got you got to have an outlier here.
to go 1407.
That's Scott.
Yeah, that's Scott.
Look at Scott looking so graceful.
Yep. There ain't no doubt about that one.
Oh,
Duncan's trying to make a run for it, just gets nipped.
that's gonna be pretty close.
13 something.
Was it 13?
1394.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a new New England
Are you
record
kidding
actually
me?
by .02, and that was with headwind minus 1.0.
Wow.
New
Hey.
New England meet record.
That's what happens when you put some tough ones together. Both of those times are outstanding, but Scott takes that 1394. Duncan
Ooh.
1405.
Deja Duncan, for the second time this season, goes under a meet record and does not win the race.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
You
smoking.
see that? Nice.
There we go.
So now we're getting the hurdles off the track, and this hurdle crew is smoking.
1394.
Moving on.
I wasn't so sure about my sub 14 prediction. I just wanted to get hyped up, but there we go.
Yeah, I thought that was very courageous of you. Wait, that's your youthful, vigor you have
Exactly.
there, the positivity. Okay, the girls 100 dash is up next. Chloe Guthrie from Mansfield, Mass. is in 1. Lauren Quorum from Methuen is in 2. Nina Kai Obegei from Sharon is in 3. Of course, we have the Ray sisters. Lisa's in 4. Just to her right will be Zena. Lauren Croppo, the Connecticut State Open champs, in 6. McKenna Druin from Lewiston, Maine, is in 7. Then we have Nia Musa from Nashua South, New Hampshire. She makes the finals in lane 8. The story of today, we said, is going to be Lisa and Zena Ray. How many different gold medals can they win between them?
No. So Lisa Ray won the indoor hurdles, right? Didn't she?
Let's see here. Lisa Ray.
I think because I think she beat Annika Scott indoors.
I actually put the boys on my my final sheet here. I copy and paste the wrong thing. Let's see what we have in the trials. Zena Ray, she was 4th in the 1, 2, and 4 last year. She was New England runner-up, and I don't think she won New England's.
No, indoors.
Yeah, indoors. I don't think she won. I think she was 2nd in the 55 and 4. I don't think she ran the hurdles indoors.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
Trying to figure out who she
Yeah,
lost
and
to.
another story here. We could see back-to-back New England records.
Yeah, that's
Sure
a
could.
real possibility. And here she goes, looking
Oh, yeah,
fantastic. Look at that.
no doubt what's going down.
Pulling away even from her sister, who could break a record herself. Jeez, about 11.
It's going to be close.
Yeah.
New England record.
Oh,
No,
just
you missed
misses
it.
it. I mean, she did
11:42.
tie it in the prelim, though.
Jeez. But still, what a performance.
Yeah, that's incredible no matter what.
11:42 for Lisa, and then Zena 11:92. Croppo 12:01. Then we have Kay from Sharon 12:01 in 4th. Quorum from Methuen is in 5th. Then, of course, Guthrie from Mansfield looks like grabs our final medal of the day in the girls' 100 meters. Moving from the ladies to the gentlemen. We've got Octavia Richard from Manchester. He'll be in 1. Josh Gentochis from Bishop Brady, New Hampshire. How do you say that name, guys?
Genchos.
Was it?
Genchos.
I was close. Genchos. Okay. That's 2. Lucas Andrade from Brockton, Mass. is in 3. Andre Clark from Marshwood, Maine is in 4. Luke Richardson, the New England runner-up indoors in the 55, is our top seed second seed, with a time of 10:77. Andre Clark is our top seed in 4 with 10:64. Mackay Henry from Danbury, 10:84 is in lane 6. Then we have Marquis Ward from Maloney in 7. And rounding out the field is Brian McLean. There's Byron and Byron. So this is Brian McLean from Derby is in lane 8. Yeah, their parents named them just to confuse sports writers, I think. The number of times I have to go back and forth. Which one's Byron, which one's Brian?
I don't usually think of Maine as one of those big sprint states either. Do you know when the last time someone from Maine would have won the 100 in New England?
Give me about 20 seconds, and I'll tell you.
Well, I do have it in my computer, but those are questions I need to research.
gonna happen.
Here we go, but look at this. Yeah, it's going to be the favorite's going to win this. He's looking
and
smooth.
Gentro's
Whoa,
from
I
New
don't
Hampshire's
know.
really up there, too.
Kentro's was right there, but I think. Yeah, Clark takes it.
10:59 from Clark.
Kentro's going to get a state
He
record.
might have got
though.
a state record there. He did. 10:68.
There you go. What's the wind? Plus 1.7.
Yeah, that's legal.
Yep, he got it. So that's the last time a Maine kid won it right there.
Just give me 20 seconds. That was a great line there, Jim. That really was. Yeah, those northern boys, I guess they come down a little bit south here. Well, not really. We're about the same. You know, if he lives in southern Maine, this is right in line with southern Maine here.
Yeah, he's right. He's probably 25 minutes away from here. Not even that. So that's great, though. Clark takes that. 10:59. Gentro's 10:68. Henry of Danbury 10:78. Ward Maloney
Well,
10:78.
Clark came in with the 10:59 seed,
Yep.
so he ties his PR. Volcourts, unfortunately, was false started. He still has the New England lead. We'll have to see if anybody gets faster than 10:45 at Nationals. Okay, what are we moving on to next? We were just in the 100, because I know they've changed the order of events around at New England's. So that was, now we're moving on to we're slowing it up a little bit from the fastest races to the middle distance races. We're going to have the girls lining up on the track. We have 15 girls scheduled. I'm not sure if all of them are down there or not. Yeah, it looks like we have them all down there. Maybe we're missing one. So these ladies are seated in Heat 1 between 5:06 and 5:31. Abby Ty from North Kingston, Rhode Island, is our top seed. Then we have Rose Tomisto from Cumberland, Rhode Island, in 2. Hadley Mahoney from Cape Elizabeth, Maine, is in 3. Then we have Sharshar Moore from New Canaan is in 4. Lucy Huggett from Freeport, Maine, is in 5. Rowan Berry from Greeley, Maine, is in 6. Lee Parod from Hanover, New Hampshire, is in 7. Samantha Swanbun from Sohegan, New Hampshire, is in 8. Laura White from Nashua North is in 9. Grace McHenry from Burlington is in 10. Maddie Lane from Hopkinton is in 11. Kylie Ritchie from Simsbury is in 12. Catherine Klinger from Wyndham is in 13. Alyssa Parento from LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island, is in 14. And Eleni Drasinos from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, is in 15. Rounds out the field. And it looks like it stopped raining because nobody came running out. So it looks like it must have been one small little rain cloud. The field's all bunched up. That only means one thing. Nobody's taking it out really blazingly fast. Going through the quarter in just about 75 seconds. Lane 7 is our leader right now. That looks like Parad from Hanover. Comes with a 5:10 seed time. Then we have Maddie Lane from Hopkinton, New Hampshire in second place. Our second seed is in third place right now, Rose Tomisto from Cumberland. And our fourth seed, Charlotte Moore from New Canaan, is next. Parad from Hanover comes in with a 5:10 qualifying performance. Going through just about 2:34, so she's on PR pace. Or at least qualifying pace. Let's see what she's able to hold on. She's gapping the field a little bit. I'm kind of surprised some of these other girls aren't going with her, but maybe they're saving it for a strong second lap, second half of the race.
Yeah, so earlier when I was saying Lisa Ray, I was thinking of Leona Knox. That's who beat her indoors.
Yeah. Yeah, she's just another level of hurdles right now.
Well, she's not too far ahead of her now. I mean, it's definitely so. In New England, it was 8:08 to 8:19, but she's definitely made a big step today. Now getting into the 13s.
Our leader right now has a personal record of 5:04 coming in for the 1600. She was second in the New Hampshire State Meet.
That explains all the scrambling.
I guess she's trying to get out of the rain faster than everybody else. I'm sure in the back of her mind, she's trying to crack that 5-minute barrier. I'm surprised everybody else just letting her go because they're also 5:0-something girls. Okay, so they're on about 5:10 pace right now. This is pretty respectable for the first section of the girls' 1600 here at New England Championships.
You watch the girl in yellow, Swan Bond. She's in 5th or 6th place. 6th place right now. She's got a pretty good kick, and she's been making some good grounds in these races. She's starting to make a move right now.
Kent, is that 3 coming up into the lead?
That is number 3, correct?
That is Hadley Mahoney from Cape Elizabeth.
Yeah, she split a 79 on the last lap. Our former leader, Perard, had an 80 on that, so we can see that, Hadley was definitely starting to pick up the pace and continuing to do so here.
It's starting to rain.
Yeah, first one that finishes gets the umbrella, I guess. Here's Mahoney. She's going to grab section 1. Looking like a great last lap. 5:06. Well ahead of her pace. That was a great negative split she just ran.
So Mahoney takes that in 5:06. Parad 5:08. White 5:09. Ritchie 5:10. Swan Bond 5:11. Teague 5:11. Wow, that rain came down hard, huh?
Yep. We've done this before. Now we're moving on to the hot heat. There's only 2 sections. Okay, we do
I
have
can't wait for this.
in lane 1 will be Kate Bulkey, the All-American miler. She's the state record holder in the mile and in the 2K steeplechase for Connecticut. Chase Gilbert, the sophomore, will be in 2. Haley Kavanaugh from Oyster River, New Hampshire, will be in 3. And the rain is just buckets now. They're getting dumped on.
Wow.
Anyway, Samantha Moore from Portland, Maine is in 4. Laura Driscoll from Scarborough, Maine is in 5. Aaron Van Houston from Cheraho Regional is in 6. Anna Olmachenko from Wilbur Cross in New Haven is in 7. Sophie Spellman, the Mustang from Fairfield Ward, is in 8, followed by Elizabeth Cunningham from Rice Memorial is in 9. Anita Miller from White River Valley, Vermont is in 10. Then you have Lydia Donahue from Champlain Valley. We kept talking about CVU. It's a great program in distance running. Megan Morin from Westfield, Mass. is in 12. Carrie Drake from York, Maine is in 13. Tia Pagnotti from Westwood, Westwood, Mass. is in 14. Ginger Long from U32 is in 15. And Estella Laird from Champlain Valley, another CVU girl, is in 16.
I'm pressing the button, but the dome isn't going over.
Yeah. Yeah. I've always told kids, like, when you make your second $1 million, keep the first $1 million for yourself. Give us another $1 million so we can put a dome over these tracks. It probably costs more than that today. Now, this is going to be an interesting race.
It's lightened up quite a bit.
Yeah, the rain is supposed to be kind of just like intermittent.
Well, it happens to be mitten on these girls right now.
Bulky's a stud, though. She's got a shot at the New England record.
Yeah, she does. It's interesting that she's going out into the lead right now. Oh, no, actually, she's in second. She always seems to just sit in the pack. She's become a veteran runner. She doesn't need to set the pace early. She waits to the last lap. She knows she's faster than most of these girls. Even against the national class fields, she, moves up, passes people in the last lap all the time. Great finishing speed. She run 2:07 for the half mile, I believe. She was All-American, like I said, 3-time New England mile champion between indoor and outdoor.
Should have a good rainbow here.
That looks like Chase Gilbert, the sophomore from Lime Old Lime. Chase Gilbert's in the lead. She has a 4:50 PR. She was second at the Open. 14th fastest time in Connecticut history. Only a sophomore. Last year, she was 4th at New England in the 3,200 meters after winning the State Open last spring. So she's kind of dropped down. She's run a good half mile earlier in this year, like 2:12 or so. She was hurt during indoors, but doesn't seem to be affecting her now. She missed out on the State Open in cross country and New England's. Took the winter off, but no worse for the wear for that time off right now. Gilbert's in the lead. Bulky's in second right now.
Kavanaugh third. And number 7, it'll be Omachenko.
Yeah.
Omachenko was 5th at the State Open. 5th last year at New England's. Broke 5 minutes last year at New England's. You said Cunningham's in?
Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh,
She's
sorry.
right here from this town. She's the guy that's standing in between us, old teammate.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
Come on. What do you got to say about her?
Well, she's been spectacular ever since her freshman year. She ran a 4:53 last weekend. The state record, I'm sure, is something that they're thinking about, but we'll see how this pace goes.
That was sub-5, like 2:27 approximately, through the halfway split. But Bulky always seems to run negative splits. We've already separated the top 3 in this race.
So the New England record is 4:47.30.
New England meet record.
Yep.
I believe the New England record, I want to say it's 4:39 by Lynn
Jennings. Yep, my old training partner.
I was talking to Steve Manzone about her, and he couldn't believe it. The record's still there from the 70s. And I was like, well, how many world cross-country champions have we produced in New England? I mean, I was there, and I'm sure you were too, in Boston when she won the World Cross Country Championships. What a great day. Still the same top 3. Gilbert is just setting the pace, just doing the bulk of the work. We're going to see at the bell, Bulky's going to make either 2 moves, either right at the bell or on the back straightaway. Those are her 2 moves she makes.
She's got a shot.
She had a 72, then a 75.
It's a little too fast.
3:41. So they're on 4:56 pace. I suspect they can go a lot faster than that. Bulky ran, I believe, a 65-second last lap at the State Open.
Well, then she's got a shot at it then. And she's being pressured in the right way to be able to do it.
And look how they just separated themselves. I mean, Bulky's ready to make her move, but look
Yeah,
at
no.
Gilbert.
Yeah, I was
She's
gonna say-
made a move too.
And also look at Driscoll of Scarborough behind Kavanaugh. She's making a move on the back stretch.
Here we are coming up on 200 meters to go. Bulky makes the move.
Wow. She's gonna have
She
to run.
could run a 46 or so with a 30-second last lap, last 200.
Yeah, she's moving.
This is just clockwork. She does this all the time. She's going to Virginia Tech next year. It's going to be great to see her how she develops in college. She's a steeplechase specialist, but here she is winning the 2024 New England Championships, defending her title from last year.
Just got it.
Yeah,
Got
she's
it.
got it. And right as it
46.
clears up, too, brightens up.
Brighten
Chase
her
Gilbert
day.
gets second.
So New England meet record 446.43. Gilbert 450.02. Driscoll 456.69. So the rain didn't seem to bother her.
Van Heusen gets some competition, runs 5 flat from Rhode Island. Olmachenko gets all New England for the second year in a row from Wilbur Cross. 5 flat, .84. Kavanaugh, 5:02. And finally, in 8th place, we have Sophie Spellman from Fairfield Ward, 5:04. What a great race. Now we're going to move on to the gentlemen. Do we have live results for the field events? Do you guys know? Do you have anything on that?
In this heat, we got Evan Burrow of Bethel, Connecticut.
Bethel?
Gavin Millark. Oh, whoa. All right, listen, if you're going to correct me,
Oh,
we're going to go down that road. All right.
well, Bethel's a
Bethel.
lot easier than Mohi, whatever it was. Moonsakawaka.
All right,
The
so-
Native American names we
Yeah.
have up here.
So we got Gavin Millark of Exeter. We got Jonathan Garraway of Bedford, Mass. Avi Yagoda of Burlington, Vermont. Porter Hurto of Bellows Free Academy. James Underwood of Woodstock Union. Toulouse Anderson of Sauhegan. William Heilman of Bucksport, Maine. Benjamin Prestis of Portland, Maine. Andrew Byrne of Nashua South. Alden Betterly, Bow, New Hampshire. Peyton Joslin, Monadnock, not Moonstruck.
Mahadnak.
Ben Matten of Thetford Academy, Chris Pottle of Winthrop, Maine, and Tal Liebman of Classical Rhode Island. 422 top seed here.
Yeah, and since you mentioned field results, I decided to look back at girls long jump to see if Annika Scott did something there too. Yeah, she is the New England champion in long jump as well.
It's a new
19
state
feet,
record, too.
11 inches and 3/4.
Call out the top 6. Who's in the top 6
Then
there?
we have Kira Stewart just closely follows her at 19 feet 3 inches. Saffir Brown from Bloomfield, Connecticut got third, 18 feet 5 inches. Nini Olawuhi got fourth, 18 feet 2 inches. Grace Blair of Cumberland, Rhode Island, 18 feet. Katie Carrico, 17 feet 10 inches. That rounds out the top 6 today in the girls' long jump.
Yeah, I always like to give some love to the
So it's a
field
new-
event guys.
New state record.
Yeah, and it looks like Annika Scott just broke the state record for New Hampshire in long jump today. So New England record first, New England meet record for herself in the 100 hurdles, and now a New Hampshire state record in
Wow.
long jump in her junior season.
In 2 wins.
Yeah, two wins
wins,
too. That's
yeah.
the most important part.
We get, what was that, lane 3? Is that 5? That's lane 5 we have there.
Tyler Sheedy, look at this. Just Tyler, is it true that you scaled Mount Everest this spring? Can you tell us about that?
Not confirmed or denied, but I will let people think that I did.
Great April Fool's joke
Thank you.
he sent out. A lot of people got fooled by it.
I know Porter Hurtado from BFA St. Albans. He's one of my teammates. Went to school with him.
Evan Bureau just takes over the lead from Bethel.
They run about 4:26 pace through 800.
Bureau just said that's too slow. He comes in. He has got a 420 PR, 421 PR, I believe.
So hopefully a negative split here. He looks pretty strong right now. Up on 600 to go.
Bureau was 7th at the Connecticut State Open. He has a 420 PR. He was also 14th at New England's in cross country, and he was 3rd at New England's in the 2 mile indoors. So this guy definitely, it looks like he's ready to go. He's been not off this season, but he hasn't been setting huge personal records. He's a junior, but now looks like he's ready to pop one off right now.
Yeah, it seems like based on his resume, he definitely has the potential to do something good here. Let's see what he can close in. This is going to be about a 62 on the slap, 63 or so.
16. So with a 64, he can break. He can break 420, which will be his PR.
Yeah, he seems capable of that right now.
Look at this. He just found another gear right now. I'm impressed. He's one of my campers at the former running academy, soon to be Foss Running Camp. Just looking fantastic. Town right next to mine, so I know him well.
Definitely a bit of hometown pride there.
A little yeah. Not a Bethel guy, but right next to me. But here you go. 200 meters to go.
We got a good kick here from the chase pack. Look at this.
A lot of action in the back.
This guy might get him. Actually, a lot of guys are looking really strong here. We're coming down to home stretch now at 4:12, 4:13. Let's see if
That
anybody
looks
gets
like
to
Hillerman from
4:20 mark.
Bucksmouth.
What a finish. He turned on the last 200.
Oh, just didn't quite have enough over the last 100 meters. If this was a 1,500 meter race, that would have been a lot different.
I would love to see that split on there for the last 200 and even the last 400 too.
Well, you could do this, go back and do this on demand on YouTube, and we can watch the whole meet again.
Yeah, on Lancer timing too, we got that for splits as well, we can see.
Yeah, but not for the last 200 meters.
Oh, true.
That is
yeah.
one thing we don't have that capability in outdoor track. Moving on to the second section. We've got 16 names here. William O'Shea from Cumberland is our top seed with a 414. Dan Knight from Champlain Valley, 414 is our next seed. Then we have Brandon Pedidi from Barrington, Rhode Island. Then we have Maddox Jordan from Noble, Maine. Alex Friedman from Newton South is in 5. Carter Libby from Gray, New Gloucester is in 6. Colin Walsh from New Milford's in 7. Followed by Jack Mattingly from E.O. Smith in 8. Sam Levidier from Lake Region, Maine is in 9. Owen Martin, if he's in there, he's coming back from the 4x800 that just won. We'll see if he's in there in a second. Emmett Johnson from St. Johnsbury, Vermont is in 11. Ben Daniels from New Milford's in 12. Sam Leone from East Limes in 13. Miles Napolitano from Barrington is in 14. Colby Flynn from Bishop Hendricken is in 15. Max Hoffman from Wellesley is in 16.
So you got a pretty tightly bunched front pack here, at least to start the race, and also with the seed times. I know Maddox Jordan from Noble, he's definitely capable of running a lot faster than where the seed is.
Yeah, he's a stud.
Yeah.
That looks like Johnson from St. Johnsbury. Toe in the field through the first 300 meters or so.
So see how it plays out. It's going to be tactical. Is it going to be a quick one? It looks like they're not slow, at least right now. Could be a little bit over 60 for that first lap.
And we're getting the change. They said that's enough of that.
Looks like O'Shea of Cumberland now is in the front, followed by Jordan.
Towing through in about 103. That's an even pace. Nobody's going out crazy or anything.
And after watching that first heat, they know that most of these guys have a PR well underneath that first heat time, so they can kind of play it tactically and still
Yeah.
be fighting for that win.
We talked earlier today about the 800 and the 1,000 indoors is usually a race that slow heat can win, but it's usually whoever wins this heat, the faster heat, usually wins the championship.
And with it being such a big heat as well, sometimes you see smaller heats with less guys, and someone can be further back, but usually the top 16 guys are usually the ones who are in contention. So it's still pretty bunched up right now.
Yeah, it's they gotta. They may be playing it a little too safe. They gotta pick it up a little bit here.
Well, this is how the bigger races are. Everybody's only within a few seconds of each other. The idea is run in the pack and strike when the moment's hot. You've got to be comfortable running the pack.
This is great prep for college, too. They're going to be around 4:22 pace through that.
That's what I say. They gotta play it
Yeah.
smart. Some of these guys might not end up placing in the top 6.
No,
I think
they're all going to
gonna
run
be
negative
low.
splits.
I think we should see a low 2-minute last 800.
There goes Jordan starting to work his way into position.
He can slide out. And the guy on the inside coming through.
Yeah, you just shut the door on him.
Yep.
There's a lot of people there with some serious finishing speed that are very deadly. The longer you keep them in the race, the more they have a chance to finish strong. And now you start to get this, like, maybe I have a chance to win. Maybe I have a chance to win. Everybody's starting to think that.
Yeah, once you're there, you're in the fight.
Watch on the outside. I'm going to see. Got shut down there.
Emmett Johnson taking the
There we
lead.
go, yeah.
St. Johnsbury.
In the white, watch Colin Walsh. And there's Jack Mattingly, two Connecticut boys. They both have really big kicks.
We have a group of 3 breaking away now. See if Jordan can connect.
Mattingly's a 152 half miler. He always likes to take it out hard and set a strong pace, and then somebody eats him up the last time. The only time I've seen him win races is when he sits in a pack.
This could be the play then today. Try and get New England title.
Colin Walsh from New Milford going to William & Mary's, making his bid for the lead right now. And following is his friend and teammate, Jack, not his teammate, but from E.O. Smith, Jack Mattingly. The two have been buddies for a few years. And now it's going to come down between the two nutmeggers. The two have battled out many races together.
He may swing wide in the turn.
Both have great kicks. Mattingly's a slightly better half miler. Here comes Jack Mattingly. Colin Walsh is holding him off.
Watch out for Max Jordan on the
Here
outside.
comes Jordan trying to steal on the outside. It's
it
coming
well.
down to the wire between the trio.
Get it.
Maddox
Maddox,
looks like he
nice.
grabs it at the line.
That's the Pine Tree
great
State right
race.
there. Hey,
What a race.
Nutmegger. That's the Pine Tree State. That just
Well,
took that
the
one.
pair were nutmeg states, you know. I'm going off of who's in the lead at the time.
So Jordan takes that.
URI commit. Excited to have him next year.
Yeah, that was a good. He played it.
That was a brilliant last 200. He was as far off the lead heading into the last few stages of the race, but he just kept contact a little bit and then made his move in the last 100.
Yeah, he's a good one.
That's why I never worry about where they are at the halfway split, because as long as you're in contact, you have a chance. It's going to come down at the higher levels, the last 100 meters of the race. Who has the biggest wheels?
That was a good one.
Yeah, and it wasn't even crazy fast for that last. It probably was about a 63 or so. I don't know what the last lap was, but they ran 2:05 for that last 800.
Oh, quick little, I was watching NCAAs. We've had several New England kids doing really well. Making All-American and finishing 8th was Alex Krasinski from Northeastern. He ran for Wyndham High School in Connecticut. He was formerly second at New England's in the 1600, and he just made All-American with an 8:29 steeplechase. And Sean Dixie Bodie, speaking of All-Americans, well, he finished 11th. He was an All-American high school. In the long jump, 24:11 and a quarter. So we've got some NCAA people that used to run this meet just a few years ago.
Last night, Korzinski, he did play his cards right. He got his nose right up in there. The next thing you know, a big-time All-American.
You were watching that race?
Oh, yeah. Well, he was the last guy getting in the steeple.
Yeah.
And he made the most of the opportunity.
from Northeastern.
Same
Looks-
thing in the mile where Joe Wascom was the last one in, defending champion, and then what happened? He won it again for the second time.
Okay, we've got our first section of the girls 4x1. Orono is in 1. North Yarmouth from Maine is in 2. Portland, Maine is in 3. People's Academy, Vermont is in 4. Brunswick, Maine is in 5. Greeley, Maine is in 6. And Bellows Fall Union, BFU from Vermont, is in 7. These teams are all in the 51 to 52 second range. Danbury holds the meet record, 47-36, which could go down today. There's an outside shot of that going down.
We've been having a back and forth between our two schools, Nashua and Pinkerton. State records falling. Nashua was last year's New England record holders. They went out and broke the state record 2 weeks in a row. And then last week, Pinkerton came out and broke the state record 2 weeks in a row. And then last week, Nashua came up and claimed the Meet of Champions title.
Yeah, and the Pinkerton girls were the first girls 4x1 team in New Hampshire to ever go under 48. So
Really?
Yeah. They hold the state record right now, 47.99.
Nice. Getting some wheels up in the Granite State. Windsor has a top seed. We'll talk about them later. Bloomfield has the New England lead, 47-04, but they missed their handoff at the Class M championships. The one mistake they made at the state meet, that's unfortunate, but the girls are all peppered in between the other events. Some good handoffs. Hands are up nice and tall, nice and high. Wow, this is a pretty even field.
Yeah.
But it's not anymore.
Yep. I won't correct you. You can say it.
Yeah, okay. we just double checked. It wasn't 47.99 for Pinkerton. It was 47.88. I knew it was a double number, but
Well, here we have Brunswick taking heat 1, 51-34. North Yarmouth, 51-68. And Greeley, 51-73 are our top three in Section 1. Moving on to Section 2. Burr and Burton from Vermont is in 1. Amherst Pelham from Mass is in 2. Bangor, Maine is in 3. West Warwick is in 4 from Rhode Island. Cumberland, Rhode Island is the top seed in 5. I'm sorry, no, we have West Warwick's top seed. I'm used to an 8-lane track with it. We do it differently. We have a 9-lane track in Connecticut. Cumberland, Rhode Island is in 5. LaSalle's in 6 from Rhode Island. U32 is in 7. And Essex, Vermont is in 8. Now, West Warwick, we should see them with a huge advantage in this section. They can perhaps steal the
I
win.
guess they can.
They can steal the win because they're putting the two Ray sisters in that just went 1-2 in the 100.
Now, where do you hold your state meet?
We hold it at a place called Woolbrook Park. It's a
Oh, yeah, I know where it is.
yeah. Well, we had
But
New England's there a couple
you
years
got,
ago.
You got
yeah.
a 9-laner there.
Yeah,
right?
we had 9 laners all the way around.
Nice.
Yeah. Doesn't do any good when you have empty lanes in the 200 and 400. Like they don't reseed
Right.
when people scratch.
Oh, they don't, huh?
Yeah, but I believe West Warwick ran a 49.83. Excuse me, no, they ran a 48.82 at Mount Pleasant with the two sisters in. They can go lower than that because both sisters have dropped considerably time since then. So we'll see what their stick skills are. I mean,
yep.
do they practice sticks a lot? They don't run this really often.
Yeah, and that's just a very important part of this. You got to get it around. That first one was really
baton
good.
exchange was really good. Yeah.
They're in the
And
hole, but now they're
on
not.
the backstretch, they're moving.
Yeah,
This is
Ray
where we
made up
see them eat
Steiger.
it up.
That was good.
Nah,
Good
that was
exchange.
okay.
Yeah. I think maybe just little
not
too
as
fast
good,
for
but
the last
yep.
person. Let's see how the sisters exchange here.
That's,
That was
That
a
was
good one.
pretty good.
That was good.
yeah,
And
the
they're
other
gonna
sister
take
ran lane
off.
too.
Oh, another level of sprinting right here.
Maybe you get 47s? That's definitely 47s.
Yeah.
47.
47,
47,
47.
47. That is within a
Ooh.
tenth of a second of Windsor's time. Windsor will be coming up. Their seed time is 47:36, so they know they have to run in the finals. They have to run against an imaginary team from the previous heat. So in Section 3, we have Medway, Mass. is in 1. East Hartford, the Hornets, are in 2. Concord, New Hampshire is in 3. Naugatuck is in 4. East Providence from Rhode Island is in 5. Nashua North, New Hampshire is in 6. Reading Memorial from Mass is in 7. And Kennett, New Hampshire rounds out our field in lane 8. Naugatuck, New Hampshire. The Greyhounds are the top seed in this. They were 5th at the Connecticut State Open. They have a season best of 48.25. They have Lauren Croppo, who was, I think, 3rd in the Open 100 previously. She's entered in this.
Think that time's going to hold up?
It's going to be close. It could come away with a victory. It's going to be close. Like we said, I mean, Windsor is the only team that's run faster than that this season. Nashua South, I mean, the MOC champs here, New Hampshire, they're low 48s.
Yeah, Pinkerton's run a 40. Well, Pinkerton's run a 47.88. So that will help. But they're in lane 1, so that's good for them, though. They get to see what's in front of them. But it is a little bit tighter in lane 1.
Yeah, it's funny, we don't even run lane 1 indoor track in these short relays. It's almost impossible to keep the speed up there. But it's definitely a disadvantage to be in lane 1, even on an outdoor track.
I think if I was an underdog, I'd want to be in lane 3.
Yeah, so you can see
Yes.
everything, but
You
it's,
know?
yeah. Oh, that Naugatuck ran right up on her runner. But still, Naugatuck looks like they're in the lead, making it the stagger. Nope, not a great handoff.
Ooh,
Took it 2
almost
times.
fell.
Yep. But they're so fast. They're still in the lead on this heat. Clean
There's a good
handoff on the 4th.
There's a good one.
And here we go now. Coming up on them on the outside, but it's looking like not enough room. Here comes Noggy. 49-19. And East Providence, 49-45. 49-65 is Reading is our top 3. Finally, we're moving on to the hot heat now. Well, let's see if they're as hot as Heat 1. Pinkerton Academy is in 1. Then we have the Richfield Tigers in 2. Manchester is in 3. Windsor Warriors are in 4. Nashua South are next in 5. Classical Magnet from Rhode Island is in 6. The Hatters from Danbury are in 7. And Cranston West from Rhode Island is in 8. Top seed is Windsor, 47-36, and they're going to need every single hundredth of a second to beat that West Warwick team.
And maybe get a New England meet record as well.
Yeah.
Nashua comes in as defending New England champions.
Yeah, the Hatters from Danbury, they have the New England record, 47-36. They had about a 4 or 5 year string where they were like New England champs, setting state records, 4x2, 4x4, 4x1. They were just doing so many great things in the late 2000s, early 2010s. But a couple years ago, they had Alana Smith, who who's one of the top girls in New England, one of the top girls in the nation, in the 4 and the 2 and the 1.
Where'd she end up going?
She went to Tennessee, but just transferred to Georgia Southern. She made NCAA regionals, so she's doing quite well there. Alana's uncle is Lee, or his father. Excuse me, her father is Lee Smith, the Hall of Fame baseball player. Her uncle was a NFL football player, George Radachowski.
A pretty good gene pool.
Yeah. Yeah, the Radachowski name was pretty well known in Danbury. Went to school with one of her younger uncles. Here we go. Look at this. Looking at Windsor in 4. They're in the maroon.
Whoa.
Yeah, they've eaten up the stagger already.
Beautiful handoffs right on the first stick. Their coach said they spent all last Saturday and Sunday working on handoffs before the set open and definitely showed off.
Pinkerton in lane 1 making some moves here, but it's all eyes on Windsor.
Clean stick again. Coach Kersey, your work is paying off. The Windsor Warriors are leading this heat, but will they win the fastest section overall? Had to look back a little bit.
But Pinkerton's taking it to Nashville right now, though.
Closing the gap, but it looks like Windsor's going to take the heat, but will they take the meet?
Nope.
It doesn't look like it.
47-82. What was
47-47.
47.
So it looks like the win came from the second heat. Windsor takes second overall.
So West Warwick takes that 47-47. Windsor second place, 47-82. Pinkerton finishes third, 48-57. Naugatuck, 49-19. Manchester, Connecticut, 49-26. U32 grabs sixth place, 49-38.
Nice. Next up, Heat 1. We've got Yarmouth, Maine in 1. Essex, Vermont is in 2. Bonnie Eagle, Maine, 3. Burlington is in 4. Champlain Valley, Vermont is in 5. Moses Brown, Rhode Island's in 6. And People's Academy, Vermont is in 7.
So do you have any idea where Zena Ray's going?
No, she's a junior.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're 10th and 11th graders. That's right. Well,
yeah,
I
I'm sure
actually-
she's getting a lot of notice, but
Yeah, well, some people do sign in their 11th grade years, too. I saw that Giardina's going to New Mexico.
Oh, what?
Yeah. He's only 11th grader.
geez. (41-61). Windsor has the meet record. They're also the New England leader, 41-16. We'll be seeing them shortly. Burlington, Champlain Valley, and Bonnie Eagle all within a couple hundredths of a second of each other based on seed times. So who has the better sticks? Even.
Boy, that was a long handoff there. Bonnie Eagle right now. Can you hold
It's
them off?
coming close. Oh, Bonnie Eagle grabs section 1.
Bonnie Eagle. 44.50. Burlington, 44.51. Essex, 44.85.
Okay, that's some running. Heat 2. Bangor, Maine is in 1. Colchester's in 2. Cranston West, Rhode Island's in 3. Then we have Brattleboro Union, Vermont is in 4. 5 is Hope from Rhode Island. 6 is Marshwood, Maine. Then we have 7 is Lewiston, Maine. So those are our 7 teams in Section 2. There will be 4 sections. Brattleboro comes in with a 43-45 seed. All the center teams are all in the 43-second range.
So Marshwood closes with a 100-meter champion. The kid that got DQ'd, was he on a relay team?
No,
He's not?
no, nope. Any field event results coming up? Maybe we
Let's
can do
check
it.
it out.
Maybe we can do that in between the next heats. Because I always, I got to tell you, I wish we had cameras all over the place.
I do too.
You know, to give, but we got to give, you know, a medal in the shot put is just as important as a medal here in the 4x1. And it's great to kind of recognize all those events. Looks like they're getting settled into the blocks now. And here we go. Remember, looking at Brattleboro, Vermont, they're in 4. It's like 5. That's Hope, Rhode Island's a little bit in the lead. They're in the white top. Clean stick.
But here comes the champion.
Hugh, you think he can run him down?
He might do it.
Yes, came up short. Marshwood.
Oh, they did get it.
What?
43-16.
We watching the same show we're watching? Cause look
Hope,
at that.
Oh,
same
there
time,
we go.
43-16.
Maybe an early lean from the other school.
It definitely came down to thousandths of a second. Brattleboro, 44-02. Moving on to Heat 3. Bishop Brady, New Hampshire's in 1. Walpole, Mass. is in 2. Hamden, the Dragons, are in 3. Bishop Hendricken are in 4. The Hawks. Fairfield Prep is in 5. Nashua South in 6. Trinity, New Hampshire in 7. And then we have Kennett, New Hampshire in lane 8.
Let's get him. All right, well, we have some time. We're going to run through some of the field events. We have final results from the boys shot put. Tristan Smith is your New England champion with 61 feet and 5 inches.
That's a huge
Yeah.
PR. He's never been over 60 before.
Oh, well, good day to PR for him. Then Alex Jackson, he got second, 61 feet and 3 inches, so just barely gets beaten by Smith. Chris Amy of Norwich Free Academy got third, 60 feet 2 inches. Jaden Baker of Norwalk, Connecticut, fourth, 58 feet 9 inches. Thomas Matlock of East Lyme, fifth, 58 feet 4 inches. And the last score in sixth place, Marshall Potter of Simsbury, Connecticut, sixth place, 58 feet 3 inches.
What was that winning throw again?
61 feet 5 inches.
61 feet 5 inches is number 6th all time in Connecticut history now.
And the New England meet record in shot put was set last year by Jacob Cookingham, 66 feet.
Yeah. Away from that, but still, what a great performance. They had like 3 boys over 60 feet, right? That's that's incredible. Henrikin is in 4, and Prep is in 5. Those are your 2 top seeds. Henriksen's in the green.
Pretty
Henrikin.
even race so far.
Who are we missing out of this one?
Good handoffs for the Hawks. Coming to the anchor leg. It's even. But on the inside, it looks like
Nashville
Hamden.
South is really making a push up there, too.
It's looking like the Dragons grab that section.
Oh, Nashville South
No,
ended up
Nashville
getting
South
it.
got it.
Maybe
Oh,
our
wow.
view up here, the outside lanes
It's
are a
tough.
little
Oh, we
closer
can't
than
see the
think.
outside lanes too
Yeah,
well.
it happened in the last
43-2-4 for Nashville South, and Hamden 43-2-7. Just missed out on that. Trinity was third, 43-4-1.
None of those beat Marshwood.
Yeah, it's funny how the first heats seem to always
Yep.
doing well. Moving on to the final section. Barrington is in 1. North Andover is in 2. LaSalle is in 3 from Rhode Island. Our top seed, Windsor, they are in 4. Danbury's in 5. Danbury tied the state open record, Connecticut state record early in the season, 41-40. Newtown, the Nighthawks are in 6. Derby's in 7, and Pinkerton Academy from New Hampshire is in 8.
This guy just jumped 23 feet.
It's 23 something. I can look it up.
Now
Who was it?
it was Burris of Manchester Central or Manchester Memorial.
Ooh, he's out of, yeah, that's a good one.
Here we go. We're getting lined up. Do we have some field event results here, Ty?
Yeah, we do. We went over some boys shop. We're going to go over girls discus. Tess Adams threw 142 feet 10 inches, clears the field. Sophia Axelrod, she got second. She threw 136.5 feet. Charity Johnson got third, 132 feet 1 inch. Harley of Winchester, Mass, fourth, 127 feet 3 inches. Gadet of Falmouth, Maine, fifth, 122 feet and 10 inches. And Maya Quaranta of Sacred Heart Academy got sixth, 122 feet 1 inch. And that rounds out your top 6 for the girls.
The Shark gets a medal.
Just missed it. Taylor Smith.
Oh, by 2 inches.
Looks like they're getting ready. They're in the blocks. They're in a set position. Okay, Windsor, they have their 2 big studs. They went 1-2 in the state open in the 200 and 400. They're both running this relay. They have the all-time New England record. Let's see if they can break it today.
Yeah, 41.61 is the current meet record. They're under that by about a half a second on the seed chart.
Man, they look good,
Yeah.
huh?
Danbury's on the outside. Danbury beat them twice this season.
Yeah, Pinkerton.
They had a messed up handoff last time, and here comes the Hatters. It's the Hatters and Windsor. It's going to be a battle of the Titans.
They should push it to a record.
Ooh, Windsor
Oh, Windsor
gets
just
it.
takes it at the end. Danbury runs great to grab second place. 41-72 for Windsor. 41-79 for Danbury. And 42-50 for Pinkerton is your top 3 in this section. Just got Danbury at the end. Windsor ran fantastic to win New England Championship in the 4x100.
So your top 6 were from that heat.
Yeah, so we're going to go over some more girls throws. We're only missing the shot put, but girls javelin, we have Alessandra Forione from Peabody. She got first, 129 feet 11 inches. Ashu of Stoughton, Mass. got second, 122 feet 3 inches. Smith of Connecticut, third, 120 feet 11 inches. Banks of Weston, Connecticut, got fourth, 120 feet 4 inches. Cleary of Burryville, Rhode Island, fifth, 119 feet and 8 inches. And Merritt of Trumbull, Connecticut, got sixth, 119 feet and 8 inches. So Merritt and Cleary both tie for 5th and 6th. That's going to round out your top 6.
Banks was our
No.
New England champion last year. Kind of surprised
Yep.
the field a little bit.
And the New England meet record was also very recent, 2022 by Shea Green of Weston, Connecticut, 152 feet.
She just made NCAAs, and I think she threw something like 180. She made the Olympic trials. Yeah.
Where does she go?
She goes to Princeton. Okay, in the seat, we've got Brittany Carrier in 2 from Bucksfield. Then we have Jacqueline Franklin from Greeley, Maine. Leah Kernet from Woodstock Union, Vermont, in 4. Mahone Felix from Champlain in 5. Grace Morris from South Burlington in 6. And Natalia Charles from Hamden Academy in 7. These girls all come with a seed between 101 to 102. Somebody's going to try to get in the 60 flat range here. That's lane 3. That's Franklin from Greeley. Comes in with a 101.45. She's trying to hang on.
She's tying up a lot, but I think she's going to be able to get under 60. Maybe just 60
that
flat.
60 flat. But still, better than her seed time
No,
coming in.
59.86.
Oh, good for her. Breaking that 60-second barrier is great. Felix from Champlain Valley, 101 flat .73. Then a 10th behind from Woodstock is Connor. Heat 2. Maraka Bryant from Classical Rhode Island is in 2. Brooke White from St. John's Berry is in 3. Charlotte Boudin from Timberland Regional is in 4. Laura Gin from Deering is in 5. Kanuna Lohman from Narragansett is in 6. And Charlize Brown from Thetford is in 7. There will be 5 heats. Top seeds are all in the 59-second range. All of them are trying to get on that 60-second barrier. Again, we already saw it once. Let's see if we can see it a second time. Okay, remember we're checking on, we got a couple 59s, with a trio of 59-second girls in here. Lane 4 from Timberland, 59.41. Charlotte Bourdon is our top seed. See if magic happens, somebody can get in the 58s.
Looks like Brooke White right now.
Yep. St. Johnsbury, the Vermonter. Looks strong, staying tall.
About to be overtaken, though.
Yep.
That's Laura Gin from Deering, Maine. Had a second gear on the home stretch. That's Gin, 59.80. Then White, 1 flat 37. Bedoin from Timberland, 1 flat .6. Skylar Maxwell is in lane 2 in heat 3. Kylie Raposa from Kingswood Regional is in 3. Sultana Ali from New Britain is in 4. Addison Elliott from Hampton Academy, Maine is in 5. Then we have Zeta DePina from Classical Rhode Island in 6. Quinn Petzold from Lowell, Mass. is in 7. All these girls are under 60. The inside girls are in the 58s.
So the last of the field events we have, or actually girls javelin just populated in, but we're going to go over boys long jump. Working from the bottom up, we have Twite of Concord. He jumped 22 feet 4 inches. Catroli of Lewiston, Maine got 5th, 22 feet 9 inches. Albertston in 4th jumped 22 feet 9 inches as well. Wade got 3rd, 22 feet 11 inches. Guzzi of Xavier got 2nd, 23 feet 1 inch. And Chase Burris of Manchester Memorial is your New England champion. He
Nice.
just misses the New Hampshire state record by an inch and a half.
Oh.
He jumped 23 feet 3 inches and 3/4.
Wow, that's a great showdown between two guys over 23 feet. That's great. It's going to be one of these races we won't be able to see the outside.
Looks like Lowell right now.
Yeah, on the outside, we can see her head from here.
Petzold of Lowell. See if she can hold on. She's getting challenged on the inside now.
Got a couple girls challenging him on the inside.
It's like lane 4.
Hard to tell there.
Ali.
Petzold
Lowell.
got it.
Petzold. 58-49. Then we had Ali from New Britain. 58-52. 58-63 from Kingswood is Raposa. That was section 3. Moving on to section 4, we've got Jasmine Hurley from Middlebury, Union, Vermont is in 1. Emerson Flaker from Scarborough, Maine is in 2. Audrey Thomas from Old Rochester Regional is in 3. Olivia Walters from my town I live in now, from Brookfield, is in 4. Ram Giwa from Wachusett is in 5. Olivia Lawrence is in 6 from White Mountains, New Hampshire. And finally, we have Nora Kiesel from Essex North.
This Lorenz girl is coming on big time. She's only a freshman.
Yep.
She
had a really big showing at her state championship.
Olivia Walters last year won the State Open Championship last year for Connecticut. And then this year, she ran about the same as last year, but I feel she became more competitive. And she was 5th last year at New England. So maybe she's got a shot at scoring. She's within a couple tenths of a second of her personal record that got to score last year. She likes to come on strong in the second half of the race. Okay, now is when things are going to start coming out of the wash. In lane 2, it's looking like
Flaker? Yep. Emerson Flaker right now. She's pulling away pretty nice. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a placer for Flaker.
57.96 is her seed time coming in.
It's popped a good one.
56.
Wow.
Big drop.
56.06.
So last year, girl from Bangor won this in Bangor. It was pretty exciting, for the town.
Yeah, that was pretty special. It's always cool to win in front of your hometown crowd and everything. Trying to see if there's. No, I can't find her. Okay, let's move on to the next heat.
If Harriet's going to break the state record, it has to be right now.
Yep.
I wish
What's that? It's a 55.4 or 55.6 for New Hampshire state record in the 400.
Yeah, it's Grace Devaney. Yeah, 55.
Okay, in heat 5, we have Windsor's Paige Wilson will be in 1. Lauren Croppo is scheduled to be in 2. She has scored in the 100 dash. Mariah Letezian from Amherst Pelham in Mass is in 3. Then we have Zena Ray in 4. Our top seed, 54.73. Shahane Barclay from Bloomfield is in 5. Kyla Williams from Bloomfield is in 6. Harriet Barber from Manchester Central, the Little Green, they're in 7. And Alex DiMatteo from King Philip Regional is in 8. We've got a hot heat anywhere from 54 to 57 seconds in here.
So 55.42 was Grace
Okay.
Devaney's time. This is one of your last shots right here if you're going to do it.
Yeah, and Barber's basically ran alone all year, so having a push could really get her close to this record.
She's going to have a strong second half.
Yeah, sometimes you just need somebody else to get in somebody else's rhythm to pull you out faster and then to keep you in the tough part of the race. This is going to help her a lot. But Ray is looking like she has the day right now, but it is
I
close.
don't know. That
Croppo
inside
looks
lane
great.
looks good.
That's Lauren Croppo.
Wow, it's going to be a tight one.
Yeah, and Croppo looks pretty smooth, but
Ray has
well,
another
Ray is
gear.
kinda
as she's-
pushing
yeah.
in.
She's busted. Oh, my
Williams
God.
is going to grab third, it's looking
54s.
like.
55-16.
55-16 for Zena Ray. Wins the heat and the championship. Croppo takes second, 55-46. Barclay from Bloomfield, 55-71. Then we have Luke Jen from Amherst Pelham, 55-94. And then we have Wilson from Windsor, 56-56. That was a pretty exciting race, just how it came down at the very end. Zena Ray was a top seed, but man, she, winners are going to win. She found a way to pull it out.
Yeah, and we have some more field results populating onto Lancer timing. There's for boys high jump. There's an 8-way tie for fourth, all at 6'5", 1.95 meters. Aiden Lee of Gorham, Adams of Westfield, Davis of York, Muhammad of Brantford, Chen of Portsmouth, Rhode Island, Satterfield of Barrington, Rhode Island, Fraser of Mystic Valley Regional, Potter of Barrington, Rhode Island, and that rounds out all of the people tied at 6'5". Shimmer of Shrewsbury and Manson of Bloomfield are tied for second at 6'7", and your New England champion is Griffin Gammon of Gorham, Maine, 6'9". Was his jump.
I think we just got missed by a bunch of rain if you look off to the northeast.
Oh, you can see a line down there, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully it doesn't come over here.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope these guys can run fast enough. Dan Carter's going to try to do it from St. Johnsbury. He's in lane 2 of heat 1 of the boys' 400 meters. Caleb Fitzpatrick from Burr and Burton is in 3. Eli Wood from Prout, Rhode Island is in 4. Nick Lamoureux from North Smithfield, Rhode Island is in 5. Cameron Harris is in 6 from Lewiston, Maine. Teddy Wagner is in 7 from Winthrop, Maine. These young men are all 50 point to 52 high, 52 low. Denadri Barnaby, his meet record is on the line today, 47-31. He set it way back in 2008. Member of the Canadian Olympic team. Unfortunately, Barnaby passed away. Here we go, heat 1.
It's like Wood.
50.21 for Wood. Lamoureux, North Springfield, 51.08. And third, 51.35 was Lewiston. Harris from Lewiston. Heat 2, Brody Smith from Sohegan, New Hampshire. 3, Roel Sanderson from Concord Christian. Owen Partridge and a pear tree from Greeley, Maine is in 4. Logan Montgomery from John Stark Regionals in 5. Joe Richards from Winslow, Maine in 6. And then we have Tamuzi Molecule from Hope, Rhode Island in 7. Every time I think of Windsor, I always think of Winslow, Arizona.
It's a fine place to be.
Yeah. That song, it always comes to my mind. We have nobody in 2, so it looks like Smith is not entered right now. Partridge is our top seed, 49.91. Montgomery's right off his tail, 49.93. So we could get our first sub-50s here on this heat. But I highly doubt that's going to medal today.
had them in their blocks for a while.
Yeah, I know. That's
I didn't hear any commands, no moving around. So
and it's not like it's like a 8 or 9 lane track where you have to
Yeah.
watch the entire thing. It's pretty compacted here. Remember watching Montgomery and Partridge.
I think that's a Richards that really made a big push. And I think that's lane 6.
Yep, from Maine. Let's see if Richards can hang on. He's got a big
Got a
lead.
good lead.
Coming on to the home stretch, it's Richards, but others are making a run for it right now. Richards is going to try to hang on, looking pretty smooth. Does not look like there's going to be enough real estate. They're catching him, but Richards takes the heat.
Ooh, good one.
Yeah, I think he was definitely in 49s there. Yeah, 49-19.
Eating his Wheaties today. Richards 49-19, 49-71 for Montgomery, and Sanderson from Concord 49-85. Moving ahead to Heat 3. This is Heat 3 of 5. Desmond Snyder from Burlington is in 2. Quentin Fortier from Champlain Valleys in 3. Barry and Perry from Nashua South in 4. Will Gigacoma from Barrington is in 5. Jacques Alfani from Colchester is in 6. Thaden Leo Menasa from LaSalle Academy is in 7. We got 3 boys in the 49-6s. This should be a great race. 3 very evenly matched runners in the inside lanes. All under 50. Barry's in 4. Giacomo is in 5. Fortier's in 3. Those are our top 3 seeds right now. Everybody's off well. Fortier looks really strong there.
Yeah, he's got that inside lane already. If he's got an extra kick here, I think he's going to be the one to win.
It's pretty tight.
Here
They all
comes-
hit-
But
they
here
all
comes
hit that
Schneider,
line
though.
That is pretty
evenly.
tight.
And on the outside, we've got Thaden from LaSalle Academy looking
that's-
strong. Lane 2, though.
It's like 40.
We got- Looks
Fortier's
like-
got it.
Looks like Snyder's got it.
Oh,
49-73
Snyder.
for Schneider. Fortier, Champlain Valley, 50.14. Third place, Leo Manessa from LaSalle, 50.15.
Say it might rain today.
Is it raining again?
Yeah.
Yep.
Another downpour. Oh, it's on one side of the track, and you can see it moving over to the track. Everybody's getting under cover right now. Let's see how fast these boys, if they can avoid the raindrops. Wyatt Lawton from Profile, New Hampshire, is in 1. Juan Taliesin from Newton North is in 2. Camden Rose, Somerset, Mass. Somerset Berkeley Regional is in 3. Jacob Coates from Bishop Henrikin in 4. Christian Reynoso from Lawrence, Mass. is in 5. Jack Cady from Brattleboro is in 6. And Noah Mulligan rounds out our field in lane 7. We're starting to dip down into the 48s a little bit. Jacob Coates in lane 4, 48.96.
49-19, I think is the time to beat still from Richards.
This is just
Of
Mother's
Heat 2.
Nature's way of Zamboni in the track. Clear it off a little bit, boys.
We've had such great weather without any rain the past few weeks. No meets have been canceled or postponed. I don't think anywhere in the Northeast. Where other parts of the country having heat domes and crazy weather. We're having perfect
Yeah, we're
weather
lucky.
here.
Really tight packed right now.
Yep, it's anybody's race. Looks like we're going to have 3 across. Bishop Henrikin. Coates looks strong. It's going to be outside, though. Katie from Brattleboro, 49.87. 49.80 is Mulligan from Norwell. And Coates, 50.03 from the Hawks at Bishop Henrikin.
So explain to me this. Why would you go to lane 1 and not use up lane 8?
You'd have to ask our meet director,
Yeah.
Mr. Tim Cox. He's the guy in charge of all this stuff.
I mean, if
don't
everything
know.
else is started 2 through 7, and then you have one open,
Maybe because we can't see him up here. I don't know.
I don't know. Do you have any idea?
Coming into the hot heat now. Michael Fisher from Lyman Hall is in 1. John York is in 2. Coming off that 4x800 is in 2. Brennan McCabe from Immaculate is in 3. Deshaun Berry is the name to watch right now. He's our top seed in this section. From Windsor, comes in with a 47-44 seed, but I believe he's run faster. Lucas Figueredo from Waterbury Career Academy is in 5. Kyle Hoffman from Daniel Hand is in 6. Nolan Filer from Gorham, Maine is in 7. And then we have Kevin Brooks from Windham, New Hampshire in the outside in lane 8.
Actually, it looks like Brooks. It looks like a vacant lane 8.
Okay. Barry comes in with seed. He was Connecticut State Open champ, tied his teammate 47-44. He's number 7 all-time in Connecticut history. He was second in Connecticut State Open in the 200. He's also part of the 4x1 champ that we just saw win a little while ago. And this downpour has got to affect the performances, but it doesn't matter. A gold medal is going to be a gold medal. Who's going to steal it? There is in lane 4 in the maroon. That's Tashawn Barry. He's got some company.
Sure does. That
And
looks
now
like
he
it.
looks like he's going to try to pull away, but
Here
that's
comes a
McCabe.
sophomore, Brandon McCabe. The Immaculate sophomore has been tearing up the track, but no, Barry's going to hold off the sophomore.
48-81.
Barry wins it in 48.81. Second, McCabe from Immaculate, 48.99. Hoffman, 49.24. Failer from Gorham, 49.26. And fifth in the heat from Hall, John York, 49.49. Figueredo is sixth in the heat, 49.81. I don't think top 6 will place. I think there were some others out there.
Yeah, and that Richards of the second heat, he had the best time before this heat, 49.19. He's going to end up finding himself in the 3rd spot.
All
Pretty
right.
good.
Okay, now we have to get the hurdles on the track. They're already on the track, man. These guys are great. Just want to take this time to remind everybody, this is brought to you by the State Running Network, made up of the State Running Network of Ocean State Running, New Hampshire Track and Field, My Sports Results, and Bay State Running. Powered by Marathon Sports and Hoka. We have stores all over New England. We all have online stores. You can always purchase whatever you need online, and hopefully you can get it sent to you in a very timely fashion. So if you enjoy our coverage, make sure you check out the Marathon Sports website.
This was a New England record that could go down right here. Kareem McKenzie, he's come in with a 42.02.
Yeah, I mean, she should be. She's broken 43, I think, 3 times this season already. But the question is this weather. I mean, this is going to definitely hamper some of the times.
And if we have a moment here, too, we just got the boys' javelin results. Go to the top 6. We have Chaffalus from Hanover, New Hampshire. He threw 166 feet, 10 inches. Walters of Hall, Connecticut got 5th, 170 feet and 4 inches. Ashley of Newport, New Hampshire, 4th, 170 feet, 11 inches. Brown from Scarborough, Maine, 3rd, 172 feet. Bannon of Rockville, Connecticut, 2nd, 180 feet and 8 inches. And Nick Reynolds, the current New Hampshire state record holder, he threw 193 feet and 5 inches
Wow.
today.
So do you want to hear the story on this kid?
Yeah.
He's been throwing a javelin for 12 weeks.
Oh, yeah. You get that once in a while. You
Well,
get that.
He threw it into the woods the other day.
Yeah, at the D1 championships.
Into
Yeah.
the woods.
There's a kid that threw for Sheehan High School, came out his junior year, became state open champ. Senior year was COVID year, so lost that. Went to Southern Connecticut. Now he has the number 8 throw in the entire world right now.
Wow.
Kid from Southern Connecticut, New England boy.
Well, this kid was going to go play soccer at Utica. He could play. He can throw the javelin anywhere in the United States now. He's also finished he finished 3rd in the high jump and finished 3rd in the triple jump.
Wow, that's more impressive because it shows his overall athleticism, and he's got a lot of raw material to work with. Only 23 states in the country throw the javelin.
That's it. Huh?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
yeah.
Yeah, and with Nick Reynolds as well, we have some division records that you can break at the state meets, and he broke the retired record with the lighter javelin as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, there's a great podcast if you guys want to check it out online, or it's called the Guild Coaches Connection. Mike Cunningham puts it on, and he just did a great series where he interviewed one representative from each state in the union, talking about how they qualify for the state meets, what they do in the state meet. Like Vermont, I found out they do a girls' decathlon. They do a decathlon. Like Connecticut does a decathlon at the end of the season, but it's a heptathlon for the ladies. In Vermont, the ladies do 10 events. I mean, I don't know if nobody else does that. Rhode Island has a JV and freshman state championships. I mean, each state does something very unique and different. So, and then you go out to, my favorite was one state. If there's a tie to get into their state finals, the tiebreaker is which school is listed alphabetically first.
Oh my God.
So Acton would always get ahead of Xavier.
Yeah.
It just that's just how it goes. I thought that was kind of ridiculous, but it's funny how each state, and we're the only state that has a regional competition. Like, this is kind of like, when you think about it, New England's kind of one state. We have our class meets to qualify for our state championship, and then we move on to this meet. It's kind of like our state meet.
Yeah, that's why it's such an honor to be here and represent New England when you're at the national meets
Yeah.
as well, because it's all part of one community in the New England track and field.
You got that right. You've spoken from an athlete right there. It's funny, in your state meet, you root for everybody in your conference.
Exactly.
When you get to this, New England, you root for everybody in your state meet. But when you get to nationals, you see somebody from a fellow New Englander, and you're like, hey, I remember you, and become friends with them. Okay, I'm not sure what the holdup is here. We're scheduled. We're not running it, right? We didn't miss the first section. We're scheduled in the first section. Catherine Chisholm from Middletown, Rhode Island is supposed to be in 1. Izzy Laramie from South Burlington's in 2. Susanna Rockers from Westwood, Mass. is in 3. Sophia Chase from Bangor's in 4. Robin Tashin from Burr and Burton in Vermont is in 5. Victoria Zandon from Greeley is in 6. Ava Conroy from Lowell is in 7. Are they giving these kids some?
I don't know. We just had a really cool shot of that home stretch.
Looks like they're coming out of the
getting on
track.
the
Now they're
track.
coming out of
Yep.
the track. Yep. Yeah, the Guild Coach Connection. I've been listening to that on my commute back and forth. It's great because what they do is their primary goal is to interview coaches all over the country and honor coaches all over the country, and they talk about their journeys. It's a great recruiting thing. If you're looking to get to know what your future college coach is like, they have nearly 300 interviews now of different college, high school, middle school, NIIAA, Division 1, 2, 3, all different types of coaches they have there. So it's kind of fun to listen to their journeys, how some of them just walked in by accident, became coaches. It's just kind of fun how it wasn't always planned. So the New England meet record, 42.82, It could go down today. It could. But I think they're trying to hold off, let the rain kind of bypass.
No more rain that
Yeah.
I can see.
Marty, you familiar with the Massachusetts results?
Steve Manzone's the guy, but
what's there's different competitions, and then there's an X next to it on mile split. Like you'd see the hurdles, and then there'd be an X next to it. It's a different competition. Do you have any idea? Did that go with some pentathlon or?
oh, they do a pentathlon. They do a pentathlon that counts in their state meets. So
Maybe that's what it is.
yeah. So anyway, Chisholm in 1, Laramie in 2, Rockers in 3, Chase in 4, Tajian in 5, Zandon in 6, Conroy in 7. We have, as expected, lane 4. That's Chase. She's being chased right now. Looking really good, but you can never say she's guaranteed to win until they're over the last hurdle. Got to get that trail leg over a little bit. Here she comes, the last hurdle, and she finishes strong. At one time I was at New England's, and a girl was leading New England's till that last hurdle, hit the hurdle, went down like a ton of bricks, and I think she finished like in 55 seconds or so. Chase from Bangor, 48.11. Zandon from Greeley, 48.36. 49.75 is Conroy from Lowell. Okay, we're going to move on to Heat 2. Morgan Doherty in 1 from Concord. Jenny Flynn from Lewiston, Maine in 2. Reese Vitale Cranston West is in 3. Amelia Mayer from Burr and Burton Academy in Vermont is in 4. Allison Fry from Nashua North is in 5. Maddox Lovely is in 6 from Newport, New Hampshire. Finally, we have Cindy Schoenbach from Riverdale, Vermont in 7. I saw Allison Fry, the words I quickly looked at. I'm like, oh, is it Allison Felix? Is that it? No, Allison Fry. Looked very close. Top seeds are in the 46s here. And we have 4 sections scheduled. Yeah, you've got to hit your rhythm to those first few steps. A lot of people try to get out so hard, but then it pays dividends. If you can't get those knees up over the last 2 hurdles, that will change things very quickly for you.
Oh, we got one down.
She got back down, but she got back up again.
Outside lane looks like it's winning. Schoenbeck.
That's
We
lane
can just see her head.
3. Vital. Oh, yep. Okay, you're right. Schoenbeck on the outside. Trying to steal it. Coming to the last hurdle. It's a 3-way sweep right there. We're going to let Lancer figure that out. Vital, Cranston West, 47.2. Fry from Nashville North, 47.22. Schoenbach from Riverdale, 47.48. Okay, moving on to Section 3. Emily DeCanto from Portsmouth, Rhode Island is in 1. Livia Robles from Danbury is in 2. Emily Brown from Shiraho Regional, Rhode Island in 3. Then we have McKenna Druin from Lewiston, Maine in 4. Aaron Carty from Oyster River, New Hampshire is in 5. Annalise Collin from Portland in 6. Grace Dow from, Hollis Brookline in 7. Then we have Grassa Billa from North Yarmouth Academy, Maine in the outside. Kenna Druin.
Oh, she's going out hard.
Yeah. Mass Class A, 100 and 300 champ. 6th in the 55 meters indoors and 9th in the 55 hurdles indoors at New England's. She's going to try to grab a medal from this heat.
Yeah, and she's really pulling away. Some competition on the outside lanes.
That's Bila on the outside. But nope, she's pulling away, looking great to each hurdle.
Oh, she's both footed too.
44s?
.45.06, Druin won that section. 45.54 from Bila, North Yarmouth. And then we have Dow coming across 46.40. Tamari Gillespie from Windsor. She's in 1. We saw her in the 100 hurdles earlier. Then we have Squirrel Lance from Cheshire will be in 2. We saw them in the 100 hurdles. Janelle Thomas from Nashua North in 3. Our top seed, Karima McKenzie from Windsor. She comes in with a Connecticut state record time, New England leading time of 42.02. Deja Duncan, the state open runner-up in Connecticut, 44.04. Sabine Bruick from North Country Union is in 6th. Haley Bilodeau from Blackstone Valley Regionals in 7. And Caden Simpson makes the hot
400
heat
meter
from
times.
Jonathan Law in 8.
That's what it is. See, right here.
Simpson's been setting school records for the past 4 years, revolutionized the sprinting and hurdling in Milford for Jonathan Law High School. Duncan and McKenzie will be going head-to-head once again.
This is where I'd like to have seen Annika Scott.
She does the 300 hurdles, right?
Yeah, she didn't do it at the MOCs last week. She was set to do it, but she didn't do it.
McKenzie, 42.02 at the Connecticut State Open. Deja Duncan, our next seed, she's run a 42.95 at a dual meet. And it looks like Duncan's got a little bit of a lead advantage there. Here comes McKenzie. Duncan's feeling her oats. McKenzie's trying to make...
really pulling up.
It's going to come down to the wire. They're both leaning at the line. Lancer timing, please tell us what that was. That's going to be a great battle. I think Windsor got it, though, I think.
New England record.
Oh, they have to check it twice now. It was that close.
Oh, Duncan got it.
Duncan, the sophomore, 42.62, 100th of a second in front of McKenzie.
Who both break the New England meet record, too.
Finally, Duncan gets a meet record. 3 times she's gone on the meet record, not one. Bruick from North Country, 43.90 is 3rd. 44.39 from Gillespie from Windsor is 4th. Squirrel Lands finishes 5th from Cheshire, 44.56. And 6th was Thomas from Nashville North, 44.82. I'm excited for Deja Duncan there because, like I said, she's gotten a few meet records, but people have beaten her all the time. This is her first major championship she's won, and she's a sophomore.
Yeah, and as they change the hurdle heights, we have the boys pole vault results. So in 6th, Raph Campanile from Mount Mansfield Union, Vermont, jumps 14 feet 3 inches. Tied with him is Viviano from Ledyard, Connecticut, 14 feet 3 inches. Also tied at 14 feet 3 inches is Sawyer O'Riordan from Neshoba Regional in Massachusetts. 3rd place goes to Fidel of Xavier, 14 feet 9 inches. And Wyatt Patterson of Winnicott jumps 14 feet 9 inches. And Liam Wright of Hall jumps 15 feet flat to be your New England champion. He was a jump-off winner, I imagine, with at least Patterson and maybe even Fidel as well.
Yeah, Liam Wright's done 15.6 this season already. He went for the state open, all-time state record of the class meet of 16.3. Didn't quite get that. Went for 16 feet at the open. Had some good looks. Hopefully he'll get one more shot at nationals and try to get over that 16-foot barrier.
Well, this event here is where you get some impressive freshmen. Kid's 37.58 coming
Yeah.
here. That's unbelievable.
Tall
for
kid,
a
athletic
freshman.
looking, great finisher. Tucker Hall from South Burlington is in lane 2 in heat 1 of the boys 300 hurdles. Sajin Hadjic from Essex, Vermont is in 3. Wilder Thomas from St. Johnsbury is in 4. Jason Marcelino from North Kingston, Rhode Island is in 5. Matt Berry from South Portland, Maine in 6. Then we have Asher St. Pierre from Essex, Vermont in 7. Yeah, you can hear the meet announcer. Broke the meet record. Deja Duncan. That was just a great finish.
Sure was.
We got 5 sections of the boys, 300 hurdles. Meet record is set way back in 1993. That was my first year as head coach. I remember Aaron Haynes from Wilbur Cross ran a 37.06. That's the New England meet record.
So when I was looking at this, when I was doing the research, this came down to 5. On our meet sheet here, it says
It was like .0005.
Yeah, 0.5 thousandths of a second.
Yep.
I thought for my advantage, I thought the freshman won it. And I started looking up, has a freshman ever won a state open in Connecticut before? On the guys' side. It's happened on the girls' side. But on the guys' side, talked to a few
I think
coaches.
it's one too many zeros though.
Jerome Young won the 4, 2, and 4x4. Went on to run the 96 and 2000 Olympics.
Yeah.
Still has a Connecticut state record of 45.01 or 2. He was the track and field athlete of the year that year. So, yeah, this kid, even though he didn't win, he just barely lost, but he's got a great future in front of him. I wish somebody had the Connecticut freshman records. We don't have them, but I'd have to say that's got to be a freshman
Oh
record.
my God, I
Yeah.
would think so. It's got to be. It's one of the fastest times in New England of
Yeah.
all time.
Number 1 freshman in the country.
Nice.
66th in the entire country.
I think he's ranked all-time in Connecticut history, too. Yeah, it's 4th in Connecticut history. 4th fastest time in Connecticut history right there. That was Matt Berry from South Portland. 42.03. Thomas from St. Johnsbury. 42.53. And third is Hall from South Burlington. 42.65. Heading on to the outside now. On the other side of the track, we've got Heat 2. Josie Brown Wright from Sharon, Mass. is in 2. Stephen Pierre from Levitt area, Maine, is in 3. Josh Wright from Gorham, Maine, is in 4. Jason Hargensheimer from Falmouth, Maine, is in 5. Max Lesney from Essex is in 6. And we have Joseph Marcotte from Alverine, New Hampshire, is in 7. Did I say that right?
Elvern.
Alvern.
Yep.
E is silent. Alvern. I can only imagine trying to do this for this Texas State meet, knowing every single school in Texas. You know,
Yeah.
they do have, Texas does have one state championship. It's like they have like 10,000, 15,000 fans in the stands, and it's a big deal.
So these other seed times you see from Massachusetts are actually 400-meter times.
Yeah, that's Massachusetts is one of the few states.
Oh, a big spill.
Massachusetts is one of the few states in the union that actually runs the 400 hurdles. Not many do.
It's got to
lane
change it up a
3,
little bit
Stephen
for you.
Pierre. But then we also have in lane 7, Marcotte.
Sun's coming out.
Oh, and lane 2 is looking strong. That's right. Brown right. Brown right steals it. Yeah, what a weird day. You know, Mark Twain used to say, if you don't like the weather in New England, just wait 15 minutes. We're definitely learning that today.
Okay, this is going to be a test right now.
Section 3, Gavin Lombera.
Sound it out.
Regional New Hampshire.
Monadnock.
Monadnock. Oh, boy. New England is filled with Native American names that just don't make sense. Yeah. Okay. Marcelo Giva from Northeast Metro Regional in Massachusetts is 3. Jack McKenty from Ponegasset is 4. Antonio Bearden from LaSalle Academy is 5. Benjamin Therault from Mount Arrett, Maine is 6. And Ryan Jamison from Winnicott, New Hampshire is in 7. We're trying to see if somebody can get down under the 42nd barrier. They're just seated just over that.
It wasn't a graduation issue because he's 11th grader. So maybe he's just going right to nationals. That's what a lot
Probably.
of guys do.
There was one athlete that missed the class meet because they had a prom, and so they didn't advance throughout. So you never know what makes people make their decisions.
I wouldn't even miss it for my funeral. I really wouldn't.
We'd put the body right in the middle there. You'd be right up here with us. But like weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
Track
around.
meet at Jimmy's. Oh,
Maul's
That
that
was-
hurdle, but he's still moving through.
they're all pretty even. Still coming to these final few hurdles. 4 all coming over the last hurdles together, coming on to home stretch. But it's looking like lane 7 or lane 6.
Oh!
Oh,
Well, it was lane 3, and he took out lane 4. Wow.
well, that could be a rerun for that athlete if
Yeah.
they chose.
I think the slick track right now is not helping when people are clipping in the hurdles.
Therault from Mount Arrett, 41.10. Jamison from Winnicott, 41.19. And Unadak, I'm going to say it wrong again, Lombera, 42.07.
He definitely, when he fell, he definitely impeded that other one.
Yeah, he got in the other lane.
We could see a rerun later on if they so choose. But it's kind of hard to do to come back and do another race. Maybe at the end of the meet, maybe.
I don't know how you can do it.
Section 4 of 5, Oliver Duffy from Winnicott is in 1. Then we have Gavin Landry from Westbrook, Maine in 2. Avery Gilbert from Mount Mansfield is in 3. Ryan Kyle from Westford Academy, Mass is in 4. Aaron Hernandez-Reyes from East Hartford is in 5. Joaquin Fallon from Windsor is in 6. Nathaniel Gardner from Gloucester, Mass is in 7.
First name is spelled a little different.
What is that? Lane 4, Westford Academy is going out hard.
And he's got a big stride over that hurdle.
Coming up right on his tail, Gilbert in lane 3. But looks like lane 4 is going to get to the hurdle first. Driving his arms, grabbing that knee leg up. Switched legs on that one there.
He's going to score out of that one. 38.77.
38.75.
Kyle from Westford Academy, 38.75. Duffy from Winnicott, 39.43. Third place was Gilbert from Mount Mansfield, 39.73.
I think that
So
38.75 is going to hold up. for a place.
Definitely. It might even get him a top 5 spot,
Well,
especially if there's some carnage over the hurdles in this next heat,
yeah,
which
let's
is
hope
always a
that doesn't happen.
possibility.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. Jared Mighty, another great name from Brockton, is in 1. Aiden Benevue from North Springfield, Rhode Island, is in 2. Ethan Knight from Barrington, Rhode Island, is in 3. Then we have our 110 champion, Sam Fort from Xavier, is in 4. The freshman, Giovanni Reynolds from Windsor, is in 5. Andre Gutierrez from Guilford is in 6. Dan Anderson from Naugatucks in 7. Landon Rodriguez from Portsmouth, Rhode Island is in 8. Gutierrez is, I think, the only person that beat Fort in the 300 hurdles this year. Beat him at his conference meet. And we talked about early, Reynolds came down to the exact wire. 0.005 of a second was the difference in the state open, with both being awarded the time of 37.58, which is 4th in Connecticut history. Gutierrez's time at the SEC Championships is 17th in Connecticut history. But let's see who can possibly get down under 37. Can we see a meet record broken today?
And 4 is the first one over the hurdle. That's the best thing about a 300 hurdle, a 400 hurdle race. You just watch who gets over the hurdle first.
Yeah, he's staying low to those hurdles.
Yeah, he's got good form.
Yeah,
But here comes a freshman. Does he have another gear? He comes on strong in the second half. That's what happened in the Open. Fort's running scared now. He's trying to stay tall. Gets to the line. Second last year and grabs the title this year for the Falcons. 38.10. Reynolds from Windsor, the freshman, 38.76. Knight from Barrington, 38.97. Gutierrez from Guilford, 39.24. Mighty from Brockton, 39.82. And we probably had some people from the previous heats that squeezed in and going to get the score.
I don't think he squeezed in. I think he opened the door and got himself second. By one.
yeah, you
Hundredth of a
you
second.
were right, Jimmy. Not only did it hold up, he got second with it.
By 1/100th of a second. That was pretty good, huh? That freshman's got a lot of potential. He's got a lot of time to be getting real good. Okay, in this first heat of the girls 800, we got Charlie McHugh of Cumberland, Rhode Island, Elizabeth Cunningham of Rice Memorial, Vermont. We got Laura Hogue of Rogers, Rhode Island, Emily Harris of Burr and Burton Academy, Vermont, Amelia Dion, Burlington, Vermont, Katie McCarthy of Bangor, Maine, Zadie Buckley of Bedford, Mass, Lila Hall, Freeport, Maine, Emma Young, Cape Elizabeth, Maine, Regina Palmer, South Burlington, Vermont, Ellie Jackson of Pontiac, Rhode Island. We got a range of 220.60 to 224.63 top to bottom, 11 girls in this heat. We're going to have 3 heats of the 800 today. Right now we got Julia Blake from Darien, Connecticut leading the way. Excuse me. Charlie McHugh leading the way from Cumberland, Rhode Island. Coming through the 400 and 108. So 216 pace. Zadie Buckley of Bedford, Mass. taking over the lead. She's open about 5-meter lead. She's about to be challenged here by Emma Young of Cape Elizabeth, Maine. So Zadie Buckley leading the way right now. She's coming down on this first heat. She comes in with a seat time of 2:21.98.
Pretty close on that one. Everyone's kind of closing on her, though.
Oh, they're closing hard.
It's going to be a four-way finish, potentially.
It's like maybe Emma Young?
You can tell with the green and yellow universe.
Harris of Burr and Burton, 221.49. Young was second. Cape Elizabeth, 221.57. Buckley of Bedford, 222.08. Hall of Freeport, 222.12. Second heat, we got Julia Blake of Darien, Connecticut. Zoe Carroll of York, Maine. Madison Bowden of U32, Vermont. Maura Whitney of North Kingstown, Rhode Island. Chloe Gudis of Concord, New Hampshire. Maeve Gavin of Westwood, Mass. Shalene Brochu of Morris, Maine. Karuna Lohman of Narragansett, Rhode Island. Kylie Record of Scarborough, Maine. Shaylee Murdoch, Hopkinton, New Hampshire. Avery Murphy, Murdoch, Mass. And Ginger Long of U32, range of 215 to 220.
It's a pretty big range for an 800.
Yeah, and some of these girls will definitely probably get themselves into medal position. A lot of times it comes from the second.
Yeah, it depends what race you ran last week
Yeah, exactly.
and what type of race you ran last week. So looks like some red uniforms out in front.
So it's Kylie Record of Scarborough leading the way. She comes in with a 219.
So definitely being aggressive in this heat of a lot of mid to teens runners.
Followed by Karuna Lohman of Narragansett, Rhode Island. You've probably run across her in your travels down there, Mr. URI.
Oh, I'm sure at some point, yes. It's a pretty small state.
You go to do you go to any of the meets down there when you're down there?
Not many. I went to Rhode Island States, but
So they came through in 68. They came through in the same time as the first heat.
there are a couple of meets at URI as well. Yeah, good for Record for going out and trying to push the pace here. She has company now on this back stretch. See how she holds on.
That's Zoe Carroll of York. York's got a good distance team over there. They're coached by Fergus Cullen.
Oh, nice.
He's
yeah.
been doing a great job over there. Their most noteworthy runners, Carrie Drake. I believe she finished fourth in New England's a few years back.
Yep.
She's been pretty steady right through.
Sick. Carroll looks good, though, coming off to the home stretch. Hanging in the front.
Shellen Brochu is in second place right now.
So Carroll's seat time is 2:16.25. Let's see what she can match, if she can match it here or beat it. I think she should beat it. That's pretty close.
Yeah, 2:15.80.
Nice.
83. So she beat her seat time. So that one might hold up for a place, and you never know. All right, Heat 3, we got Annika Paluska of Glastonbury, Connecticut, coming in with a 210.87. Then we have Sarah Roberts of Mercer, Connecticut, Lucy Morin of Branford, Connecticut, Brooke Strauss of Glastonbury, Connecticut, Fiona Lee, Bedford, New Hampshire, Aaron Von Hausen of Charahoe, Regional, Rhode Island, Anique Poulin, Dover, New Hampshire, Charlotte Koudalatis of Winnicott, New Hampshire, Gabriela Hernandez, E.O. Smith, Connecticut, Emma Belvin of Mount St. Charles, Rhode Island, Alana Hagan of Newmarket, New Hampshire, and T. Pagnotti of Westwood, Mass. We could have ranged 210 to 215. She's got a 2-second gap on everybody else here, but still gonna run the race. See what happens.
Seems to be a very much Connecticut versus New Hampshire show for most of it. A lot of both states in here. This should be a great race.
Yeah, I just want to be one of the best ones. Probably the deepest that we've had.
Yeah.
Today in the running events for New Hampshire girls.
I don't know if my bias is deceiving me, but Anique Poulin from Dover looks like she's getting out pretty well in lane 8.
Yeah, I'd like to see her do well today.
Yeah, definitely. She has a great kick. And of course, Paluska with a top seed is well out in front already. So we'll see if that strategy works for her.
She's already led her team to a New England championship today with the 4x800.
Yep. Yeah, that was a great race. They were dominant the entire way through. So she's being aggressive, going to the front. Poulin's in second.
Yeah, Poulin looks like she's good. She's making way.
Yeah, but she's not attached to her, which I'm somewhat concerned about, but see if anybody can bridge the gap.
Well, I think this is... I don't know if the gap will get bridged, but,
Yeah.
I mean, we're taking it out right now. It's 64, 65.
And yeah,
so-
she's comfortable at that with the 2:10 seed time. Yeah, it seems to be a fight for second at the moment. Although Moran has separated from the chase pack and is now trying to go after Paluska. So we'll see how the rest of the race shakes out.
Yeah, Poulin's playing her cards right.
Yeah, definitely. No, she's set up well for a good finish. She's not caught up in the pack.
I'll tell you what, if I were her, I'd be accepting a second place right now.
Yeah, definitely.
She's only junior, right?
Junior, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, Paluska's the one that. Paluska's the one that was part of that 4x800 that won as well several hours ago.
Seems like 2 titles coming her way.
I think Poulin's going to get that one.
Yeah, she should. It's a good finish.
Wow, they're
Paluska's-
closing.
She's tying
She's
up a little
closing.
bit. Could be in her sights. I don't think it's going to be quite enough room.
Oh, you got to shut that door on the
Wow.
inside, which she just did. Oh, she.
That was a bit of a
Ah.
interesting. I don't know if it was like she closed it too soon or the girl behind her tripped, but so we'll see what the officials say about that.
Yeah.
Hopefully, nothing bad happens. That was a great race by Paluska, though.
Yeah,
like,
Paluska
being aggressive to the front.
2:12.56. Poulin 2:13.35. Moran 2:13.57. Koudalaitis 2:14.20. Roberts 2:14.57. Lee 2:14.98. So that was good.
Okay, moving on to the boys 800. Jared Beckerine from Bedford, New Hampshire is in 1. Robbie Wade from Westerly Islands in 2. Eli Ziegler from Moses Brown is in 3. Carter Libby from Gray, New Gloucester, Maine is in 4. In 5 is Tyler Johnson from Winchester, Mass. in 5. Maddox Jordan from Noble, Maine is in 6. Mickey Asnafi from North Kingston is in 7. Evan Hankins from Yarmouth, Maine is in 8. 9, we have Elias Coleman from Portland, Maine. Gage Bruns from Bucksport, Maine is in 10. And Avi Yogada from Burlington is in 11. First of 3 sections of the boys' 800 meters. setting an honest pace, about 28 seconds through 200 meters.
So I don't see Maddox Jordan out there. What's the kid doing? Resting on his laurels? Come on, man. All you did today was win the New England championships in the mile.
He's had a few pretty good doubles.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised, but do what you want if you're a champ.
You're the New England champ. You call it. You call it when you want to call it.
57 seconds through the quarter.
Yeah, it's Jared Beckering. So he's fresh today. He's not running the 4x800. So we see he split last week with a 154 for that 747 by Bedford. So we'll see what happens, see if he can hold this. He's about to have some company, I think.
Still sub 2-minute pace. Leaders seated 156. Let's see who can get down that time again.
So that's Eli Ziegler of Moses Brown in second place. Beckering's pretty tough, though. Boy, you got some company coming out here, though. So 157.
Beckering, 157.04. Bruns from Bucksport, 157.50.
That's Wade.
So Wade from, they switched that. Wade, 157.50 and 158.23. Ziegler from Moses Brown is their top three in Section 1. Moving on to Section 2, we've got sophomore Alexander Medina from Hamden. Dylan Bathrick from Cromwell's in 2. Owen Burker from Moses Brown is in 3. Caleb Colson from Summer Memorial in Maine is in 4. Emmett Johnson from St. Johnsbury is in 5. Ethan Schulk from Lincoln Sudbury Regional in Mass is in 6. Austin Simone from South Burlington, Vermont is in 7. Jeremy Rowe from Ponegasset, Rhode Island is in 8. Brock James from Salem, New Hampshire is in 9. Jonathan Garraway from Bedford, Mass is in 10. Then Sean Caron from Walpole, Mass is in 11. It's looking like right off the gun, we have Bathrick, the junior from Cromwell.
Real quick start here, 25.
Bathrick still got, wow. Let's see if that's able to hold up in the second lap there. Bathrick's PR is 155.66 to 6 at the Connecticut Open. And he was 13th indoors in 1,000. He comes through in 54 seconds. He means business. We're going to see, we saw earlier today in the 4x8, some guys went out really fast, and you saw them back straight away. Their knees look so good until about 250 to go to see him drop. He's still looking strong. Is that the 6th seed? Is that Fisher coming up in second? That's Schulk from Lincoln Sudbury. But amazingly, the junior from Cromwell is still holding on. The pack's getting tighter.
Holy Christ, look at this kid, third. He's coming. It's over. Oh, my God. He's got a little bit in the tank.
Just going to sneak under his seat time.
Bathrick's crawling across the line. Still running well.
Brave effort.
Yeah. Colson from Summer Memorial, 155.16. Schulk from Lincoln Sudbury, 157.18. And Medina from Hamden, 158.61.
Race of the day right here.
You're absolutely right. Every race is the race of the day.
Redmond sharing his lane. There's a couple lane sharers here. I wonder what that's all about.
Surprised they didn't separate it for the,
Yeah.
the top seed this year.
Yeah, in Connecticut, they go to the extra heat, and everybody runs in 9. They go 9 per heat with each one getting their own lane.
Yeah, we're from New Hampshire. We're not like those rich people in Connecticut. We couldn't afford lane 9. We got a lane 9. We just haven't painted it.
Yeah.
We haven't put the numbers in. That was an extra $46.
Yeah.
Sherman leading the way.
We got Thornton Sherman. We got Redmond from Bedford. We got Jamie Lano from Cole Brown. Thomas Conklin from Lyman. Ryan Zembrick from Winnicott. Lucian Gleiser from Hanover. Cian Garib Grady from Manchester. Cameron Miles from Weston. Bennett Morano from Hartford, Vermont. Logan Walsh from Ludlow. Thomas Breen from Classical. And Daniel Coyne from Simsbury.
Redmond's moved into a real nice spot there in third.
Freaking clock screwed up too.
Yep.
Jesus, that pisses me off.
55 low through the quarter.
Of all times to have the clock screw up.
Redmond's already taken it. He's just gonna hammer it.
Yeah, but that Sherman he doesn't give up. I'm telling you right now.
Fleischer's coming up a little bit too. And Lano moving up on the wide.
Thornton Sherman has the Vermont state record.
Sherman don't give up.
He's New England leader, 151.82.
He's stuck to back Redmond's back like glue right now. He's not letting go. Gotta move up in the
Okay,
third
who's got the
there.
wheels now? Let's see.
Okay, we got the Vermont versus New Hampshire going mano a mano right now. Coming to the outside.
Got to dig,
It's-
boys. This could be a fast one.
Boy, that's gonna be close.
They're both tightening up.
149.
Oh, they both crashed at the line.
151.
Redmond takes it 151.56. Thornton Sherman, St. Johnsbury 151.65. Breen from Classical Magnet 152.68. Conklin from Lyman Hall 152.86. Cameron Miles from Weston 153.53. And sixth was Gleiser from Hanover 153.80.
Of all the times that the clock had to screw up,
Yeah.
that's not good.
What a race.
Yeah, but you can't see it when it counts. That's the problem.
Well, mistakes happen. We're going to move on to the girls 200. We're crossing the track. The starters have to get at the other side of the track now. But I'm sure they're all set up already and ready to go. In Heat 1 from Bangor, Maine, Jalen Williams. In 2, Bailey Fryer from Bangor, Maine. Got a couple teammates going 1 and 2. Darlene Abidi from Colchester, Vermont is in 3. Haley Rose from Bucksport, Maine is in 4. Lola Ide from St. Johnsbury is in 5. Charlize Brown from Thetford Academy in 6. And Jenny Flynn from Lewiston, Maine is in 7. Top seed is Haley Rose from Bucksport, 26:39.
That was a good one. That's the second fastest time ever for a New Hampshire kid.
Yeah, it was great to see the two northern states, northern
yeah.
neighbors going back and forth. That was a fantastic race.
Indoors and outdoors.
Yeah, that's
Comes down
right.
to-
They went 1, 2 in 1,000, right?
Yep. Another slow heat.
This time they got where they belong. They belong in the fast heat. Looks like Rose from Bucksport right there in the purple. Lane 2 is looking pretty good. That's Fryer. Here comes Fryer. Coming across the line from the Bangor, Maine athlete. 26:53. Williams her teammate 26-68. In Rose from Bucksport, 26-98 is your top 3 in Section 1. There's going to be 4 heats of this. 2, Grassa Billa from North Yarmouth Academy, Maine, is in 1. Emerson Flaker from Scarborough, Maine, in 2. Madeline McInnes from Bedford, Mass, is in 3. Elle McDonald from New Fund Regional in New Hampshire is in 4. Cameron Escarano from Reading Memorial in Mass is in 5. Mallory Chacon from Mount Mansfield, Vermont is in 6. Mimi Ortez from Nashua South, New Hampshire is in 7. Isabel Moustakis from U32, Vermont is in 8. Lane 4, McDonald, 25.87. We got 3 kids that have gone under 26 seconds. Let's see if they can push themselves to go to maybe mid-26 or 25, mid-25s. That's lane 5. And Karanko. But now we have lane 2. It's looking great. That's Flaker. Flaker's going to steal this race.
Yeah, and she really pulls away on that home stretch.
Yeah, people always try to call the race and they come off the turn. There's a lot happening that second half of the race. Heat 3 of 4. Jasmine Hurley from Middlebury, Vermont. Middlebury Union. Zeta DePina from Classical Rhode Island is in 2. Naya Santana from Massachusetts is in 3. Mariah Luchin from Amherst Pelham is in 4. Then we have Kayla Baker from Bloomfield in 5. Jasmine Burgazana from Classical Rhode Island in 6. Candace Daniel from East Providence in 7. Lily Jenkins from Portsmouth is in 8. Luke Jen is just over the 25-second mark. 25.02 is her seed so far. Bloomfield has 4 girls in this race. 3 in the next heat. Can't quite see the outside lanes. It's
lanes
looking like
4 and 6
Baker
are going at it.
Looks like Baker might have stolen that. We'll see. Baker from Bloomfield, 25.99. Jenkins from Portsmouth, 26.02. And Hurley from Middlebury, 26.08 are your top 3 in that section.
Time to beat is still Flaker from from 2 heats ago now, 25.43.
Well, I don't think that's going to be the time to beat after this, because in this heat, we have Erica Austin from Kennedy in Connecticut, Sienna Lloyd from Bloomfield, Alexis Caggiano from LaSalle in 3, Lisa Ray from West Warwick in 4, Nina Kai Abagi from Sharon in 5, Janaea Barclay in 6, Nakila Fletcher, my friend from Bloomfield, in 7, and Paige Wilson from Windsor in 8. Obviously, Lisa Ray's the time to beat, 22.73.
Yeah, that's just incredible. I've been waiting for this race all day.
Yes, he's New England leader. The meet record from 2015 within striking distance, 23.64 from McIntosh from Hope, Rhode Island. But Bloomfield has 3 girls. I'm looking forward to seeing what Bloomfield can do at the New Balance Nationals. The depth of the sprint program is unreal. But what's also unreal is Lisa Ray. She is just moving away from this quality field of runners. Looking smooth as she's coming across the line.
Might have been under 23.
We'll let Lancer timing.
Ooh.
23:14 for Ray.
And that's a new New England meet record.
That's a, oh, geez. Then we've got Kay Obige from Sharon, 24:25. And third from Windsor, Wilson, 24:92. In fourth, Caggiano from LaSalle, 24:93. Going back to fifth, Fletcher from Bloomfield, 25:20. Barclay from Bloomfield, 25:20 as well. I'm sorry, 25:11 and 25:20 is fifth and sixth. Wow. So that's a new New England meet record we just witnessed there.
Will they
They-
give it to her with a plus 2.2 win?
No.
Okay.
Well, meet directors can do whatever they want to do, but generally no. Sometimes maybe they just say, well, they'll put his name in asterisks, but normally not. I mean, that's the first wind-aided performance we've seen all day. Right? I don't think.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything else. Just over the limit. Moving from the ladies to the gentlemen. In the 200, Teddy Wagner from Winthrop, Maine is in 1. Kyle Barron from Kennebunk is in 2. Sean Van Ranson from Brattleboro, Union, Vermont is in 3. Desmond Snyder from Burlington, Vermont is in 4. Joseph Richards from Winslow, Maine is in 5. Cody McCrane from Bow, New Hampshire is in 6. Then we have Kanique Josephs from People's Academy, Vermont in lane 7. Lane 4 is Snyder, 22:42 is the seed coming in. He's got a slight advantage, but lane 2 is challenging. That's Barron. But nope, it is lane 4, Schneider from Burlington. Grabs heat at the New England Outdoor Track and Field Championships in a time of 22:52. McCrane from Bow, 22:55. Richards from Winslow, 22:71. Moving ahead to Section 2. Nolan Failer from Gorham, Maine is in 1. Ian DeBooth from Barrington is in 2. Terrell O'Connell from Charles Shea is in 3. Chris Stevens from Keene, New Hampshire is in 4. Ethan Schneider from Nashua South is in 5. Tim Kelm from Portsmouth Christians in 6. Miles Burr from Mount Desert Island, Maine is in 7. Samuel Bruneau from Hollis, Brookline, New Hampshire is in 8. Chris Stevens in lane 4 comes in with a 22:12 qualifying performance as our top seed. This guy, what's your favorite event, Ty? Is it the 100 or the 200?
That I run, definitely the 200. I run 400s more often than
Okay.
anything else, but the 200's like the most fun event to me.
Nobody likes the 400. You're a glutton for punishment if you like it, and there are a lot of gluttons, and they're on this track today.
Chris Stevens of Keene in lane 4 is really eating it up right now.
Yeah, he looks smooth. High knee lift, driving his arms well. But the field's tightening up a little bit. Can he hang on? Yes, he does. The Keene boy from New Hampshire grabs the section, 22:07. In second was O'Connell from Charles Shea, 22:18. Then from Nashua South, Schneider, 22:22. 22:22. Moving on to Section 3. Ulysses Junker Boyce from Thetford in Vermont is in 1. Joshua Aceto from LaSalle is 2. Austin Feener from Walpole, Mass is 3. Josh, say it again. Getchos is in 4 from Bishop Brady, New Hampshire. Then we have, who almost stole the 400, Brendan McCabe from Immaculate is in 5. Camden Rose from Somerset is in 6. Amari Montero from LaSalle is in 7. And Ahmed Daiwa from Burlington is in 8. McCabe ran 48.99 to take second in the 400 earlier today. Getchos was second in the 100, 10.68. So we got the best in the 4, the best in the 100 meeting together in the middle. Checking out lane 4 and 5.
Genchos has got himself a slight lead, but you can never tell right off the turn. Now he's pulling away.
He's pulling away big time. He slingshotted off that turn, used the momentum to pull away to wins.
Under 22, is that the first one today?
Yep. Genchos, 21.96, first one under 22 seconds. Feener from Walpole, 22.32, and then Junker Boyce from Thetford Academy, 22.40. Okay, gentlemen, we've arrived to the fastest heat in the boys' 200 meters. This should be blazing. Karen Boyle from Richfield's in 1. Daniel Killian from Winchester, Mass. is in 2. Garrett Giroux Pizzillo from LaSalle Academy is in 3. Maxim Copeland, watch that name. He's got a shot at a meet record. Comes in with 21.18, is in 4. Jacob Volkerts, who false started in the 100, is coming back for revenge now. He's in 5. Luke Richardson, he's in lane 6. Luke Richardson was second in the 100-meter dash. Then we have in 7, Liam Buckley Robinson. And finally, Elijah Gardia from Central Providence is in lane 8.
20.89 is the record. Jeffrey Smith of Silver Lake region, Massachusetts, back in 2006.
Well, Copeland's one of his main goals. He ran 21.18. His school record is 21.17.
Oh, wow. That's
so that's like in the back of his mind right now. And he'll be pushed by Volkerts, who didn't have to run 2 prelims, of a prelim and a final in the 100. So running 10.45, I really think he's got to be faster than 21.55. And we're going to find out in about 18 seconds right now.
He should. He should be down 20.8s.
But wow. Look at Copeland just pulling away in the white singlet, looking gorgeous as he crosses the line.
21 lows.
Well, he's looking for 21.7 or better. 21.42 just misses it. He wins. Looks like that's unofficially the winner of New England's. Richardson from Bethel, 22.09. Gros Pizzillo from LaSalle, 22.11. Killian from Winchester, 22.13.
So Genchos get a pair of seconds.
Buckley Robinson from Hamden, 22.19. And we had some people from the previous sections that are going to squeeze in and get some medals. Any more field events?
Yep. We just got the girls' shot put, so this rounds out all the girls' throws. In 6th place, we have Peyton Surdine from Bloomfield, Connecticut.
Sophomore.
She threw 38 feet 7 inches. Chaplin of Ludlow, Mass. She got 5th, 39 feet 11 inches. Goncalves from Haverhill got 4th, 40 feet 1 inch. Bediaco from Classical, Rhode Island, 3rd, 40 feet 10 inches. Siciliano from Hall, 42 feet 4 inches. And Petra Cameron from Newton, North Mass is your New England champion with a throw of 43 feet 4.5 inches.
To read those off. That's your finals.
What do you mean finals?
Finals of the 200.
Well, there isn't a final.
No, that's it. I mean, it's final results.
Yeah, so we had a lot of people come in from previous heats to get themselves on the podium for the 200. We just saw Copeland win with a time of 21:42, but Genchos of the heat right before 21:96, and Stevens of the heat even in the second heat gets in with 22:07. So
Pretty
two
good.
New Hampshire guys get on the podium there from separate heats.
Nice. Moving on to the 3,200 meters, from one of the shortest races to the longest race of the day. We have Contessa Silva will be in 1. Estella Laird from Champlain Valley will be in 2. Sienna Stanley from Mount Abrams will be in 3. Anita Miller from White River Valley is in 4. Mackenzie Cook is in 5. Olivia Wentworth is in 6. Ella England from Plymouth Regional is in 7. Caitlin Lumbra from Bellows Free Academy is in 8. Shelley Smith from Concord, New Hampshire is in 9. Maddie Lane from Hopkinton, New Hampshire is in 10. Emily Clark from East Greenwich is in 11. Jillian Russell from Burnaville, Rhode Island is in 12. And rounding out the field in Lucky 13, Maya Endicott from Portland, Maine. All under 12 minutes. Leader is at 11:20.
That 11:20 is not quite a display of what Mackenzie Cook from New Hampshire is capable of. She's run 10:36 at Laux Games.
Wow.
So
That's a big difference.
Yeah, she had a tough race last week, so hopefully she is aggressive in this one and can put up a good time, because she could be in the fight to win a title today if she was in the fast heat.
The thing about these meets, like Laux Games, and there's other meets that are cropping up all over the place, they're time trials. You just set a pace and you go hard, and then if it sticks, you run well. But it's a lot different in a championship level race where there's points at stake and there's strategy at stake. It's not just, put the foot in the pedal and go and see if it sticks. So we're seeing more and more of these time trial races are popping up. I mean, it's great to watch these performances. I like keeping records and watching kids set records, but I definitely enjoy more when there's medals at stake and there's titles at stake.
Yeah, I always think like a race like Laux is a great opportunity to give yourself a great time, and then once you get to the championships, you're not looking to run fast anymore, you're just looking to win.
That's it. This was like Ruth White last year when she was in the slow heat,
Yeah.
and she was doing all that work, and she's a 3-time New England champion.
Yeah, well, we should be seeing her next heat. Hopefully she
Yep.
lines up.
Yep.
She's always good. Now, you said she's going to go to University of New Hampshire next year.
Yep.
She's coming here.
Yes.
Good for her. Good. Selfishly, I like it when kids stay local because I get to follow more. I'm sorry. I'm not watching, what is it? Iowa she was going to go out to. I just don't follow them.
Yeah, I think Idaho or something.
Yeah, I just don't.
Boise State.
These others, it's great. We have one girl from Connecticut going to Portland. I'll never see results again. It's like, I don't, it's great when you see them in these local conferences. I tend to look in the eastern part when I follow results.
And it's definitely great as an athlete when you stay local, you can still keep racing the people you race in high school
Yeah.
too. So it is Cook in front to start almost through 2 laps. And she's used to running alone at the state championships. In D2 at least, she was pretty much alone from the gun. Is that England and Silva? So the New Hampshire girls are going 1, 2, 3 right now and kind of all spread out, as you'd expect in a 3,200.
Yeah, that is the thing about the 3,200 and the slower heat because you do have a wide disparity of talents. We have a 40-second gap between first and the 13th in this particular heat.
So right now she's on
5:20 mile
10:40.
pace. Yeah. And that's kind of a nice time to chase because you can just run 20 seconds per 200. Nothing too crazy with the math there.
She runs 10:40. She'll be in the money.
Oh yeah, I mean there's girls that could go under 10:30, but still under 10:40 could get a medal.
And you never know. This could force the race ahead of us to be tactical, or not be tactical.
Yeah.
By a fast race.
Well, I mentioned earlier that a couple kids got kind of messed up. they ran tactical races in the half mile and they didn't win the Connecticut State Open. You know, that happens sometimes. But she's all by herself. She was 19th in New England's in cross country. So this is a solid distance girl. Only 11th grader. Got more in the tank. We talked about how she ran 10:36, but at this New Hampshire State meet, she ran 11:29. That's her qualifying performance. That's why she's put in this slower section.
I believe she did run either close to or under 11 minutes at the D2 New Hampshire State Championship.
Yeah, that was 11:06. Even still, that's a big difference between that Locks games. That must have been just a great race. She must have just hung on like a railroad, you know, just a caboose, just hanging on to that pack.
That happened to me at Lux Games. I ran about 15 seconds faster there than I did at the state championships.
Yeah, those setup races. Yeah, that's what it's all about. You just set records. A lot of times you don't run fast at any other time of the year. It's a lot different running a championship race. She was also 5th in New England's indoors in the 2 mile. So she knows how to run these big races.
Yeah, last week was just an anomaly. It was weird. She went out and they all kind of like sat on her, waiting for her to do something. And she did nothing. And finally they figured out she's just having a bad day, and they basically got away from her.
Well, if you weren't in the huddle, you don't know. I mean, she could have been sick. She could have, who knows? Maybe just had a bad day, got a poor test grade, who knows? That's the thing. It's like we think these kids are robots, and they're not. They're kids. Yeah. But she is looking robotic right now. 5:24.
Yep. And Silva and England look like maybe working together. That'd be cool if they kind of try to trade off laps here, both from New Hampshire.
The difficult thing is going to be is to be able to run negative splits. She needs, she's all by herself now, and oftentimes in the third quarter of any race is when you start just losing your focus a little bit. And with nobody around you, sometimes that's what happens. But right now, 5:24, sure, she's on sub 10:50, which is a fine performance. But to get in the 10:40s, she's going to have to start, making something up the second half.
I would suggest Tyler would go down there and pace her, but I'm not so sure he could keep up with her or doing her any good.
Maybe not at this point after taking some time off.
Legs still sore from Everest.
I feel like every time I see you from now on, you're going to bring that up.
What'd you come up on a message board?
He came up with an April Fool's joke, and he told everybody that he did Mount Everest, and even my son believed it. I go, come on, what's going on here?
Well, more and more people are doing that stuff. So
It is getting very popular now. Very expensive as well.
Okay, now we got 3 to go.
So she ran about 84 on that lap. So that's basically from where she was compared to 5:20 pace. She's lost 4 seconds in the first mile and 4 seconds in that lap. So
yeah, this is where it's tough to run this by yourself.
she is expanding her lead over the field, though. It is tough, though, she didn't make that fast heat. That's a big thing, nothing, not to say that she didn't go all out in last week's meet, but even if you're not going to win in the state championship, still fighting to the line to make sure you try to get a spot in a faster heat in any race is very important in New England's.
We've got Contessa Silva in second place right now, followed by Ellie England. They're hanging on second and third right now. Still a rather large gap, about 80, 90 yards approximately. But there's a nice race for second right now. And then there's a nice race a little farther back.
Yeah, Shelley Smith and Madeline Lane are leading that pack. So it's top 5 in this heat are all from New Hampshire, actually.
Yeah, Shelley Smith from Concord is right now, and that's in 4th place.
This Cook has 2 laps to go now.
Yeah, I've seen this so many times. It's like, you have this big lead. It's hard to keep the focus. Distance running is as much mental as it is physical. If she was in a different race, she probably could definitely run a lot faster. some people have been recommending that, New England should take the season best. And it's just so hard to do. Sometimes your season best was from 8 weeks ago, and you're not in that shape anymore.
Yeah, it is a good argument because I think you also want to make sure that if they want to race tactical at their state championships, they can.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, the biggest argument for it taking the season
Well,
best.
there is no good solution to that. Like,
Yeah.
any way you do it, somebody's going to kind of be left out. It always stinks when you're the cutoff person.
Exactly.
You're like, you put 13 heat. Can't you put 14? Nope. That happens all the time. But she's got less than 500 meters to go now.
So we'll see how close she can get to. I think she should break 11. She's at 9:30 right now. Kind of up on a lap to go. So if she can run about an 80, she'll break 11. So she's got a shot at it.
Well, she ran Penn relays. She ran the equivalent of breaking 11 there, 10:05. She's a sub 5-minute miler, or 1,600-meter runner. The girl's got the talent to do it. It's just a matter of just doing it.
Then Silva and England are around 10 minutes when they hit the line. Smith's got a bit of a gap on 5th and 6th right now.
All the same, the junior's going to run better than she ran last year at New England when she was 11th. She ran 11:23 last year. She's definitely on pace to break that time. She's hitting the 3K mark right around 10:22 approximately. So she should just be in the very low 11s. She needs a 30. If she can pull out a 38.
She looks pretty strong right now. Hope she can finish.
She's going to need a mad dash this last 100 meters. Let's see if she's got that will and the ability to pull out that mad dash last 100 meters. Oh, she's got her arms moving. She's definitely changed
she's
her
definitely
cadence.
going faster than she was before. She's got 7 seconds to get in.
Watching that clock tick down, you're like, I can do it. And then you just like watching it tick away. You're like, oh, no.
Oh, I just missed it.
11:01.
That's a good solo run, though.
Yeah.
I think that's her best solo run that she's done. And Silva, a great finish. So she'll be hopefully under 11:20. England, a good run as well. Here's Shelley Smith coming through just around 11:30, maybe a little bit under. It's a very spread out first heat, as to be expected.
Yep. These girls they're still under 12 minutes. That's what they had coming in. Watching the clock tick away, trying to get under 12. And it looks like these girls are going to get under 12 minutes. And you can see on the infield, everybody's doing their striders to get ready for the next section. As we are approaching now the faster of two sections. We've got 14 in this section. In lane 14 is Margaret Tripp from Thornton Academy. Allie Call from Portsmouth is in 13. Katie Marchand from Trumbull's in 12. Anna Vleeks is in 11. Erin Geisler from Rutland Senior is in 10. Maeve Casey from LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island, is in 9. Lydia Donahue from Champlain Valley is in 8. Kelsley O'Neill from Bedford, New Hampshire, is in 7. Cam Meyer from Darien, the Blue Wave, is in 6. Kylie DeFusco from Cumberland is in 5. The multiple-time New England champion from Orono, Maine, Ruth White, is in 4. Juliet Forstrom from Sacred Heart Academy in Hamden is in 3. Tian Ewings from Holton, Maine, is in 2. And our top seed, Hannah Andrachek, the Gale from Shelton, is in lane 1 with a seed time of 10:31. Andrzejczyk was second at the Open. She set a very honest pace the entire way. She's very efficient the way she runs. And she just got out kicked by the New England mile champ, Kate Bulkey. So she ran at 10:31 with a great effort. She just had someone with faster foot speed at the end.
And she was leading the whole way.
Leading the whole way until about 200 meters to go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
Basically, essentially a solo 10:30.
Juliet Forstrom, the Shark, is in second in red.
There's Ruth White trying to make her way up to the front pack.
This Tian Ewings is no joke. She's probably the favorite to win cross country next year. She is strong, and she's from the top of Maine, basically. Whole
Yeah,
Maine.
she was second in New England, so we figure her state mate is graduating.
Trying
So
to keep it within the
yep.
Pine Tree State.
And she's been beating Ruth every week.
Oh, wow. Okay. In track?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I find track and cross country two totally
Oh,
different
yes,
endeavors.
definitely. Yeah.
Some cross country runners do not translate to track and vice versa. It is kind of interesting how that happens. There's a solid top 3 right there.
I think it should be a top 4 pretty soon.
Yeah, it's so funny because, I don't know what type of fitness. Maybe Ruth White is not quite in the same shape as, but she always just goes to the front all the time. Maybe she's just a little more conservative. But in Andrzejczyk, she's going to Georgetown next year. She likes to take it out hard.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for being in the front.
So Tian Ewings is the indoor New England champion.
So she has the experience as well then.
Yep, and she beat Andrzejczyk earlier this year.
Yep.
10:40 to 10:45. Andrzejczyk came in third.
Where was that at?
That's the New England's.
Oh,
Indoors.
indoors. Oh, indoors. Yep.
So Tian Ewings she's already won a New England championship, so she knows how to do it.
And Andrzejczyk won the New England's last in 2023 in the winter. She had a tough spring. She got some injury, and then she shut down at the end of the season. Wasn't her 100% in the fall. She made 25th at the State Open, did not run New England's, but slowly she's been rounding her way back all indoors. So by the end of indoors, she was third at New England's, and she's been running basically where she was last winter, even better now.
That's a great turnaround.
Yeah.
Ruth White, though, she's
clawed the
she's-
right back.
yeah,
Yeah.
she's connecting right on.
That's kind of tough if you don't get out well with the leaders. You have to make up that gap. It's a lot of.
And she can grind and make everybody feel a little uncomfortable.
I still remember the first time I saw Ruth White was at cross country in New England. I think it was at Thedford. And Connecticut had a girl that was one of our best in state history on the Wickham course who was very good. And she just took it out. By the time she hit the 600-meter mark where I was standing, she was like 200 yards in front. Now we have a pack of 4 joined by Ruth White.
So is she going to pass them is the question. It seems like she might.
These girls went out about as fast as the girls' first tee of the mile went out. They're going to go through and probably they're going to go through under 5:15 through the 1600.
I tell you what might be inspiring Ruth White. This is where she's going to school.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, she got
You know
to
what
show
I mean?
off. Show up
might
in
be
front of our
pumped.
future teammates. I'm sure there's some New Hampshire kids around right
Oh,
now.
yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
they are.
She's probably saying, this is what you're getting right here.
And she probably has a lot of support from the crowd if anybody is here from her future school, which I'm sure there are.
Yep. Oh, I'm sure. I know when we had our state meets when I was in college at Southern Connecticut, the coach would always give us these little jobs to do around campus, like, to be the marshal, or I got to work the finish line. And yeah, they need people to do different jobs, I'm sure, keeping the gate. But now we have a race going on.
And I bet they all saw Ruth attach herself and got a bit scared when they saw her.
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
They
They know who she is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. Like, I know Andrzejczyk likes to take it hard. She likes to put lactic acid in everybody else's legs soon.
Yeah. So now White's going to the front. We'll see how she responds to it.
And you got to remember, Ruth White, well, she's run the 4x800 today. That's all she's run.
5:14. We got 4 in the.
She's about to put them in the hurt locker right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She can do
and
it.
Ewings was the first one to kind of respond to that, and she went right around and I think she's kind of determined to just sit in the lead or whoever it is. And when the leader changed, she changed her position as well. And also to note, Kelsey O'Neill's in 5th place right now from Bedford. She's running a good one right now.
Yeah, she's having a good day.
This is her first time really being in a big field where she's not the leader, at least that I've seen this season.
I really think Ruth's got to grind these guys. She's got to grind them down.
Yeah.
Can't leave it for a kick.
I've never seen her kick. I don't know
No,
what kind of
she's never had to
I've
use
never,
it.
I've never seen it. Like, I don't know.
But
Does she have another gear?
I'm sure Ewings knows her now, inside and out. So I'm thinking.
It just, she's always had such humongous leads late in the race. But these girls, it's funny how they've become such mature runners. Look at how they're just clocking off the splits evenly. Nobody's making any crazy moves. They're all just hanging on. Juliet Forstum right now is in 4th place. She's really come into her own this year.
Yeah, and she's been very quiet in the back, not making any moves, just staying relaxed.
Yeah, she ran a 10:34 last week, and a similar race. She just latched onto the pack. When the kicking started happening, when the moves started being made, she couldn't quite cover that. But still, Juliet Forstum set her PR, 15th fastest time in Connecticut history, and she was 3rd in Connecticut last week. She's looking like she's trying to hang on and be top 4 here.
She definitely has the best form out of the 4. If you look at Ruth White, I mean, she's all arms and legs. You don't see Ewings she's just short striding, but her cadence is way quicker than everybody else. So
I've always liked Andrzejczyk. I think she's going to be a marathoner someday. She's so efficient. I think as you go later in the longer distance, 10K and above, she might not like to hear that. But she is definitely a talented runner.
She's starting to pull up on the shoulder now as well. Yeah. White did not make a gap. She
that's
went
going to
the
get her in
front.
trouble.
Yeah.
It's Andrzejczyk. I don't think she has faith in her finishing speed because she always seems to like to make these long drives for early. She makes to make a late drive. She doesn't wait until the very end, like the last 250 or anything. She likes to kind of string it out now, and that's what she's doing. She does this all the time. With a half mile to go, you start seeing her grinding, just slowly putting the pedal down just a little bit more.
I do like how she didn't panic when she was passed by White, and she just hung on and then is now making the move again when she feels comfortable.
But Tiana she's just sitting there. She's just waiting. She's like a predator waiting to pounce right now. Just waiting until somebody comes in within her scope.
No, she's definitely in the driver's seat right now.
This is like what Graham Blanks did in cross country, is always responding to every single move, no matter how big it was.
Yep.
Just staying comfortably in second.
But Andrzejczyk has got like that yard.
She does, yeah.
Is that yard going to be enough? Is it going to become 2 yards, 3 yards?
With 1 to go, it might be enough. She's starting to make the big push for home now.
Forstum's going past the New England champion. That'd be a good get for her if she's able to get Ruth White. Ruth White has been the standard in New England for the past 4 years. Anytime you can race with her, you're having a good day.
Mm-hmm.
Ewings has got to make a move here pretty quick.
Yeah, the gap's definitely opening.
Well, the door's going to be shut.
I think we might have our top 4 roughly set now. There's gaps between all of them. The only thing I can maybe see changing is Forstum passing Ewings.
9:49 through 3,000 meters. Ewan's broken 5.
It's going to be a really fast time.
Yeah. And Andrzejczyk, I think she's felt a little bit like, man, I wanted to win last week so bad. But here she is. She's got this in hand. She's run a 4:54, so she's got wheels, but I just love how she always grinds it out. Look at the stride on Andrzejczyk, the Shelton senior, going to Georgetown.
She's going faster than Bulky did last
Yeah,
week.
that's phenomenal.
10:24. Yep. Nice personal record.
Ewing's held on, too. It's a good finish.
Looks like they all got PRs out of that.
What an interesting race and suspenseful.
Yeah, definitely a lot changed. Look at O'Neill. She opened up a gap on sixth place. She's comfortably in fifth now. She should break 11. That's awesome. It's a great run. We got a good kick here for sixth.
Wow. Some very respectable performances. Outstanding.
I do think Mackenzie Cook got sixth place out of that from the first heat.
She had
So
10. Yeah, what was her time?
She was 11 flat.
11 flat. So she did get
Yep.
sixth.
10, 24, 39.
Do you want to do this guy's race?
we're gonna do Lars's gonna do it.
Oh, Lars's?
Yeah.
All right.
Handrachek wins it. That moves her to number 7 all time in Connecticut history. Ewing was second, 10:29. Third from Sacred Heart, Juliet Forstrom, 10:30. White from Orono, 10:37 was fourth. O'Neill from Bedford, 10:57. In sixth place, Anna Vleeks, my foosball buddy from cross country camp, from Daniel Han, 11:05. What was the winning time in the previous heat? Do you guys remember?
11 flat.
11 flat. So she just gets just on the outside of all New England.
So is that the fastest Connecticut time this year?
Yes. Yes.
Bulky, what, 10:27 last week?
Yep. Okay, we're moving on to the gentlemen. We've got 2 heats. We're winding down here. We've got the 3,200, and then we've got the 4x4s. In Heat 1, Andrew Valentino from Hanover in lane 1. Will Spalding from Freeport, Maine is in 2. Will Olson from Bishop Hendrickson in 3. Nathan Blades from Portland, Maine is in 4. Jay Borland from Montpelier is in 5. Sam Rondyke from Montpelier is in 6. Ellis Wood from Deering, Maine is in 7. Ethan Faden from Mount St. Charles, Rhode Island is in 8. BJ Kurcheski from Bishop Henderson is in 9. Moses Andrews from St. Johnsbury is in 10. Henry Nass from Essex, Vermont is in 11. James Seward from Essex is in 12. Ethan Keller from Scarborough, Maine is in 13. Emmett Ratney from Bishop Henrican is in 14. And Ren Salisbury from Summer Memorial is in 15. All under 10 minutes, with the leader, Valentino, seated at 9:34.
Nope.
Well, the 3,200 goes on. We'll bring in some field results from boys discus. In 6, we have D. Asenso from Lyman Hall, Connecticut, with a throw of 157 feet and 6 inches. Rogers of Marlborough, Mass, got 5th with 160 feet. Shippey of Wakana Regional to 164 feet. Elfinberry from Amherst Pelham Regional got 3rd to 164 feet, 11 inches. Jackson of Peabody got 2nd with a throw of 165 feet and 2 inches, and just 6 inches ahead of him was your New England champion, Flyberger of South Burlington.
through in 302 at the K.
Right now we got Will Spalding leading the way. He comes in with a 9:37 Freeport, Maine.
Looks like Valentino in second. We got a Henderkin third. They're a bit off 9:30 pace.
So coming through at 3:40.
Yeah, some of the top guys were 9:34 seed for our top seed, so they're a bit off pace on that. I think in the beginning nobody really wanted to take it, which is understandable. But
You just can't mess around in the slow heat.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
in slow heat, you got to put down.
You're trying to grab a top 6 place out of this heat. You got to be moving.
A little bit of a separation here, but we do have almost a 30-second spread in seed times here, so. We'll get our halfway split here in a moment. Does this update to, like, does this update every time they cross the time?
Yep.
Okay, sweet. That's very helpful. Still got Valentino, still Valentino in the lead. Olson of Henderkin. So they were just at 452, so that's about a 944. 10 seconds back from the top seed here, so probably a pretty good negative split coming in.
Yeah, the way you want to attack this race, if you're in the slow heat, there's no tactical here. You just got to go. You know what I mean? The only thing that might be a little tactical if you're not really one of the top ones in this heat, you're just trying to hang on. But you got to try to get your fastest time just to place if you want to be all New England.
Pretty similar right now.
No point in winning and running 10:30 if that ain't
No.
help you.
No, you come here to race.
Looks like we got Blades of Portland moving up. He's gonna take it now.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
I mean, it looks the same right now, but
So that was 603
the
at
cutting
the
out was
K.
the issue.
So that was about a 3 flat. So they picked it up a little bit, but they're still not moving too crazy.
Yeah.
But it looks like that move by Blades is definitely turning up the.
Yeah, it looks like the screws are getting turned a little bit. 4 guys are separating themselves.
Is it another 10? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, it looks good. Okay.
Fadden from Mount St. Charles looks pretty good here. Moving up.
These guys look pretty relaxed. Kid leading. Poland looks good.
So that was like a 72 there. Ish. I didn't quite catch that. So Fadden looks pretty good, but he's been sitting in lane 2 for quite a while here. Looks like he's finally moving into the rail. And we got Valentino back in the front.
Yeah, Valentino's turned into a pretty solid runner. There's no doubt about that. Hanover's got a good team coming back next year for cross country.
Here's Fadden to the front. Quick glance back.
Comes to the bell lap.
I mean, if they can close real hard here, they still got a pretty quick time here, for sure.
I mean, if they close like 60, 65, 64, somewhere in that range.
So out of those top three there, Fadden was the only one that hadn't touched the lead, I believe. So he's feeling probably a little more fresh than these other guys. But
So he comes in with a 9:43, but that doesn't necessarily tell you if that's his best time of the year. It just tells him the seed time.
yeah,
This comes a big move right here, though.
yeah. So we're at 9:25 on the clock right now. We got 50 to go. He's definitely gonna take it. I just don't know if 9:36 is gonna cut it for the next. That's gonna be a little too slow, I think.
I think it is.
We've got the entire heat 2 is seated ahead of that, so. And then we got a few guys in that heat that are, their seat times are a lot slower than the run, so.
Say Fadden takes that 9:35. Blades of Portland 9:37. Valentino Hanover 9:40. Wood of Deering 9:44. Olson of Bishop Hendricken 9:47. Spalding Freeport 9:49. Massey of Essex 9:49.91.
Now we're moving on to section 2. We've got 15 names here. Sam Lavadier from Lake Region, Maine is 16. Sullivan Sturts from Keene is 15. Joshua Teeter from Portsmouth Christian is 14. Cyrus Hansen from U32 is 13. Dante Castellano from Nashua South is 12. William Simard from Conval, New Hampshire is 11. Luke Cushing, the sophomore from Amity, is 10. Stephen Groninger from Wellesley is 9. Then we have Colby Bornstein from Tallinn is 8. Max Hoffman from Wellesley, Mass. is 7. Matt Gardina from Bishop Girton is 6. Next up, we have John Larkin from Xavier. He is 5. Nico Boyle from North Haven, Connecticut is 4. Sean Macaulay from East Lyme is 3. Then we have Jack Olette, who ran a leg of that winning 4x8, is 2nd. And our top seed with a seed time of 9:10.95, Sean Gray from Portsmouth, Rhode Island, is in 1.
Well, the indoor New England champion is not there.
Yeah, there were.
Matt Giardina, who's running 9:04 this year, and he's not in that race.
Yeah, there was a whole nother level of running in Massachusetts last week. That was pretty incredible what they did in their state meet.
I guess there was. When you can run a 4:07 and an 8:43 in the same day, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then his teammate runs a 4:09 and an 8:50.
Yeah.
something.
The top 15 from Massachusetts are not here. Their top seed is 16th, was 16th in their state meet. Stephen Hergenrother, who's the New England leader, he's getting ready for nationals. So, but that leaves us with Sean Gray. He was the Rhode Island 3K champ, the 8:33. He's made a real improvement this year. He was 30th in New England in cross country, and he's going to make this an honest race. He doesn't like to kind of sit in the back and dawdle, so I'm not sure if he's in the front right now. Jack Olette from Xavier. He was state open champ, 9:15 for 3,200. He's a 4:12 1,600 meter runner, and he finished the last lap in 60 seconds at this to win the state open. He just kind of blew it out. He waited to the bell and just went. Then we have Macaulay from East Lyme. He was third at the Open in Connecticut. He has a 9:16 PR. He was 13th in New England cross country. Nico Boyle, I love this kid. He's in maroon from North Haven. Didn't even make it to the Open last spring. And all of a sudden in cross country, he ends up getting top 15 in the state Open, gets 25th in New England's, and he's been a factor the past couple of seasons now all of a sudden out at this New England level. So he's in fourth right now. He's seated fourth. John Larkin was leading at the Bell at the state Open in last week in Connecticut. He was finished fifth. Then we have the top Massachusetts seed is Ben Kaysen from Brookline. He was 16th. He has a 9:18 PR. And then we have New Mexico commit Matt Gardena from
Not
Bishop
there.
Curtin. He's going to Mexico, huh? Talk about going
New
out of the
Mexico.
region. New Mexico,
New
yeah.
Mexico.
New Mexico. Talk about going out of the region. He ran 9:04, so we got to keep an eye on him.
Well, he can't. He's not
He's
here.
not in here, huh? He decided
No.
not to do it.
No. And he's the indoor New England champion.
Okay.
So two of the kids in here you kind of want to keep an eye on. Jonas Teeter, he's been running really well this year. He could sneak in and he could make some noise here. You also got Sully Sturts, who's the top returning cross-country runner in New England for next year, who's only a sophomore. He's from Keene. I'll tell you right now, if it came down to a kick, Sturts can kick with anybody if he's in the fight.
Does he run faster than the 9:32?
Yes, he has run fast, and that was just his
Yep.
meet of champions time.
Teeter, I'm impressed by Teeter breaking 15 minutes for the 5K. So he's seated like 14th or 15th in the section, but sub 15 5K, that's about what the other guys in the field can do for 5,000 meters.
Tim Cox came in here and said he's going to win this. And so last time Tim Cox said something like that, there was a boy from Concord, Sam Hiltz, who came out here and probably dropped about, 10 or 15 seconds, ran a 9:04 and beat the big Shermanator. So, I don't know.
Yeah, we got Gray from Portsmouth, Rhode Island. He's a sophomore as well. He just came off an 8:30 solo.
So they're only on 9:18 pace. That's easily capable of any one of these guys in here.
Leading the charge is Hansen from U32, number 13. McCauley's right on his hip pocket, just staring right outside his right shoulder. But man, there's a tight pack. These guys all mean business. See Boyle in fourth place right now. Can't quite see who's in third.
That's Gray.
That's Gray.
Yeah, he's a sophomore as well. So between him and Sturts, we got a pretty good group here for 2 years from now.
Does anybody know where New England is in the fall? We're going back for New England's? No? Well, it's not going to be in Maine again. Looks like Macaulay's ready to do some of the work up front.
Tito's just got to tuck in. He just can't be out running in lane 2 and 3 all day.
Peter's been a pretty clutch runner.
Oh, yes. He's turned on. This is his year.
A lot of races he's in, and nobody's thinking he's going to win, and he
Nope.
comes out and he pulls it out. So
Macaulay just missed out on all New England last year. I think he was like 10th in Connecticut, but he came up to New England's and he got 7th. He ran a PR last spring, so he's looking for some big things. That's Sean McCarley from East Lyme, the junior. And right on his outside now is Jack Olette. He's somebody you really got to keep an eye on. He was the one that won the Connecticut Open with a 60-second last lap. So the longer, just like what happened last week, the longer he's in the race, the more dangerous he becomes. There's going to be 2 to go. It's anybody's race right now. Even trying to get all New England is pretty tight because there's like 8 or 9 guys that have a shot at that. Meet record does not look like it's going down today. Chris Benson went on to run for Princeton. He ran 8:58.
I'm predicting a move from Teeter soon. I think he knows that he should probably get moving quick if he wants to have a stab at it. He's in that front pack, so I'm assuming that might be his goal.
What place is Teeter in right now?
He's in
Fourth.
He's still running on the outside, though, so not ideal.
I'll tell you what, I don't know if he can close in a 60.
Yeah, I think when he won the mile, I think he only closed in 60. So I don't know.
If Willett can close in a 60, Willett should,
Yeah,
should be
Willett
able to win
is-
this.
But look at this. Now we're about to have 4 across at the bell.
Here goes Sean Gray on the outside, maybe. Nope.
Olette
Is he gonna?
Olette ran the 4x8 earlier today. I cannot believe how there's 5 men in contention at this meet. There's going to be a lot of action on the back straightaway, a lot of passing.
Teeter's making a move.
Yep. There he goes.
Here comes Olette, the second seed. The Falcon from Xavier. He just went through that last 200 meters in 31 seconds.
Teeter's making a run for it. He's in second. Separated from the pack.
He ain't getting first, though.
Nope.
He waited a little bit too long. And here comes another gear. It's going to be a New England champion for Jack Olette. He had a tough, he takes a look back, but he sees that he's got it. He could put his arms up if he wants. And he crosses the line. That was a 60.7 last 400 meters. That was the difference right there. And look how tight this field is coming in all at once. Tenths of a second separating 3 or 4 places. So Olette, 9:11:37. Teeter, the sophomore.
No, he's a senior.
He's a senior.
Yep.
9:13. Macaulay, the junior from East Lyme, 9:13:62. Fourth, Nico Boyle grabs another All-New England spot, 9:14. Fifth, Gray. He's a sophomore. Portsmouth, Rhode Island, 9:14. And sixth, Samard from Conval, 9:15.
Tell you what, that kid's come on. Samard,
Yeah, what is he, a junior? Or is he a senior?
I'm not sure.
It's going to be on here.
Let's see.
Junior.
Junior.
He's got another year.
Yep. Can't help but think that would have been a different race if Giardino's in there,
Well, a much faster race, but
but like you say, if Paul Bergeron's in there, it's a lot faster race
Yeah.
too. I hate to say it, and I don't care. I'll put myself right out there. These alphabet soup national championships are killing New England's.
well,
They're killing it. It's just
I don't mind the fact that, we're going to nationals and kids are, the kids of a certain caliber are going to nationals. But when you see kids just going for the backpack,
Yeah.
they're skipping nationals. I mean, you're going to
Yep.
finish 30th at nationals. I mean,
Yep.
if you've never won New England's,
Yeah.
you got to go to New England's first.
yeah, if you're finishing 10th in your state meet, maybe you should think about trying to get to become the best in New England before
Right.
you start looking at the best in New England. But they do a great job at nationals. They treat the kids right. It's great to get the kids from all over the country. But in reality, it's not even all the country. It's still mostly the Northeast, and it's smattering from other places. But now you have 3 different national meets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see where it's really you're finding the true national champion at that point.
Yeah, that is.
And I don't know if it's the commercialization, the
Oh, it's-
NILs, the
no, it's
everything else.
commercialization.
But
Yep.
Well, it is
this
the
meet
NIL.
used to be a lot more competitive. You know what I mean? Everybody
Yeah.
would show up.
It's the backpacks.
Yeah.
Kids
Yep.
like the backpacks.
And especially with the emerging elites and rising stars divisions that are in
Yeah.
it too.
That's-
And
well, New Balance did away with those
yeah.
now.
They finally did?
They did away
Oh,
with them now.
nice.
Yeah. Well, these are the emerging elites and the stars of today on the girls' side. Heat 1. In lane 2, we have Bangor, Maine. In 3, we have Champlain Valley. In 4, we have Falmouth. In 5, we have Burton Academy of Vermont. In 6, we have Thedford, Vermont. And in 7, we have Bucksport, Maine. Remember that movie, Return to Bucksport? That was an old movie. But yeah, the NIL, I think they're using that to attract kids that are particular meets.
Right.
They're offering kids shoes.
It's just tough. It's just
Yeah.
tough to compete with at that point.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe New England's has to start offering free stuff to the top individuals. I don't know. I don't think they're going to do it, but
I think it would be cool if New England's could be used as a way of getting yourself to a like national meet. Like if this was almost like a region one,
Right.
if you called it that.
No, I agree with
you
you.
can make like 5-6 regions across the country.
unfortunately, the National Federation doesn't allow that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You cannot use a high school meet to qualify for those open championships because those are USATF meets. So, yeah, because it would be great if they just, let each state champ from every state go or something, and then in the next whatever times. That'd be great, but that's never going to happen. Plus, it is vastly different between the talent range in some states versus others. I mean, you go down to the Californias, the Texases, the Floridas. I mean, it's like our times that we're so impressed with would be like 20th, 30th in their state meets. But then our distance runners, I would put our distance runners against their distance runners up. The New England, we have produced our fair share of distance runners over the years.
Oh, pound for pound,
Yeah.
we're as good as anybody.
Yeah. Here we are. We're approaching a halfway split. Standing still in 2:06. Had to make sure that baton got to her, I guess. And second place is out in lane 2. They're supposed to be cutting in by now. So we're halfway, just past the halfway mark of Heat 1.
Just while we have a moment, Tyler Sheedy wanted me to let everyone know that Jonas Teeter did not beat his 3,200 PR, and he actually missed it by 0.04 seconds. So shout out to Tyler Sheedy on the camera.
Okay. We got to give him some props. Oh, speaking of,
Did anybody notice? But I think Tyler's starting to bald.
I
Am I
think
the
if
only
you've
one who
known him for
noticed
the
that?
past few years, you would have noticed that.
I mean, I don't know if he's pulling his hair out at down in Rhode Island.
spending too much time with you, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's contagious.
All right, on to our anchors.
This has been a long meet. We're getting towards the end of the meet. We're getting a little punch drunk now. But
We're moving.
We're having a lot of fun here at the New England Outdoor Track and Field Championships here at beautiful University of New Hampshire.
No, this is unbelievable. That scoreboard's impressive. The track, everything about this stadium is unbelievable. I was just born like 40 years too late, early.
I like the fact that we're in a nice air-conditioned press box and there's no bugs flying around or anything. Here we go. We're approaching the last 100 meters. There might be some action in the back. Wow.
Look at this one.
Coming way from behind. We have a race here for second place.
Yeah, and that gap really closed up at the end, too.
Let's see who won that. That was Bangor, 4:14.77. Champlain Valley came from way behind, 4:16.08. Falmouth was third, 4:17.69. I want to remind everybody, this is being brought to you by Marathon Sports in the the State Running Network, made up of Bay State, My Sports Results, New Hampshire Track and Field, Ocean State Running, and My Sports Results. Remember, if you like what we do here, sponsor Marathon Sports and Hoka. They're the ones that make this all happen up in this live streaming. Yeah, thank you, Davi. And everybody else that collaborates together. We have a whole team of people from all different states. We have people taking pictures. We're doing videos down in the infield. Try to give honor to these fantastic athletes representing their respective schools and states and now region.
Heat 2, we got South Burlington, Vermont, Nashua South, New Hampshire, East Providence, Rhode Island, St. Johnsbury, Vermont, Portland, Maine, Hampton Academy, Maine. 410, East Providence, Rhode Island comes in. The top seed.
We had, did you guys see Devin Kipyego made NCAAs? Did you guys see that?
Yeah, how did he end up doing?
I have it here someplace. KIP. Yeah, running for Iowa State, ran a 1:47.66. Previously a New England champion for LaSalle. Holds New England overall record, I believe. He finished 9th. So I don't know. What makes All-American? I don't even know.
Well, they all make All-American in that one, which is the top 8 guys.
Oh, but he was 9th.
Oh, he was 9th.
Yeah.
But they'll still have like second.
Oh, second team
Second team
All-American.
All-American.
Yep.
Second team.
Gotcha.
So the kid that won that last night from Virginia, Shane Cohen, I mean, he came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he was
One
a
guy
D2
went down.
athlete.
Yeah, what was that?
He was a former D2 athlete.
Yeah, he went from a 148 to a 144.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Stepping up. You got to love it.
Unbelievable kick.
And did you see Sophia Gorian qualified for
Yep.
finals? I've not seen, that was today, I believe, so I've not seen the results for finals yet.
Yeah, so it'll be tonight
Yeah.
because it's out in Oregon.
She ran 2 flat .87. She has still not broken 2 flat, has she?
I don't think
That's
so.
been a goal of hers. I know that. She's chased that goal. When she finally does break it, it'll be something so incredibly impressive.
I felt bad for her this indoors because she was so good, and they just I don't know. She got caught up in a few things where she was at. She couldn't get away. You know, she just didn't make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The
she's-
NCAAs
yeah.
just kind of fizzled out on her. But
Oh.
man, she's so good.
Yeah. She has a bright future, bright past, bright present. I mean, she's doing great. Michaela Page from Tewksbury. She was 14th in the prelims, running for North Carolina, ran a 2:02.25. Didn't make the finals, but, I mean, the competitiveness to make NCAA division, just to get to the regional meet, some of these athletes are just so incredible to get to the regional meet. Then to get to nationals is even more impressive. Then to finals, and just shows off how great it is to win a national championship. They're so talented. Come to the halfway in about 4:05, so we could possibly see a sub 4:10 here. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get to watch NCAAs last night. I had about a 4-hour drive to get up here.
Oh,
Yeah. I love New England's, but I happen to live in one of the farthest corners of New England, unfortunately. So I'm looking forward to when it comes back to Connecticut in like 3 years from now.
I mean, last year, Bangor, Maine was quite the hike.
yeah, it was.
That
That
was
one I did not
treacherous
make.
for even a New Hampshire guy like myself.
I did. That was one I said, nope. 6 hours up in one night and then 6 hours back the next day. That's not. And then an 8-hour meet or 7-hour meet. That was not my idea of fun.
I'll tell you what, though, Bangor, when we went up the night before, and the hospitality of the people up there was unbelievable.
Well,
it was
yeah.
It was a great
Because
race.
everybody had to travel a long ways
Yep.
to get there.
I mean, they did make us shovel snow off the track for 3 hours.
Well, that would have been
but,
helpful.
you know, other than that, it was a great time. No, they did. They did treat us really well up there. It was great.
Yeah, I'm not big into driving long distances by myself. No, I did go up to cross country New England's because I got rides from a couple different coaches. That was fun. That was fun to spend a lot of time with some old friends. Can't imagine being down in Texas or any of those Midwestern states where every dual meets. My grandniece lives in Texas, and they have regular meets that are like 2-3 hours away, like regular season meets. That's the closest invitational they get is like 3 hours away. They do that all the time. Looks like she's running backwards. She's really stiffening up here, but man, she's hanging on.
Almost a sub 410. 412.
got to learn to relax the last 50 meters or so. That was East Providence, 4:12.56. Portland was second, 4:15.41. And St. Johnsbury, 4:16.31. We're moving on to Section 3 now, right? Section 3 of 4. Could get some scores out of here. In lane 1 is Exeter, New Hampshire. 2 is Concord, New Hampshire. 3 is Nashua North, New Hampshire. This is like New Hampshire State meet right here. Winnicott is in 4, Northern New Hampshire. Then we got a Rhode Island team. Cranston West is in 5. U32 is in 6. And Charahoe Regional from Rhode Island is in 7. So you guys must be very familiar with these inside 4 teams.
Yeah, and they're all in the same division, so they've been competing against each other for the past 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. So basically they travel all these hours to get here to compete against the same people. I one time was at a state meet one time, and they don't reseed it, they scratch. 2 kids from one school ran a heat by themselves. I'm like, they could have stayed home with their town and just did a match race themselves. Top seed, Winnicott in lane 4, 4:05.63. Didn't use blocks, doesn't need them. She's that good. It is great, like, when you see 400-meter runners, you have some 100-meter sprinters that move up and hate it, and then you have some distance runners that move down. I've had a number of all-state cross-country runners make my 4x4 teams, and they've never used blocks.
I mean, yeah, that's the beauty of a 4x4 is that any and everyone, from throwers to 100-meter runners, jumpers, you name it, you're susceptible to being chosen.
Yeah, that's right. It is the democratic event. Everybody can be chosen.
Got 3 fighting for the lead here. Looks like Winnicott might be the only New Hampshire team that's fought their way up there.
Approximately 102.
Pretty good
Winnicott.
first split.
Yep. 102.8. I got to get a little faster, get down to 405s, but there's a train right behind her, and it's coming. Looks like a pass is about to happen.
Yeah, that's Exeter. She got out really hard from the exchange, fought for that second place position in lane 1 on the break, and now she's found her team in first place going to the second exchange.
At the halfway, 203 for third place. So teams in front a little faster. Nice little breakaway. I love it when you must love this on the back straightaway when you just battling out with somebody. You know, you don't want them to pass you before the turn, so you're giving all you can, and then you hope to God. You just pray that he keeps your legs moving the last 70, 80 meters
Yeah,
of the race.
sometimes that backstretch can be like really liberating in a 4x4 because especially if you know your competition, like you can just hang and shadow them all you want and just kick it on the last 100, and you can make a big statement right there.
But that's the thing about New England is like you usually
Either-
here they know their this particular heat, but usually you have no idea. You've never maybe seen their kids' times in Athletic Net. That's about it.
Kudalitis
One
has
to
got
go.
some work to go right here. She's from
Yeah.
Winnicott.
What's the team in the lead there? The numbers.
Janelle
Exeter.
Thomas.
That's Exeter.
Yep.
Good
And
Janelle
then-
Thomas in third. She's making up some ground.
Just about 30 point. But yeah, they are making up ground on her. But she's looking pretty strong as she comes onto the home stretch. They'll make a mad dash, but she's
Yeah.
not
No, they
faltering at all.
ain't catching that.
Yeah, Janelle Thomas of National North really made a good leg right there.
It's a
They're
pretty
going to see
good
themselves
time.
at about 405. So that's some improvement out of Exeter.
That was a 60.9 split.
It's a big jump for Exeter. 405.
405, 46. Then you got Nashua North, 408. And third, Winnicott.
Exeter always puts together some
408.
good relays.
Yep. They've been doing it since Seacoast Championships.
Yep.
Okay, this is the hot heat, the final section of the day on the ladies' side. In lane 1 from Massachusetts, we have Westwood. Then we have Amherst Pelham Regional from Massachusetts in 2. Classical Rhode Island is 3. Then we have the Connecticut State Open champions, Bloomfield, in 4. They come in with a seed time of 3:48.20. The New England record could be in hand today. We'll see. Hall's looking to run fast. They've come in with a seed time at 3:55. They're in lane 5. E.O. Smith, the Panthers, come in a sub 4 with a time of 3:59.94. Glastonbury's in lane 7. The Guardians, 4:01.42. Then we have LaSalle Academy from Rhode Island, 4:05.13. Yeah, look for the orange and blue of Bloomfield.
The wind's starting to crank now, huh? It's moving.
New England record set by Wilbur Cross, and it was anchored by Danae Rivers. Danae Rivers went on to become an NCAA 800-meter champ. They ran 3:49.10 in 2015. And Bloomfield ran 3:48.2 on Monday.
So where was she a champion at in the 800?
NCAA's.
Yeah, no.
Like-
but where?
Oh, for Penn.
For
Yeah,
Penn?
Penn State, yeah.
Yeah. We had a girl a couple of years ago win the national championship. She was a Merrimack Valley girl, Christy Schofield.
Oh, yeah. I remember the name.
She went from like being a 209 in high school down to, I don't know, 159, 2 minutes. She wasn't really the favorite.
Yeah, Danae, I know she's running professionally and for one of those clubs, so she's trying to make the trials. I haven't quite followed it enough. But Bloomfield should be the overwhelming favorite. Remember, they had 4 girls make the 200 meters earlier today. They have Deja Duncan, who set the meet record in 300. Kaya Williams, who scored in the 400. Soli Dixon and Barclay was in the 400. I mean, it just the depth on the Bloomfield squad is just amazing. They went 1, 2, 3 in the Connecticut State Open in the 200, all
That's
in 25 seconds. So look at this, right to the front. I think that's Duncan.
Yep.
The
We've seen
hurdle
her
champ.
enough all day
Yep.
to know her.
Not the best handoff there.
No, we need to be.
quicker,
We need to be moving.
About a 56-2 approximately.
When you can't stand there and wait for it, you
Yeah.
gotta be going.
But look, it doesn't matter. Look at the gap they have already. And their weak leg is probably around 57 seconds. That's their weakest leg. And it's probably stronger than most of these other girls' top athletes. Looks like Hall in second. These two teams are both in the same conference, too. So they've been battling it out since the conference dual meets they battled out. And Bloomfield's a small school in Connecticut, Class S. That was a good handoff. That was a 58-8. Hall's got a comfortable lead in second right now. Looks like Glastonbury is about to be overtaken possibly, trying to hold off to keep the third place. But the camera is obviously on the orange and blue. Already has about a 40-yard lead as they hand off to the anchors. $59.4. Doesn't look like the record is going down today unless we have something really fantastic.
That's about as much as you win by in a 4x400 right there. That's a lot.
Yeah, especially at the New England Championships.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot.
You know, we're just witnessing, this is why we run these meets. You're witnessing 4 fantastic athletes right now, all on their A game, all together, getting ready for nationals next weekend. They'll do very well there. Coached by Ann Burrows, who's been there, gosh, about 15, 18 years or so. And here
She's actually going to make this really interesting. 353.
That was a 58-6 approximately. Coaches splits are official.
They got a lot closer to that New England record than I thought they were going to be at that handoff.
Well, I think they have run faster in the past. So, I mean, I know they got more. Hopefully they'll do more. Anyway, they win 353.85. Hall second, runner-up 402.18. Glastonbury third, 403.33. Amherst Pelham 406.41.
Exeter got
E.O.
in
Smith
4.
Panthers 407.48 and sixth place. Classical from Rhode Island 408.56. We'll have to wait and find out what the official results are.
So they get on the top 6.
But we're going to be
Is that-
moving
yeah.
on.
Yeah, they got 4th place.
You got they announced the final results yet? Anyway, we are moving on to our final event of the entire day of the New England Track and Field Championships. We've been having a blast here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it as much as we are. There are 5 sections of the boys.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Lining up in lane 1. Burton Academy from Vermont is in 2. Champlain Valley Union is in 3 from Vermont. Nashville North, New Hampshire is in 4. Falmouth, Maine is in 5. Hartford, Vermont is 6. And finally, we have Winthrop, Maine in 7. The meet record, which we could see go down today, is held by Danbury. 2017, a time of 3:17.90. Keep that in mind because Windsor is trying to run a lot faster than that.
Yeah, and some of the Windsor athletes, when they were running their open 400s earlier, got caught in all that rain.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yep.
not present anymore, so the conditions are definitely more favorable for that record.
Yeah, there is still a slight breeze. It's in their face on the back straightaway, but it'll be helping them probably where they need it the most on the home stretch. Nothing worse, I'm sure you know, as a headwind on the home stretch.
You don't know which one it is because it's like you're moving through the back stretch and you feel the wind and no matter what, you could have +5 wind on the home stretch and you'll still feel all that
Yeah.
lactic acid.
There was a kid that set a school record I saw one time. It was in dual meets. It doesn't really officially count, but on the back straightaway, he had a huge tailwind, and then the wind stopped on the home stretch. it doesn't count as wind aided because, but you saw the flags push him on the back straightaway, and then the flags went flat when he hit the home stretch. So it's kind of interesting. That's lane 4. That's Nashua North. Come in with a seed time of 3:32.55. Seeing if the boys can get under 3:30. That'd be fantastic. Coming up is Champlain Valley from Vermont, stealing the show at the halfway point. Coming to the halfway split, 145, so they're right about 3:30 pace right now, which would be PRs for these teams. Nobody's qualified, at least from the qualifying performance, under 3:30. Wow, now we have a new player in the game. That's Burr and Burton Academy. Coming from behind, handing off to their anchor. Ooh, looks like he just tightened up or something. 1 to go now. It's funny. It's great how these races, they come, third place becomes first. First place becomes fourth. There's such mixture.
Yeah, and that was a good job by what's the team in green?
That's 4. That's Nashua North. About to be overtaken or possibly being challenged at least.
Burton.
Burn.
Oh, Burn.
Yeah, they were waving their guy over. Sometimes when you're tightening up so much in that last 100, it's hard to wave your guys over to where you need them to be.
Holy, he just went off the track.
So we've got Burr and Burton and Nashua North. It's a match race.
Nashua North.
Nashua North is going to steal it coming from behind in the last straightaway. 3:37.
He went off the track there, down there.
Looks like they're discussing it.
Yep.
3:36.97 for North. Burr and Burton, 3:37.30. Hartford, 3:39.27.
So we announced the boys' high jump earlier, but we have the results from the girls finally. Zoe Santos of Norton, Mass. took 6th place with a jump of 5.3, as did Avery Donnell of Tri-County, Mass. She got 5th place. Sarah Moore of North Yarmouth Academy, Maine, jumped 5.3. Danielle Bates of Timberlane Regional in New Hampshire, she got 3rd with a jump of 5.5. Lily Haskins Vaughn of Monument Mountain Regional in Mass got 2nd place with a jump of 5.5. And Katie Caraco of Reading Memorial jumped 5.5 to get the 1st place and become your New England champion. I'm assuming it had to have just come down to misses to determine all those placements.
Oh, yeah. It
Usually does.
It always does, yeah. That's why whenever I'd coach a pole vault or high jumper, you've got to be consistency is key. So now, moving on to Heat 2. Portland, Maine is in 2. John Baptist Memorial 3. Sohegan is in 4. Keene, New Hampshire is in 5. Greeley, Maine is in 6. And York, Maine is in 7. Any more field events?
Yeah, we have girls pole vault as well. We announced the guys earlier. In 6th place, we have Atkins of Lexington, Mass. She got 6th place with a jump of 11 foot 3 inches. Gilbert of Norwich Free Academy in Connecticut, she got 5th with another jump of 11 feet and 3 inches. Gould of Acton Boxborough got 4th with a jump of 11 feet 9 inches. Aaron Moran of Arlington, Mass. got 3rd with a jump of 11 feet 9 inches as well. Jordan Carr of Joel Barlow, Connecticut, she got 2nd with a jump of 12 feet and 3 inches, and Talia Graham of Bethel, Connecticut, she got 1st with another jump of 12 feet 3 inches. So another result based off of misses, I am assuming.
Yeah, the two of them are on the same conference. They're on bordering towns. They border each other. Sometimes they train together. They, Jordan Carr has been on NBC's the American Ninja Warrior games. She's a huge ninja. I mean, she's a monster. I've seen her on the show. It's incredible what she can do. And Taylor Graham is such a fast sprinter. She made it 100 meters. I think she has the school records in the pole vault, the 1 to 2. Her sister has the 8, 16, 32 in their school. Grahams are all over the school record board at Bethel.
No surprise to see a Ninja Warrior decided to choose pole vault as one
Yeah.
of their events.
Yeah, she's very daring and very methodical and very disciplined. Very disciplined. I mean, the strength that it takes to train as a Ninja Warrior, it's not just like lifting weights it's core strength that you need to have. And that's exactly what you need to be good at pole vaulting. And coordination and body awareness and all those things. It should be cross-training to do things like Ninja Warrior if you want to be a pole vaulter. It's almost like soccer. It's good cross-training to be a sprinter or mid-distance runner.
And from Keene, I believe I think his name is Isaac Nelson. He just recently committed to Liberty. He's a really good jumper out of New Hampshire.
So that's Keene coming through to the halfway in 143. So now we're looking definitely sub 330 by a lot. Keene's got like a 20-yard lead. Followed by, it looks like John the Baptist Memorial in second. And is that Portland, Maine in third? Looks like Greeley is next and fourth. But Keene is looking pretty keen right now, tightening up a little bit at the exchange, but heading off with a good second half lead, giving his anchor a little bit of cushion as we're into the final leg of Heat 2 of the boys 4x4. As you know, Ty, anything can happen in this race. Looks like there's some action on the back straightaway.
So he
Yeah, especially on the final leg, too. You see a lot of changes there.
The stripe from Sohegan. Look like bumblebees out there ready to sting, take on their victim here. Does he have another gear? What do you
I don't
think?
know. He's getting held off right now. Looks like a familiar face from Sohegan, but it looks like he's going to tie up. He put in too much effort in that first 300 meters.
See if Cardinal's got enough to.
Not
Hold
quite enough real estate. Yeah, you got
And there's the spill at the line.
You got to time it, and sometimes you just time it too late or too soon. But anyway, Keene wins that heat, 331.85. John the Baptist was trying to get the win, 332.23 for second. Greeley was third, 333.22. Moving on now. Heat 4 of 5. This is our penultimate heat. We are almost done with the 4x4s and this meet as a whole. In lane 1 will be Milford from New Hampshire. Barrington, Rhode Island grabs second lane. St. John Barry, Vermont is third. Ayr Shirley Regional in Massachusetts is in lane 4. Then we have Waterbury Career Academy in 5. Classical Rhode Island 6 and Walpole, Mass is in 7.
I think you read off the wrong heat there.
This is
Heat 3.
Oh, this is heat 3.
Yep.
My bad.
Portsmouth Gorham.
Okay, when I call out this penultimate, that's a big word
Yep.
for you, Jimmy, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Second to last, I know. So anyway, let me go back with this. Let me check this. Portsmouth is in 1. Gorham, Maine is in 2. Portsmouth, Rhode Island is in 3. Essex, Vermont is in 4. Tollgate, Rhode Island is in 5. Brattleboro, Union, Vermont is in 6. And East Providence, Rhode Island is in 7. So we have 2 more heats after this.
And we have some results. The last two results from boys and girls triple jump. We'll list the guys first. Alan Twite of Concord, New Hampshire got 6th with a jump of 45 feet 5 inches. Casper of Daniel Hand, Connecticut got 5th with a jump of 45 feet 7 inches. Jamico of Grafton, Mass. got 4th with a jump of 45 feet 11 inches. Rush of Metamac Valley, Maine got 3rd with a jump of 46 feet 4 inches. And Aqua of Natick, Mass. Got 2nd with a jump of 46 feet 8.5 inches. And CO of South Portland, Maine got the first spot with a jump of 48 feet 4
Wow.
and 4 3/4 inches.
Big jump.
Yeah.
Big jump.
He's your New England champion this year.
Good for him. What a great day. I mean, the medals are being handed out, trophies, plaques. This is great. You said you had the girls triple jump as well?
Yes, we do. So in 6th place, we have a light body of Reading Memorial, Mass. She jumped 36 feet 11 inches. Olawi of Exeter West Greenwich got 5th. She jumped 37 feet. Dewar of Plainville, Connecticut got 4th, a jump of 37 feet. Carrico of Reading Memorial, we just read her name earlier. She was 3rd with a jump of 37 feet 7 inches. McDonald of Norwell, Mass. got 2nd with a jump of 38 feet. And Pelletier of Wyndham, Maine got 1st with a jump of 38 feet 10 inches. So Maine sweeps the triple jump.
Wow. What is it? The Pine Tree State? Is that what they're called?
Pine Tree
Pine
State.
Tree State.
So Maine's had a pretty good day today.
Yeah. Like, something, maybe there's something we said having New England's up there last year might have piqued some interest from some of those teams up there, maybe. Who knows? Here comes Portsmouth, Maine, overtaking Tollgate right now.
Which team?
And we're coming to the exchange right now.
Because they must have
We're
had
at the
same
halfway.
uniforms.
That's still Portsmouth in the lead.
And
That's Portsmouth, Rhode Island. There's two Portsmouths in here, guys. That'll be confusing.
I mean, I don't know how you have a guy on the pavement, on the concrete, with no jersey on.
Portsmouth's got halfway through their split.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, if you've seen that video of the guy that runs the first leg of the full left line.
Trying to win this wire to wire. That's awfully tough to do. Coming up, narrowing the gap is Tollgate, though, for Rhode Island. Tollgate's making a late charge. Coming into the anchor leg. It's making things interesting. But Portsmouth just has a step on him. This is Heat 3. Now we have a new leader. That's Tollgate. And then coming on the outside is 6. That's Brattleboro coming out of nowhere. But there's even more movement now on the final turn.
Portsmouth, Rhode Island.
Yeah, Portsmouth, Rhode Island. They keep going back and forth.
I don't think it's done yet.
I know. Look at this. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a late charge over the last few meters.
Get lane 1.
Got to shut that door. Can't let that happen. Brattleboro.
Winning section 3, Brattleboro, 331.83. Portsmouth, Rhode Island, 332.13. And Gorham, Maine, 332.67. Now we can read Heat 4, right?
Yeah, we've already read it
we've
once.
already read it.
Yeah, everybody knows. You guys remember that from 10 minutes ago, right? We'll honor these kids once again. Milford, New Hampshire is in 1. Barrington, Rhode Island is 2. St. Johnsbury, Vermont is 3. Irish Shirley Regional, Mass is 4. WCA from Connecticut is in 5. Classical Rhode Island 6. And then we have Walpole from Mass. They get double honors, these guys. Now we're at the penultimate heat.
So we'll get to see little Evan, Sherman in this one again.
Andrew
Thornton Sherman.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye on St. Johnsbury in lane 3. doesn't matter where they are in this particular heat, they could possibly sneak in and do something really amazing. Ira Shirley comes in, or I'm sorry, Waterbury Career Academy comes in with top seed in lane 5, 323. Oh, I'm sorry. Ira Shirley does have the top seed, 323.44. Waterbury Career is 323.45. These two are right around the same area. Then you have St. Johnsbury with Thornton Sherman, what was he, second place in the 800, right?
Yep.
So anything can happen with him out there.
No lane 4. So that's
the
Shirley.
top seed.
Top seed.
But don't leave us yet, because the next heat we could see a New England record. This heat, we could see a medalist coming out of this heat. Oh. You know, I kind of wish, I know why they don't do this, but it would be fun if they scored this meet just to see who the pride of New England.
Yeah, me and my coach in high school always threw around ideas of making it like a state versus state competition.
Oh,
like
that'd be
maybe
fun.
all of New Hampshire.
All
like,
New Hampshire
all
versus
of New
all
Hampshire,
Connecticut.
wore a New Hampshire jersey. All the guys from Maine wore
Yeah, there
like,
was
a
talk
Maine
of that
jersey,
at one point.
and then combining the points and seeing who won.
You know, that would probably encourage maybe more Mass kids to come. They seem to not take this as seriously as New Hampshire and Connecticut and Rhode Island and the other states. They're doing very well, but when they have 15 guys skipping the 3,200.
The tough part is, especially during cross-country season, when they don't come to New England. That just stinks.
Yeah.
You know, it's...
I think that'd be a cool change.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because Mass used to be in New England for cross country. And then I don't know the exact time, but like Connecticut pulled out in like 67. Mass was still going in for the 70s. And then at some point they pulled out. And then Connecticut went back in 87. And then Maine came back in like the mid-90s sometime. So now we have 5 of the 6 for cross country.
I forget what year they stopped scoring this, but it used to be scored.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, that was before my time.
Because I know at my old high school, Portsmouth was New England champions.
Back when they used abacuses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget what year it was, 80, 79, 80.
Before the advent of computers.
Oh, these meets are so much quicker now.
Oh, I remember just waiting for people to score them out. That would take forever. And handwrite all the results. And then coaches would be on the board writing down all the results. You young guys have no comprehension of what it was like.
Yeah. And we want to complain now, right?
No. I mean, we complain if the results aren't up instantaneously on the scoreboard up there. It's like, wait, why is there a 5-second delay, you know?
When were FAT times introduced?
I want to say in the 60s sometime.
Okay.
60s or early, 60s, I think.
But not everybody had it, you know.
No. Connecticut was one of the first states to jump on board. We had a guy named Irv Black, who was a coach at New Britain High School, legend. He started Northeast Sports Timing and just, made Connecticut that much better.
You guys want to bet Sherman wins this?
Which one is he right now? Where's he coming?
He's in third.
Is that him right now in
Yep.
green?
Yep.
I got a split. Yep, this is right down his alley. But
yeah, he's got at least second coming for right now.
Oh, that kid in fourth's pretty fast, though, too.
Whenever I see a half mile and a 4x, they usually don't. The sprinters will take it out hard, and the distance guys will come in the second half. The distance runners just don't have the speed to get out the first 100 meters like a sprinter would.
This kid's, like I say, he was a 300-meter hurdler. He can run a 151 half. He can run a great mile, and he's a great cross-country runner.
But we got a challenge here.
He could.
Sherman is holding on.
Yeah, he'll go wide if he has to. But he's just tough.
That's going to give him a good time, too.
That was a 50.0, 326.4.
Not bad.
226.6 probably automatic. Okay, St. Johnsbury, 326.84. Walpole, 327.2. And then we have Milford in third, 328.17.
This is the real one.
This is what we were telling you about. we could potentially see a New England meet record, possibly even an all-time record set. Meet records 317.90. 313 is the New England record. Start list, we have the Greyhounds from Naugatuck in 1, Xavier Brothers from Massachusetts in 2, Danahan Tigers in 3 from Connecticut. Look at the maroon, Windsor. They are in lane 4. LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island's in 5. Lyman Hall is in 6. Lawrence, Mass is in 7. And New Britain is in 8. Just like the Bloomfield girls, we could see Windsor with a huge lead off their first leg.
So are these all their top guys?
Yep.
So they don't even use the freshman, huh? The hurdler?
Well, it's funny. Like, I even said to their coach, like, you got a choice to make. Because I think it was like 49-7 to 49-8, my splits. So, yeah, they're going to use, it looks like, Tashawn Berry, who won the 400. Hunter Howard, Mr. Public Relations. He's the second leg. Then you have Sheldon Simpson, the second, the son of the former state record holder in Connecticut for 100 meters. And then you have Maxim Copeland. He won the 200. Copeland won the 200. Yeah.
So this record's going down.
Well, I was coaching at Danbury when they, for a lot of those guys. I wasn't coaching the 4x4, but they were on the team when I was there, so I'm feeling a little nostalgic about those guys. Good kids.
Is it Tayshaun Berry? Is he leading off for them?
I mean, according to this, he is, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that looks like him down there.
I mean, obviously, the classical thing you do is you put your 2 studs first and last, obviously, and you bury the others. But on this, it doesn't really matter because I would say whoever has a better start, and Barry's more of the 200 runner, so
What do
he's
they
a better
get?
start.
A 47, a 47, a 48, and a 49 on this
Yep.
team? It's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah, we could maybe even see something faster out of that 49 guy today too.
This team's loaded.
Yeah, if history serves us right, we should have a lead by the time we get the back straight away. Look at him. He's eating into the – look at that. He's about to pass the person who's outside in lane 5. Approximately 22.5 through 200 meters for the Windsor runner.
Lane 8's holding his own right now.
Yeah, lane 8's actually doing pretty well.
Well, I think that's going to change
Yeah.
really fast.
Why, because he just disappeared?
Well, that too.
We can't see him. And Windsor's got the lead, but not by how they do now.
49.6 approximately. I guess that's not Barry, I don't think. We'll
I
see.
think it was.
Boy, this kid's got some wheels.
That's Hunter. This guy's like I call him the PR guy. He's the mouthpiece for the team. The other rest of the team are kind of quiet and reserved. Hunter is the guy that'll talk. He gives you good quotes.
Guy in second place looks pretty good, too.
Second is lane 5. That's LaSalle Academy. Here they come to the exchange. I mean, this is looking pretty strong right now.
138. They're right on it.
48.8.
And, this guy's really kicking it out from the exchange. He could have got it a little faster when he got the baton, but
But they were right
Now
on.
he's
They
taking
were
off.
right on 317.
It's kind of tightening up here.
Yeah, he
24.
I mean, even with this lead, having that record, I'm sure they have that record in mind, and that's got to keep their legs turning.
Oh, yeah.
Tell you
They've
what,
been
he-
talking. Well, they've
he's
been talking
struggling,
since
though.
they got All-American indoors in the 4x4, broke the indoors Connecticut record. They wanted the outdoor record. So whether it's today or next week at New Balance Nationals, that's their goal for the season. Because that's also the school record. And what a tough thing to do, school record. That was a 50.8. They are not going to.
Yeah, and we have the 200-meter champion. He was one of maybe 2 or 3 people that were under 22 today.
Yep.
So I'm sure he's got he's got legs to do this and get that record.
Could have been the long travel up. It could have been sitting around all day. Who knows? 200 meters to go.
He's just got to finish in 17 seconds from here to get that, tie the record.
Boy, it's close. He definitely had a second
Past the
year.
state record mark here. Let's see. Can they get the meet record?
Ooh, I think they might have just been under
3:17.
18.
Well, let's get the official timing. 48.3 was their anchor split. Windsor 3:17.92. What's the official?
317.90.
Oh, 200 of a second. Danbury's record lives another day. Second place, the runner-up for New England, Daniel
Matt.
Hand, 320.59. LaSalle Academy was third, 320.74. Then we have Xavier Brothers, 324.57. Lyman Hall grabs fifth, 325.61. And sixth is Lawrence, 325.94.
Imagine that, 200ths of a second.
That is incredible. Folks, once again, I want to thank you. This is the State Running Network. We appreciate all your support from all the fans out there. Remember to support Hoka, support Marathon Sports. They got stores all over the place. For Marty Ogden, Jimmy, and Ty, we are done for the day. It's been a great day. Pleasure serving with you guys.
Thank you.
you.
You too.
Have a good one.